Good morning. Whoa. Good morning and welcome to the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting for May 13th. The time is 9:03. At this time, we will take a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Gardia, can you lead us in the pledge? Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Gardia,
Present.
Supervisor Dhaliwal,
Present.
Supervisor Ding, Here. Supervisor Rickman,
Here.
and Chair Canepa.
Here. Thank you very much. At this time, we'll move on to recognitions and presentations.
Thank you, Chair. Our first two recognitions are being presented to Kamini Del Barba, and I would like to invite them up to the podium. These are to proclaim May 31st, 2025 as Necrotizing Fasciitis Awareness Day in San Joaquin County, and to also proclaim May 2025 as National Tennis Month in San Joaquin County. And I will read both proclamations at this time, which states, whereas necrotizing fasciitis is a fatal rare disease that creates a subset of aggressive skin and soft tissue infectious that cause necrosis of the muscle fascia and subcutaneous tissues. Whereas a very severe form of necrotizing soft tissue infection is due to gram-positive cocci, specific strains of Staphylococcus aureus, please bear with me on this proclamation, and Streptococcus pyogenes, typically referred to as flesh-eating bacteria, or strep. Whereas symptoms of the disorder vary, and they often include intense pain or loss of feeling near to a cut or wound, swelling of the skin around the affected area, flu-like symptoms, whereby later symptoms can include fatigue, discoloring of the skin, blistering, low blood pressure, unstable blood flow, and sepsis. And whereas necrotizing fasciitis is known as a rare disease with a prevalence of approximately 0.4 cases in every 100,000 people in the United States each year. And whereas necrotizing fasciitis is a rapidly progressing condition, depending upon the initial presentation and clinical context, it can take from hours to days for a patient to obtain an acute diagnosis, and unfortunately misdiagnosis frequently occurs during the diagnostic process. And whereas necrotizing fasciitis currently has very few treatment options available, involving antibiotics and required surgery to remove the dead tissue, whereby permanent damage to the body occurs. And whereas there presently is no universal successful cure for necrotizing fasciitis. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 31st, 2025 as Necrotizing Fasciitis Awareness Day in San Joaquin County, presented this 13th day of May 2025. And now I'll also read the proclamation, which will be explained shortly as to why they're connected. And this is the proclamation of National Tennis Month in San Joaquin County, which states, whereas on May 21st, 1881, the USTA, originally known as the United States National Lawn Tennis Association, was founded in New York City, New York, to create rules and standards for the emerging game of lawn tennis. And whereas the USTA is a nonprofit national governing body for tennis in the United States that leads the promotion and growth of the sport at every level of play, from beginners to professionals at the US Open, and is the largest tennis organization in the world, with over 550,000 members from every corner of the country. And whereas the USTA proudly partners with local tennis programs to showcase the important health, social, and educational benefits of tennis and make the sport available to everyone, regardless of age, environment, condition, or ability through its adaptive grants. And whereas the latest research by the Physical Activity Council shows that more than 25.7 million Americans played tennis in 2024, an unprecedented 46% increase in participation over 2019, and the highest number of players since the PAC study began in 2007. And whereas USTA has declared the month of May as National Tennis Month to encourage players, organizations, facilities, retailers, tennis manufacturers, and more to promote local programs and activities at parks and facilities to showcase tennis and spread the word about the sport and its benefits, and to help players and non-players alike find courts and play opportunities in their communities. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 2025 as National Tennis Month in San Joaquin County, and hereby urge citizens to become aware of and support National Tennis Month, presented this 13th day of May 2025. Chair Canepa?
Thank you. So I just want to thank the Del Barbers. I mean, they've turned tragedy and their own family life into something positive, and that's what we're celebrating here today. Their son's leg was amputated because he had, and I don't want to mess up the name of it, but anyway, it's their lived experience that they're sharing, and now their son with the amputated leg is being able to play tennis. So I will hand it over to you, and you guys can explain to what and how you guys are helping in the community.
Just press this, sir. Hi, hello. My name is Mark Del Barba. First, I want to thank Paul and the board of directors for this proclamation. It's our second time doing this, and I really appreciate this. As Paul said, our son is a survivor of necrotizing fasciitis, and the disease is probably one of the most disgusting diseases you'll ever see in your life. It grows 1 inch an hour. And it took 46 surgeries to save my son's life. Amputation, debridement, removing dead tissue and muscle from his body. And the other effect that it had on him was his mental health. And that included, depression, PTSD, and even a suicide attempt. Well, my son Des, has taken this tragedy and controlled it and made it his own. And about 2.5 years ago, he picked up a tennis racket and started playing wheelchair tennis. And now he's playing at the international level and will be traveling around the world playing tennis. Without tennis, my son, who knows where he'd be. But I want to thank you again. I want to thank the tennis community for saving my son's life, and thank you again for the proclamation.
Thank you.
My name is Cheryl Silva from United States Tennis Association of Northern California. With me is Christy Perez. She oversees our wheelchair division, and I think you said a lot about tennis, and so did Mark. But I just want to take this opportunity to kind of also highlight a couple of things about tennis. It's more than just a sport, and it just shows what Mark had said about Des and the Del Barba family. It's very impactful. It's like I said, we are the governing body of United States Tennis Association, and we promote and develop the growth of tennis everywhere and for everyone. And thank you for for allowing us to be here, and for advocating for wheelchair tennis, and just having it as an option for everyone. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Can you come up and take a photo? Next up.
Thank you, Chair. Next recognition was requested by Supervisor Ding of the 4th District, and this is recognition of the 2025 Rotary District 5220 Rotary Youth Leadership Academy students. And I would like to invite them to the podium as we read this certificate, which states that the Board of Supervisors certificate and recognition presented in recognition of your participation and successful completion in the Rotary Youth Leadership Award Camp. Through this immersive program, participants have developed essential leadership skills, including communication, problem solving, and teamwork. They have engaged in activities that foster personal growth, ethical leadership, and community service. This achievement reflects the participants' commitment to become a dynamic leader and contributing positively to their community. Congratulations on this achievement. Chair Canepa and Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, and I'm gonna have, I don't think I need it, but there we go. I'm gonna have Lori Liticote and a couple of the students from Lodi and Tokay. We've got students here from Lathrop, Edison, Tokay, Lodi, River Islands, East Union, all in our attendance. And I'll tell you why I thought this was important, is we spend a lot of time trying to bring students up to par, trying to take care of everyone in the, of our students to make sure everyone is taken care of. And I think sometimes we don't spend enough time on those students that excel, that actually get up out of bed, do their homework, and really set their achievement standards high. And that's what this program was all about. And some of the students needed some help in order to attend the camp. And maybe, Lori, you can explain a little bit more about that in the Rotary program. But I want to congratulate all of you. It's just phenomenal, and I hope you came out energized from the camp with new leadership skills. And with that, Lori?
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. I wasn't prepared to speak, but all I can say is our future's bright. Rotary District 5220 takes 100 boys and 100 girls, juniors in high school that are our brightest, not always grade-wise, but community service-wise. These are your next leaders, and they go to a camp at the base of Yosemite, and they're the ones who lead the camp. There's different facets, and they come in and they leave with best friends, and I'll have them tell you a little bit more about that. In regards to the funding for it, it's all funded by Rotarians. However, sometimes the memberships in Rotary go low, so we do have to fill that gap, and we do ask for sponsorships from the community to help these students. The program is actually a 3-night program for the kids over President's Day weekend every year, and it provides transportation, all the food, and all the accommodations for the camp, including amazing speakers that come in to talk to the students and help them excel at their leadership levels. But I will let them explain the rest.
I think we have Simon, Abigail, and Haley.
Yes.
Please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Haley Cordum. I'm from Tokay, and I went to Camp Ryla this year as a nominee from one of my teachers. Experiencing Camp Ryla was one of the best experiences I've faced, and I chose to go to this camp because of the amazing opportunities it provided. One of them showing me what a great leader is all about. Also, how becoming a great leader can be very rewarding to yourself and others. It can lead to positive team dynamics, impactful results of achievement, and it's a great way to create new friendships and can improve in personal growth. A few of the exercises we did were team bonding games, competitions, and a lot of collaborative work with our cabin mates when given a certain criteria we had to follow. When I was at Camp Ryla, I met many new and amazing people. These people I have made very close friendships with, and in just a few days, I feel like I've known them my whole life. This is the most amazing camp I've ever been to, and one of the amazing things Camp Ryla has offered to me, and if I had a choice to do it again, I would without hesitation. Finally, I believe that Camp Ryla is something anyone should consider, and is something that has changed my life forever. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abigail Rojas Martinez. This past February, thanks to one of my teachers, I was able to have the honor of attending Camp Ryla. During my time at Camp Ryla, I got to stay with 9 amazing girls, 2 of them which are here today. During my time there, I was able to communicate a lot better. I was able to experience a lot more than I could ever in school. For me, I was able to learn that not being a good leader can not only be like just doing the things you have to do. You can also do more. You can communicate a lot better. You can connect with a lot more people than so much more than you can imagine. My time there, I was able to gain so much insight, and I was able to make some of the best memories with those 9 girls that I've ever had with anyone in my life. It was also during this time I was able to communicate with others a lot better than now. If I had to describe my experience at Camp Ryla, I would have to explain it in one word: irreplaceable. Since being there, I wish it was something I could experience once more. Thank you.
Hello, my name is My name is Simon Colbert. I'm from Tokay. Look at that. Okay. I apologize. I did not prepare anything to say, but I guess I'll speak from the heart here. I'd like to say, let's see. When I came home, or about halfway through my camp at Ryla, I looked around and I realized every single kid in my cabin, in the whole camp, each of the 100 kids, they all had something incredibly special about them. Everybody either had one or just a multitude of things that were really amazing. And that was really cool to be around, because at Tokay, I don't quite feel that. I mean, I have my kids and my friends and the kids in my AP class, but the kids that were at that camp is a whole nother level. And being at that camp, I really felt like one of those kids. I mean, you look around, you see Nihar here, for example. Where is he at? He was in my cabin. I'd like to give him a shout out. He's amazing. But I follow him on Instagram now, and I see all the amazing things and awards he's accomplishing. And the fact that I got to go to that camp and experience that as my own self, that was a really important experience. So I'd like to really advocate for the next future of the kids from Tokay and Lodi to go there and put my word in, because that was really cool. So thank you guys very much.
So as a testament to their overachievement, we were expecting 15 students today, and I believe 25 has showed up. So if we do not have enough certificates prepared today, we will make sure that each and every one of you do get certificates in the program that are here today, and also who cannot come at all. So thank you very much for showing up today. You guys are awesome.
You're gonna go last, and the reason for it is because I'm a mile away.
All right.
So let's start with the students from East Union. River Islands. East, I already did East Union. Lathrop High School. Edison. Wow, look at that. And then I just have the Lodi and Tokay.
Franklin.
Oh, this is gonna be like high school all over again. How many of you are there?
No, five.
Five. Mario, can you take those out to the students? Because this is your supervisor, Supervisor Garcia, who graduated from Franklin as well. So, why don't you come on up for a photo?
Did you graduate from Lodi?
My son's graduated from Tokay.
Oh, okay.
I was dead.
What do we say? Greatness grows in San Joaquin County. Next up.
Thank you, Chair. Next is the proclamation of May 2025 as Mental Health Matters Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite representatives of the Behavioral Health Department to the podium as we read this proclamation, which states, whereas mental health challenges are one of the most common health conditions in California, affecting 1 in 5 adults each year in the United States, impacting both the person experiencing mental health challenges and their loved ones. And whereas at least 8.4 million people in the United States provide care to an adult with a mental or emotional health issue. And whereas every day millions of people face stigma related to mental health and may feel isolated and alone, going years before receiving any help. The average delay between the onset of mental illness symptoms and the received treatment is 11 years. And whereas the National Alliance on Mental Illness reports 75% of mental health conditions begin before age 24. The Journal of Applied Psychology found students with higher levels of psychological distress had lower academic achievement. And whereas mental health has a profound impact on physical well-being, mental health conditions can increase the risk of developing chronic physical conditions such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and obesity. And whereas recovery can and does happen, and all Californians should know that support and help is available regardless of any individual situation. And whereas creating a community where everyone feels comfortable reaching out for the support they deserve is crucial to ending the stigma around mental health. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Mental Health Matters Month in San Joaquin County to enhance public awareness of mental health, dispel the stigma surrounding mental health, and support efforts which will improve the health and well-being of the underserved population living in the county. Presented this 13th day of May 2025. Chair Canepa.
Thank you. This Mental Health Month is really important because our new Health Services Director has even better news about how we're going to help mental health in our community from the news we got yesterday, which is a grand slam in government. So I will let you share because you are the heart and the soul behind it. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors, our County Council, our Madam CEO. On behalf of the Behavioral Health Department and our Behavioral Health Advisory Board, our interim Behavioral Health Director happens to be at a Department of State Hospital audit this morning. So as your Healthcare Services Director, I will be representing behavioral health this morning. I first want to acknowledge and thank the Board of Supervisors for proclaiming May as Mental Health Awareness Month in our county. San Joaquin County is known for many things: our rich agriculture, our hardworking communities, our diversity, and our deep history. Yet, beneath our uniqueness, our San Joaquin Valley experiences mental health challenges and barriers that are different than the rest of the state. Statewide, 1 in 6 Californians experience mental health symptoms, yet in our valley, 1 in 5 residents do. And additionally, we have higher suicide rates than the state average. We have fewer mental health providers per capita than the rest of the state. But there is hope. Awareness is the first step. We need to normalize conversations, talk about anxiety, depression, stress, coping skills, and other mental health challenges. It's okay to struggle. It's okay to ask for help. Seeking support isn't a sign of weakness, and yet it's a sign of pure strength. Whether we are talking to a professional counselor, speaking out or reaching out to a friend, or practicing simple mindfulness, taking care of you and your mental health must be a priority, not an afterthought. It's important that we recognize the power of community. A single kind word, a listening ear, a simple "are you okay?" does make a difference. We never truly know what someone is going through, but with compassion and support, we change lives. Despite our unique barriers and our unique challenges, our county is highly committed with the staff at the Behavioral Health Department, the Correctional Health Department, Public Health Department, our Office of Education, our community-based organizations who all tirelessly try to bring services forward, to promote recovery, and to think innovatively. We have leaders that aren't afraid to share their stories, who are willing to listen without judgment, and are demanding change and accountability for those that are serving this community. Our county should be proud of our efforts. We are collectively putting our resources and energy to the forefront to break stigma, to advocate for better access, and are willing to be the model of resilience, hope, and change. Today, we are not only reaffirming our county's commitment to breaking stigma, encouraging open discussions, and making mental health a priority. Today, we also get to celebrate the fact that our county has won the largest county grant, $137 million towards infrastructure to our Be Well project. Our past Board of Supervisors, our current Board of Supervisors, our CIO's office, many department heads are not just walking the walk and talking the talk. They are making sure that mental health awareness countywide matters. I want to thank them. I want to thank our community for understanding that taking care of our mental and emotional state does make us a stronger, healthier, and more connected community. I would like to pass it over to Pat Barrett, one of our members of our Behavioral Health Advisory Board.
What are you saying? I'm short? Chair Canepa, commissioners. We did a good job hiring this one, I'll tell you. I remember when I spoke for her. Energetic rabbit. I wear this color today because this is my granddaughter, Talia. Her favorite color. About 5 years ago, she was diagnosed with bipolarism, and within 3 years, she's going in and out of meds, going in and out of drugs, alcohol, emotional problems, having a child, attempted suicides, out of depression, and the whole 9 yards. Little less than 3 years ago, she took her life. She called me up, she said, "Grandma, I want to get back on my meds." I said, "Honey, make your appointment." She called me up about a day later. She said, "Grandma, I made my appointment." I said, "Okay, now make sure everybody gets you there." She didn't make the appointment. And a couple days later, she took her life at 26 years old. And I say this because all of us need to be aware of those little tiny remarks, those little signs that any one of our kids, our grandkids, our great-grandkids, our spouses, our siblings can just in the split of a second take their life. 2.5 months later, my grandson, another child's child, went in, yelled at his mom, said she was the worst mom in the world, and went in and took a gun to himself. I lost 2 grandkids 3 years ago in 2.5 months span to suicide because of mental health challenges. It's so important that we really pay attention to words that are said, whether they're out of anger, whether they're out of just detached moment, because this could save somebody's life. And I say this, and our services are so important here. And I really want to thank you for being those champions to bring in this project that Genevieve, and Paul sitting on our board, Supervisor Ding giving us our pleasure every now and then when we get to the north side, getting me in trouble when I sit between you two. But I just want you to know that I really thank you guys for going out of your ways and really strong-holding this one for us, because we need to bring back the services that are on the verge of being taken away, but we need to bring them back and hold tight to what we have, because we were the largest mental health state hospital and the largest one to be shut down 50 years ago. And now we're coming back, and we need to fight for those services. Thank you.
Thank you. This one's an important one. We're turning 22 acres of dirt into $250 million hope. You know what I mean? So for us in behavioral health, home run grand slam. So I will go to the supervisor, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you both for being here. It's always great to see you both. And Ms. Valentine, thank you very much for, the work that you do in our mental health. And, I wasn't sure if we can mention it yet but, the 137 million state grant is needed, and it's reinforces what this board and you and your team has been saying for years, that we need to do more for mental health. I mean, you look at our students and what they went through with COVID, shutting down their schools and keeping them away from their friends, and there's been study after study after study about suicide rates because of the actions of the state and, keeping them out of schools, and they're still suffering. So being able to identify the problem and not make it, like back in the old days where it was taboo to get help, and to make, sure that we are offering those services, that we are here to help. So keep up the great work, and God bless you guys.
Supervisor Dean.
Thank you. Pat, you said something. Chairman Canepa and I were in a meeting yesterday discussing things like, the 211 calls we have going now. But one of the biggest gaps that we're concerned about right now is getting to that appointment, and appointments being made and who's following through. So I can assure you that that's at the top of Chairman Canepa in my mind right now on how to fix that. Genevieve, I am so beyond proud of you, and so is the whole community. San Joaquin County, I can assure you, I don't care what position an elected official is in now or was. I had a conversation with former Senator Susan Eggman yesterday, who was at the forefront of SB 43, Prop 1, the care courts. She is now over at Stanislaus State, so she can train our next line of behavioral health workers at Stanislaus State. If any of you students that were here today, you want guaranteed employment when you graduate from college, that's where you go, because we have a severe shortage. We have former Congressman Jerry McNerney, who's now a state senator. You need really kind of a game board to keep track of this, who put together a $1.7 million grant for a clinic, which we're in the process of trying to put in Lodi at the Access Center that is 24 hours. That Access Center will not only help take care of a lot of individuals, but it's going to take the pressure off the hospitals as well. So it benefits the rest of the community. We have our first responders back here that are just so critical in this, and we have to develop a plan for them too. You can't just send somebody out to pick somebody up without somewhere to go. So we need an alternative destination, which we're working on. We have all these pieces of the puzzle, and they're starting to come together. And I just want to congratulate you. Everybody in the room that's a part of this, congratulations.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you, sir. Pat, I'm so sorry to hear about your loss. Our condolences to you and your family. Genevieve, thank you and your team for the hard work. It finally paid off, and we need this facility. Thank you. Please keep up the good work. Thank you. God bless you.
Supervisor Garcia.
It's nice to hear some good news. Often we expect the bad, and our homeless crisis is not going to solve itself. I believe, I don't believe keep kicking the can down the road and not be successful. And this, in my belief, this is the first step into being successful to the challenges of our homeless in this county. And I'm very, very proud to be part of this board and part of the team that the county has put together to put us in the right direction. And so thank you for all you guys do.
Thank you. what great news to celebrate Mental Health Matters Month. And it's crazy. I thought, man, I've reached geekdom. When I heard the news, this is how crazy it is. So I started tearing up. And I go, oh my God, I'm crying over my county job. But we've worked so hard and gone down to Riverside and Orange County, and we all need to work together to make sure we get there. So hopefully later this year, we're gonna have a groundbreaking. Yes, and so we're looking so forward to that. So thank you for everybody in the community that's gotten us to the finish line.
Supervisor Canepa asked me to share with you what the green means. So the green ribbons is to represent mental health awareness. It is purposely green as the lime green to be slightly annoying. It's not a color that we typically want to wear. It's not typically a color that's pleasing to the eye. That is exactly what mental health challenges and barriers often are. Something that we don't want to look at, something that we want to ignore, and is sometimes something that is, well, annoying. But we must call out those annoyances. We must call out the things that harm us the most. And yes, even take pride in lime green, because it does matter, and your mental health matters too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. More greatness growing here. So in San Joaquin County, we've got it covered. 175-year anniversary this year, by the way. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. Next is the proclamation of May 18th through the 24th, 2025 as Emergency Medical Services Week in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite representatives from our EMS department to the podium as we read this proclamation, which states, whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service whose teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing their education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is important and appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical service providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of May 18th, 2025 through May 24th, 2025 as Emergency Medical Services Week in San Joaquin County, and encourage the community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities in honor of the EMS profession and the essential services it provides. Presented this 13th day of May, 2025. Chair Canepa.
Thank you. This team is absolutely amazing. We always talk about gaps, and you guys have no gaps in service. I mean, everybody gets along, you know, regardless of where your funding sources are coming from, and everybody works together and puts their pride at the door, and I've seen it. Just because we have a firefighter here and a highway patrolman there, it's so important that everybody works together. Any of the meetings that we've called, you've been there and you treat everybody professionally and with dignity and respect, and it means a lot to me to lead a county that you guys are a part of. So you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair Canepa, Supervisors, CAO, County Council. My name is Jared Bagwell. I'm the EMS Agency Director. Every May, third week, for over 50 years, the nation and the local communities celebrate and acknowledge their EMS professionals. The folks behind you, the leaders and professionals behind you, is just a cross-section of the hundreds of people that are on duty right now, 24/7, who provide services to 250 emergency medical calls a day, almost 100,000 per year here in this county. That starts with the medical call centers, the dispatchers who take the call and give life-saving instructions to people before the first responders, fire departments, law enforcement who also respond, the ambulance providers who provide treatment and transport to the hospitals, nurses and physicians who also provide definitive care to our patients who are ill and suffering heart attacks, stroke, and trauma services. So it's a huge network of providers and personnel who do this every day. Lastly, I just wanted to also mention the last couple, 3 years or so, the EMS agency has awarded an EMS Excellence Award by recognizing a leader in the EMS community. And this year, the recipient is Captain Jeremy Bishop with Stockton Fire Department. So I would like to recognize him. Thank the board for recognizing the EMS professionals as well. So I don't know if you want to say anything.
Thank you.
Just want to say thank you to the County Board of Supervisors, the San Joaquin County EMS Agency for the recognition today. I'm very honored. I couldn't have done my job over the last couple of years without a lot of support. I want to thank those people that have supported me, specifically Stockton Fire Department Administration, San Joaquin County EMS Agency, my partner agencies, Lodi Fire Department, South County Fire Department, AMR, and Manteca District Ambulance. So thank you very much for today.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, thank you for what you do. And, you know, if I haven't worked with you in the past, I've worked with your agencies, and I agree with Mr. Bagwell. It's nice to be in a county in which everybody does work together. Everybody does get along. And, you know, and that's one thing I miss now about being retired is, you know, seeing everybody, you know, being on scene and having that camaraderie. But, you know, I know this board, we put a lot of emphasis in public safety and, you know, that being also emergency medical services. You know, if you see what we did with ARPA and with our fire departments, and I know we're building a fire tower over in South County and Tracy's area now. But I'm also, you know, I want to say thank you, God bless you all, but I also want to say thank you to your families. Many people I don't think realize they see, you know, in you and your ambulance or your fire trucks or cop car, whatever it may be, or, you know, at EMS, and I think you go home at 5 o'clock every day. And they don't see, you know, you missing birthdays, anniversaries, holidays, Christmas, and you name it, Thanksgiving, that you're not around with your family like everybody else is. You're out on the road or in the station protecting the public. So thank you to you, and God bless your family for sticking with you.
Come over this way, Supervisor Garcia.
It's great to see all the boots on the ground here. We, you know, the fire and EMS with the county hasn't always got along, and it's refreshing that we're getting along, we're getting things done, we're moving forward. You know, when I got elected to this position, many people came to me and said, "Man, you just got the best job in the world," and I'm like, "Man, you don't understand. I left the best job in the world," and so it's great to see everybody here. I saw my brothers and sisters. There's still some here in the back, but obviously they got a structure fire, so they had bounce. But thank you for what you do. And the only thing I want to add is, you know, it's also Mental Health Awareness Month. And something I think that we've come a long ways in EMS, in fire-based EMS, is that that's the forefront of what we're trying to take care of. And, you know, what people don't understand, you know, you have decades of time on an ambulance or on a fire truck or fire engine. You see what most people don't. And, you know, that accumulates, and we got to pay attention to our EMS for sure and make sure that, and I know the county will be supporting that in the future, but never forget that. So thank you. And then on top of it, congratulations, Captain Bishop, my road dog. It's about time. You got recognized for all the hard work you've done for this fire department, so congrats.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for everything you guys do. Public safety is this board's top priority. We appreciate you. We are here to help you, support you. Your work is foundation of a safe and resilient community. Thank you for everything. God bless you.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Congratulations. What I can say about this group is you are never satisfied. You're never satisfied with status quo. You're always trying to improve. Right now, you're hard at work on a public-private partnership ambulance. We're working on consolidation of some of the fire departments to improve communications and response time. Every single day, you're trying to figure out how to be better. And I salute you. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up for a photo, please. Madam Clerk, next up, please.
Thank you, Chair. Next, we have the proclamation of May 14th, 2025 as World Facilities Management Day in San Joaquin County, and I would like to invite the General Services Department representatives to the podium as we read this proclamation, which states, whereas facilities management dates back to 1970 when several organizations felt the immediate need for facility management in different areas. And whereas World Facilities Management Day, initiated by Global Facilities Management, was first observed in 2010 and is observed annually on Wednesday of the second full week of May, which falls on May 14th this year. And whereas the aim of World Facilities Management Day stays the same, to recognize, appreciate, and celebrate the contributions of individuals working in all aspects of facilities management. And whereas there are two categories of facilities management. The first category pertains to the physical materials of a building, such as mechanical and electrical maintenance, fabric maintenance, plumbing, and air conditioning. The second category focuses on people and organization, including offices, jails, hospitals, parks, and zoos, educational establishments, logistics centers, hotels, and arenas. And whereas both categories require good teamwork, if a facilities manager can work well at integrating people, places, processes, and technology, as defined by the International Organization for Standardization, the built environment will surely be safe, comfortable, and functional. And whereas individuals working in facilities management provide essential support to business operations by ensuring safety and comfort of a work environment. And whereas facilities management is essential for ensuring the safety and comfort of a work environment. If a workplace is well managed, people will be motivated and encouraged to be more productive and enthusiastic about their work. In contrast, if a workplace is poorly managed, employees will not feel motivated or encouraged to perform their best at work. And whereas the role of those who work in all aspects of facilities management is incredible, and we should appreciate and celebrate World Facilities Management Day to honor these unsung heroes involved in facilities management. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 13th, 2025 as World Facilities Management Day in San Joaquin County to celebrate and appreciate the significant contributions of individuals working in facilities management. Presented this 13th day of May, 2025. Chair Canepa?
Wow, this is another kick butt team here because you guys do an awesome job. We always call when we have problems, and you guys are right on it. I mean, from my stupid wanting the thing in the elevators, thank you so much. I was so excited, and they look so amazing. So when we get in the elevator, we know where we're going. But it's just that part, and Connie, your leadership and taking care of the stuff. Every time we need something, we call you, and you respond, Johnny, on the spot all the time. So I know from me, I mean, you've been an amazing part of my journey as a supervisor, and the things that we've done have been absolutely amazing for general services. And you guys are great at when not saying no, and how do we get it done, and how can we do it in a timely manner. So thank you for what the whole team does. We really do appreciate it, and we do see it as we way by when we're coming in the basement and things like that, and on the sixth floor, which you guys come and help us out. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair Canepa, members of the board, Madam CAO, and County Council. My name is Connie Hart. I'm the Assistant Director of General Services. I want to just take a quick moment to thank the board for recognizing the hard work of the facilities management team within the General Services Department. Without their contributions to keeping our facilities up and running, the lights on, the HVAC systems operational, county operations, and the services we provide would be severely impacted, and in some cases come to a grinding, screeching halt. I've had the privilege to work with this team for a little over 3 years, and I am immensely proud and always amazed at their diligence and determination in keeping our facilities operational. With me today is Daniel Ramirez, our Facilities Management Administrator, who would like to say a few words about the county's facility management professionals. That you see many of them here with us today, including some of our office team. So Daniel.
Thank you. Good morning, Daniel Ramirez, Facilities Management Administrator for General Services. I would like to thank Chairman Canepa, Vice Chairman Dhaliwal, Administrator Regalo, and distinguished members of the Board of Supervisors for recognizing and celebrating the World Facilities Management Day. It is an honor to acknowledge the hard work and pride of that these professionals provide. I would like to take this time to thank all of our facilities management professionals for their tireless dedication to providing a safe, functioning, and comfortable environment for all county employees in our community. To Brian Beckman, who oversees the French Camp Jail Complex, for Kurt Lowen, who oversees our downtown district, Sal Hernandez, who oversees our outlining district, and Lakeisha Parker, who oversees our dispatch team. Thank you for your commitment and perseverance to ensuring a safe and comfortable work environment. Facilities management encompasses a variety of responsibilities, from maintaining the building's integrity to repairing critical services like heating, air conditioning, sanitation, lighting, fire systems, and security. Our facilities staff are the first ones called when something is not working or out of the ordinary. Whether it is a gas smell, unusual noise, graffiti on the wall, or a building flood, these professionals are the first ones investigating concern and finding an immediate resolution. Their diligent efforts are done behind the scenes and ensures the county's operations and service to the public go uninterrupted. This proclamation signifies that their work is recognized and appreciated. Thank you again for recognizing these essential professionals.
Thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Garcia.
We just recognize the first responders, but you guys are the first responders of our facilities, and we appreciate you. And in my short time here at the county, it's nothing but been positive experiences, and I appreciate everything that you do for the county. Thank you.
Vice Chair Dhaliwal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for everything you guys do. Without you, we cannot do our job. The common goal is we are here to serve the public. Thank you. Teamwork is always a dream work. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Dean.
Thank you for your hard work. yeah, if you call me and ask me what the problem is, I'm gonna go to the thing over the, because I don't even know how to describe half the problems. I can tell you in the restaurant, my number one expense is by not maintaining things. It's because somebody didn't clean out the, the lint on the back of the refrigeration unit, or, decided it was okay to stick something down the drain. You guys save us a lot of money by constantly maintaining everything, keeping it operational, and I want to thank you for that.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, Ms. Hart, Mr. Ramirez. Thank you, both for the job that you do, and everybody here today. Thank you. I see some familiar faces that I've seen up here on the 6th floor, or helped me get in the garage when the gate went open, or whatever it may be. But hey, we're not at home, right? We're at work, and so we do spend a lot of time here. And when you're at work, you want things to work properly and efficiently. And plus, we serve the public, and we have a population, almost 800,000 people now. So when residents come to our facilities, they expect a certain service, and without you, we wouldn't have that service. So the boots on the ground, and you guys do a great job, so thank you very much, and God bless you.
Yep, everybody's in. It's good, Chair. Awesome, thank you.
Advance.
I was supposed to speed these up, and I'm not doing a very good job. I apologize, but I mean, I think these
I can only
are
read
pretty
so
special.
fast, I'm trying.
Next proclamation, please.
Next, we have the proclamation of May 2025 as Older Americans Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Commission on Aging members Roxy Jewel Richardson, Ron Light, and Gloria Murphy to the podium as we read this proclamation, which states, whereas since 1963, May has been recognized as Older Americans Month. And whereas more than 157,610 adults aged 60 and older reside in San Joaquin County. And whereas older adults are a key source of strength, vitality, and support in our community and play an important role in fostering the connection and engagement that builds strong and resilient communities. And whereas all citizens of San Joaquin County are encouraged to demonstrate their appreciation of San Joaquin County older adults' contributions and leadership in our community by helping to ensure a high quality of life for older adults. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Older Americans Month in San Joaquin County and urges all residents to honor San Joaquin County's older adult residents. Presented this 13th day of May 2025. Chair Canepa.
Thank you. I'm 1 year away from being an older adult, so I get this, because as we get older, we need more appreciation and a little more help. So I will give you the floor and let you celebrate Older Americans Month.
Good morning, Chair Canepa, board members, Madam County Administrator, and County Council. My name is Elise Federal, and I am here to introduce our two commissioners, Ron Light with the City of Manteca, and Gloria Murphy, one of our at-large. For those of you who are not aware, we have a Commission on Aging that overlooks what situations are throughout San Joaquin County and looks for creative ways of finding solutions to meet the needs of the areas and how to improve the life as we all get older. So without much more ado, I'd like to introduce our commissioners.
Hi, my name's Ron Light, Chairman and Board, thank you for recognizing this month as Older Americans Month. I guess cold hard facts in this county, between 16 and 18% are older Americans by definition of 60 and older. That's going to grow at a rate of about 2 to 3% a year, as opposed to those 0 to 59, which will only grow at a rate of about maybe 1%. So our county is going to get older. We need to recognize that. There are a lot of needs that older Americans need, and we need to address them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Good morning, and thank you for having us here. And the group of commissioners really appreciate your attention to the older adults. As I say, I'm part of that group already, and I am really proud of it. We all recognize wisdom, and to be able to recognize wisdom, we have to advocate for every single older adult that is in our county. We really appreciate your support, and thank you. Thank you again for being so kind and supporting us.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you both for being here. Thank you both for serving on the commission. And our commissioners are very important, and we rely on your advice and to be a lot of times the link between the older community to see what services that are needed or something that the counties may be missing. So thank you for that. But also you mentioned, and I had it in my notes here, wisdom, knowledge, and relying on our older population to tell those stories, the history of, and I'll just say here in San Joaquin County, and I know I'm a huge history buff, and it's sad when you see that history not written down or not being relayed to the younger generations, and the only people that can do that are folks that have actually been there. So again, thank you for the job and the work that you do for not just this board or this entity of the county, but to the residents of San Joaquin County as a whole. God bless you guys.
Thank you. Vice Chair Dhaliwal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for doing the work you guys are for our senior citizens. We always are grateful for the contributions that our senior citizens made to our society, and they are continue to make, and I'm so glad to be part of the 16%.
Supervisor Garcia.
Thank you for your commitment. We're all going to be there one day. Unfortunately, I'm not there yet. And I'm not the youngest, but I look the youngest on this board.
Hey now.
But we always have to protect our future, and I appreciate all the work that you're doing and looking out to the benefits of the community. Thank you.
I'm glad you called it wisdom. I thought it was just my hard-headedness that I was gaining, but Supervisor Ding, would you like to add on?
Just thank you for your service. I left because I saw older and I thought I was supposed to go down there, so thank you.
Thank you.
Usually you're the first to get it in, so I had to get one in. Told you I'm going to get a little more comfortable.
Hurry up, we don't have much time left.
National Public Works Week.
More?
Chairman, I just want to let everybody know that I'm the youngest, and I look the youngest on this board, so.
We'll get you an AARP card, don't worry.
Next, we have the proclamation of May 18th through the 24th as National Public Works Weeks in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite representatives of the Public Works Department to the podium as we read this proclamation, which states, whereas public works professionals plan, build, and maintain infrastructure, facilities, and services vital to sustainable, resilient communities and the health, safety, and quality of life of San Joaquin County residents. And whereas these essential services support daily life, economic growth, public health, and environmental stewardship. And whereas such infrastructure and services could not exist without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals, engineers, managers, and staff in both government and the private sector, who rebuild, improve, and protect our roads, water systems, waste systems, public buildings, and other critical facilities. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the county to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2025 marks the 65th Annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association and Canadian Public Works Association. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of May 18th, 2025 through May 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week in San Joaquin County and calls upon all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and advancing the quality of life for all. Presented this 13th day of May, 2025. Chair Canepa.
Thank you, Fritz. You also run an amazing department in the county. And last week, we got to go to pancake breakfast. It was a little earlier than I like, 6:30 in the morning. And then they had a car show, and then you had the barbecue. And the camaraderie that your department shows is absolutely amazing because, you know, you value every piece of the puzzle. And I could tell because the way that the people acted and the way that they talked with us and when we went and the other board members were there. So thank you for the job that you do for the county, and you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair Canepa. Good morning, Chair and board members. I'm Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. National Public Works Week is a celebration of the tens of thousands of women and men in the United States who provide and maintain the infrastructure and services collectively known as public works. Instituted as a public education campaign by the American Public Works Association in 1960, National Public Works Week calls attention to the importance of public works in daily life. Across the nation, nearly 30,000 APWA members will use this week to educate the public on the importance of public works in their daily lives, including planning, building, managing, operating, and maintaining public facilities and infrastructure that are the foundation for all local communities. APWA has aptly selected people, purpose, and presence as its theme for National Public Works Week this year. As you noted, Chair Canepa, our department takes advantage of this week to recognize and celebrate the contributions of our our 470 dedicated public works professionals. Our celebrations include primarily lunch hour events throughout the week, such as an appreciation breakfast, an open house, volleyball, a cornhole tournament, a car show, and a potluck tailgate. So Public Works greatly appreciates your board's unwavering support of our team and its acknowledgement of their important work. So with that, I'll turn it back over.
One of the more important parts, too, is Public Works will be one of the departments that would be moving to Oakmore Golf Course in the future to find them a new home instead of being on Hazelton Street. So that's a very exciting part of what this board has done in our community. Supervisor Rickman.
Fritz. Hey, and where's Najee?
He's in Monterey.
Oh, all right. Hey, you know, Public Works is probably the department that I talk to the most. And I mean, I think everybody in here, one of the major complaints we get is roadways, or during natural disasters, you guys are the ones out there, Public Works, you know, opening our roadways, chopping down our trees that go across the roadway and so on. So you guys just do an absolute amazing job. Coming to work this morning, from Tracy, coming down 11th Street to see the resurfacing going on, and that's something that was very much needed. So, you know, thank you guys for that. I mean, hey, I have nothing positive to say about you and your team and the great work that, you do. And, we all appreciate it. I was hoping Najee would be here so I could give him a bad time. I'm still gonna bring to this board before I leave in 4 years to name, that roundabout at Najee Circle. But again, thank you guys and you and your team. Please let your team know they're doing a great job and we appreciate them. So God bless.
Thank you very much. He might be watching, so you can take a
That's
shot
true.
at him.
We missed you, Najee, if you see us.
Just so everybody knows, Supervisor Rickman's a proponent for roundabouts. Supervisor Ding.
Yeah, I was gonna say Najee, I guarantee you is listening. You ought to put a roundabout on Nagley, so you could have Najee, Najee, whatever. Fred's one of the greatest compliments to your department. When I have residents are always saying, well, you need to fix the roads. I'll say, you're not on our county roads. You must be driving through the city. They go, what do you mean? I go, if it's smooth, it's taken care of, it's county. If you have a complaint, it's not ours. And 95% of the time, I'm right. I use it for directionally challenged individuals. I'm going down Ham Lane, and it's that parcel to the left of, I go, was the road smooth or was it rough? They go, what do you mean? I go, well, if it was rough, you were in the city, and if it was smooth, you were in the county. So you do a great job maintaining. I spend a lot of time working with you, not so much on the roads and the trees, but our water infrastructure, which is highly, critical to everything we do. And I don't think a lot of people realize how invested and how much time you spend working with me, not only at the Delta Counties Coalition, trying to come up with different water solutions than that dumb tunnel that keeps being discussed, levee improvement and so forth. So thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Fred, thank you and your team. Keep up the great work, and you guys make a big difference in our society.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gardia.
I think the common theme is that every recognition that we've talked about, it's about a good team, and you got a great team. And last week was very nice to see your employees interacting, and taking the time at lunch and building that team even better. And one of the things I love about it is you often come to us with ideas that's going to save the county money, which is good. And I appreciate you and everybody on your team. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and kudos. We've been talking a lot about trash, and you also take care of that. And Area C, over 6 years, they're going to save over $14 million for taxpayers over sending out an RFP. So thank you again for so much for that. So if you could take a picture with us, it'd be great.
If I could have just a moment for a shameless
sure.
plug, stay tuned and you'll hear and see more about the department this afternoon.
Did I speak too soon? Strike.
Last but not least,
Last but not least, Chair, we have the proclamation of May 4th through the 10th, 2025 as National Correctional Officers Week in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite representatives from the Sheriff's Office to the podium as we read this proclamation, which states, whereas correctional officers are trained law enforcement professionals dedicated to maintaining safe correctional facilities and ensuring public safety. They are resourceful, capable, committed, patient, and persistent professionals in criminal justice and our nation. And whereas correctional staff guard, mentor, train, and counsel thousands of offenders while rising to meet any challenge serving this honorable profession nobly and admirably. And whereas in 2024, correctional staff at San Joaquin County processed over 18,000 bookings, demonstrating their commitment to maintaining public safety and ensuring the effective operation of our correctional facilities. And whereas San Joaquin County's correctional staff perform more than just overseeing the well-being of inmates. They are called upon to fulfill custodial, supervisory, mentorship, and counseling roles for those under their care and control. The professionalism, dedication, and courage demonstrated by these officers throughout the performance of their job duties deserve the highest respect. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 4th through the 10th, 2025 as National Correctional Officers Week in San Joaquin County and encourages all residents to honor San Joaquin County's correctional officers. Presented this 13th day of May, 2025. Chair Canepa?
Thank you. I want to thank you all for your dedication and commitment to San Joaquin County. After AB 109, our jail became a prison, and it changed the game for all of you. Just from the outside looking in, I appreciate what you do for us. So we went to the pinning, and I think there was 8 new folks that were at the pinning last month. So we're all in this together and want you to know that we support you very much. So we'll let you have the floor. And
all right. Well, thank you, Chairman of the Board, Board of Supervisors, Madam CAO's office, Madam Clerk. We appreciate the honor to have this week dedicated to National Correctional Officers Week. We also want to thank you guys for always stepping up and hearing the concerns that the sheriff brings to you in regards to providing us with the equipment that we need to be able to be successful in the jail. Our staff, we have about 205 correctional officers, and they keep coming in. One thing that they've noticed, and we appreciate you guys showing up for those hiring ceremonies. It just shows the support that you have for us there at the jail. They work behind the walls, and it's a thankless job. It's not a job that's seen out in the community, but they continue to come in daily, and they work hard, and they continue a lot of time at work and missing families like we've heard today, but they continue to come in and do the job, and their main goal is to make sure that the security of that facility, the inmates and their partners are at hand. And then also we want to make sure that we're putting the inmates back into the community, getting them the programs that they need to be, the resources that are available so they can be productive in society, but putting them out better than the way that they came in. That's our main goal there. But I just want to thank you on behalf of the Sheriff's Office, the correctional officers. Thank you very much for your guys' support.
thank you.
Well, thank you, Sam. Sam's one of our captains there, and we just promoted another one yesterday. And I can tell you, myself and our executive team, we are blessed to have our correctional officers. It is a new ball game. You're right, Chairman. It's very dangerous in their form, and everyone that was honored here today, almost to a proclamation, is impacted somehow by what these folks do. And, you know, facilities is in there making sure that they're having the things that are keeping them safe, ports that keep them from being attacked by inmates and things like that. You know, EMS, we're dealing with them constantly within our facility and so on. So everything in the county also works through the correctional officers, and the difference they can make in people's lives that come to our facility make our community safer. Just how they treat inmates and how the services that they offer and give to the inmates that offer them the chance to change their lives. For everyone we can change that comes into our correctional facility because of what these folks do, those are hundreds of less victims out on the street if we can turn one at a time back to being a good member of our society. So we are blessed at what we have. We're still down about 30 and 40 positions there, but we're working hard thanks to what you guys have done with pay and recruiting. We're chipping away at that 5, 6 people at a time, 8 people at a time, but every single day, 24/7, the holidays and everything, these guys are there doing the work, and we're blessed to have them, and none of us can do it without your guys' support and the CAO's support and her team. So thank you all so much for that.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you all for being here. And, I'm very fortunate, to see the work that you've done firsthand. As a police officer, not as an inmate, let's get that clear real quick. And, what you guys go through on a daily basis. So thank you for that. Of course, the most important thing thing in your line of work is safety, to make sure you guys are getting home to your families at the, the end of your shift. And, I think that's where this board comes in, is to providing you the resources and tools that you can that you can get home to your family. So your work doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you for what you do for our community. But, what you do here in San Joaquin County just doesn't affect our residents. You got some, bad folks in there, and a lot of those folks that are in our jails just don't live in San Joaquin County. They're from all over the state and probably all over the country. So you're keeping this whole state and country safe. So thank you guys for the job that you do, and God bless you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Chairman. One of the greatest compliments to the correctional officers is the sheriff is always talking about how proud he is of you guys. And he's not just saying it up here. Extremely proud of you. Your job, I think most people spend too much time watching The Longest Yard or the Green Mile, and the original Longest Yard, by the way, was better than the remake.
Much better.
But they think that's all your job. They have no idea that anybody that comes out of a jail that succeeds is because of the women and men within the correctional officers. So thank you for everything you do.
Vice Chair Dhaliwal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your dedication and your compassion. Your work is not going unnoticed. We know what you guys deal with on a daily basis, and we are always here to support you. May God bless you and your families. Thank you.
Supervisor Gardia.
I know it says correctional officers, but, you guys, you are our public safety. And I think what's often overlooked is, and hopefully maybe some of your family members are watching, but the commitment of your families to support you in the job that you do and the service that you provide for our community. So thank you.
Okay.
And most of you guys got the same haircut. Thank you.
Oh, he's everywhere. That's not easy.
Can't do it.
Public comment on consent items. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form and if you address the board in person. There is a limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There is a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of the Board of members to discuss matters not on the agenda. So this is not an appropriate time to have discussions with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. At this time, first up is Tammy Dunbar, and on deck is Pat Barrett.
Department for 30 years under Chief Doug Ratto. He was a chief's operator, graduated from St. Mary's High School, University of the Pacific, Teachers College of San Joaquin. Met my husband at the Stockton Record, and we currently live in the south of the county. I'm a Valley girl, and I explain this to explain to you why Congressman Adam Gray chose me to represent him in San Joaquin County. He sent me here today to give you 3 messages. The first one is that he's co-sponsoring a bill in Congress right now that will be increasing federal funding for securing water storage and floodplain restoration for our valley, and also to increase H-2A visas for those who come to our valley to help with our harvest. Secondly, our local office is available in Turlock for any constituent needing help with federal agencies, but if that's too far to go, we will be in Lathrop tomorrow at the City Hall from 10 to 12. I'll be there to host. So if Turlock's too far to drive, we'll be there in Lathrop tomorrow. And lastly, Congressman Gray is ready to assist the board in anything you may need. You can reach me at the office in Turlock at 209-226-6880, and I'll hook you up with the congressman. The congressman stands ready to work with you to make this county and our valley a more perfect place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your collaboration. Pat Barrett and Thomas Mager is on deck.
Okay, Chair Canepa and Commissioners. Real quick, kudos to my district city council member and Vice Mayor of Stockton, Jason Lee, for introducing the parties to do our Be Well Health Center. Kind of proud of him to do that. I work with the unhoused, and we know this, and you know I'm an advocate for the unhoused, and being Mental Health Awareness Month. Just because your hands are dirty and not clean, just because your clothes are dirty and not clean, just because you live on the street and not in a house, doesn't mean that you should be treated any less at the time of contact, because the people that are unhoused do work with mental health challenges. These folks here don't have services, hard to get to services, and you said talking about getting to their appointments, and I was talking to Genevieve how we could work on this one. We need to have the understanding when law enforcement and other workers come in contact with them that they not be treated less than you, your families, your neighbors, okay? Because these guys have gone through depression, anxiety, due to being traumatized every time they moved. One told me yesterday, how do we ever get started if every time we have to restart? And so they're moved. One had all his stuff on a little wagon and said I wasn't allowed to get my tent. Now he doesn't have his tent. Now we have to get tents. I need you to understand, and I understand we're working on a project both here and through the city and everything, but it's not, the point is that the awareness that needs to be taken. These folks are just as much governed under the American Disability Act as you and I, and for living in a house, okay? They're not to be cheated out of their rights. They're over-traumatized. They're continuously traumatized. Their days are filled with, they want to come in. They want to come in. They don't have the incomes to come in. They don't have the services to come in. They don't have cars to get in. I need a van. I need a bus. The bottom line is that we need to, and you said how we're connecting with the fire department and the first responders and everybody. This is a giant team. We also have to be mindful to them, saying, don't forget, guys, these folks could be one of us. We could be one of them. Okay, so I want you to continue that work and telling all your teams to always be mindful that they need to have their rights taken care of too.
Thank you. Thomas J. Mager, and on deck is Paul Henderson, Senior.
Good morning, Board. I'm an attorney. I'm here for an individual. We have a logjam. We're looking for your help. It's an administrative logjam. We seek favorable communication from any board member to the HSA. That is to do the following. The issue we have is the grant of a grievance hearing by the HSA. Who we're looking this for is for Jack Standiford, an Alameda County resident.
Why are we asking for this? Because only the San Joaquin HSA can grant Jack an administrative remedy. And when do we need to do this? Well, we filed a claim last week, thank you, Rochelle, to preserve the rights of my client. And so as soon as we can get this phone call or communication will be good. Here's the background. My client was accused of a bad act by a relative seeking an advantage and a share of an estate. The Alameda County took the facts. They noticed the lack of credibility of the accusers. Upon our information, the DA declined to prosecute. Further, his assistant, Donna McIntosh, wrote that they had reviewed the case more completely, they never would have filed charges. Jack, in February of 2024, filed for a grievance hearing with the HSA here. In March of 2024, the HSA denied that only because the Alameda case was still going. But they wrote, Jack was entitled to refile for a hearing if the charges were dismissed. All the charges were dismissed. Jack refiled. The HSA, as the HSA permitted, refiled for a grievance hearing. But the HSA now claims that this sentence, and I'll read the sentence from their letter, upon dismissal of all charges, you are entitled to refile your grievance request. That's a sentence. But the HSA now claims that sentence actually means Jack must have filed within 30 days. We say that it will be a benefit to the county if the HSA agrees to a grievance hearing, which would be held in this county, staffed by your staff, and might take about 2.5 hours. To avoid lawyers. I happen to be one, but without this remedy, Jack will continue to be listed on an index of child abusers. And he's an innocent guy. We ask for this simple. We ask for the representative or even an individual board member to be on the side of business reasonable and communicate with the HSA in support of granting Jack Standiford's request for an administrative hearing. This argument was part of a claim as well, so that can be read there. Any questions? Thank you. I'm sorry I shouldn't have asked that. Thank you, board, for your time.
Thank you for your time. County council, is that something that, who needs to look into that?
Yeah, I can take a look at it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
May I ask who spoke to county council? Oh, you were. Thank you. Thank you, Reverend.
Paul Henderson, Senior, and Carla Huney's on deck, please.
Good morning, Supervisor Canepa, to all the other supervisors. My name is Paul Henderson, Senior. I am a member leader with SEIU 2015. Also, I'm a part of the bargaining committee. We come down today to thank you for the board that was working with us to come to agreement that values providers and those that they care for in the county. We also want to thank you for all your hard work to get us to this point. Again, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Carla Huney, Molly Watkins is on deck, please.
Good morning, board. Carla Heaney here, citizen of San Joaquin. Did you all miss me? It's been about a month, so. I'm going to speak about the state mandates on the election again. We talked about no state funding. The drop boxes and the vote by mail are not state funded, and we need to do away with them. I just finished a report on drop boxes that I will be handing off to some people. Looking at it, I don't know how we can ever count anything, but anyway. So it was mentioned at the Lodi City Council meeting on March 19th by the ROV office that there was a chain of custody on the drop boxes because the ROV was the only one that touched them. The chain of custody starts with me trying to put my vote in the box. You don't know who I am. You don't know what ballot I'm putting in the box. That's what the chain of custody is lost before it ever goes in. Because like I said before, it could be Supervisor Gardia's got my vote and he put it in there, and not accusing you of anything by any means. But that's where the chain of custody is lost. So the other thing that was said was that the post office was not reliable to mail back the vote by mail ballots.
Okay, how did the vote by mail ballots get to the voters? By the mail, right? So we're talking out of both sides of our mouth here. So the other thing I want to ask, so the ROV office has been very political lately and did public comments at the Lodi City Council. That whole department should be nonpartisan. I don't want to hear a political statement coming out of that office. Privately, they can do whatever they want, but they're supposed to be nonpartisan and have no views. Even though we don't like some of the laws, their job is to make sure the laws are done. So I don't want to hear that voter ID may be suppression coming out of the ROV office. So you have to figure out a way to rein that in between the CAO's office and you, because ultimately it falls on you guys. So let's see, what else should I have down here? I do appreciate you all. You may not think so at times, but I do. And I appreciate you listening always. So thank you. Your job is not easy, okay? So thank you very much.
Molly Watkins, Lavian Danielle is on deck.
Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. All right, so EAC, Election Advisory Committee. We have one of those in our county, and two of you do not have your candidates or your representatives active on the committee. So you all need to look on who you got on the board, make sure they're alive, because one of them has passed away, and we haven't put anybody back in that seat. The reason we have the EAC, or the Election Advisory Committee, is to conduct accurate elections. So we do have staff, but it's nice to have outside people look to see what's going on. We don't want any cheating. Cheating is not allowed in this game. We need to look at the processes and the procedures, and they need to be transparent. And that's the purpose of the committee, is to review those, bring them forth to you because you're all too busy, just as Carla said. So that's what the committee is supposed to do. The election is supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be easy to understand. It's supposed to be easy to track, like the process. Unfortunately, it is not. So that's why we have the EAC, the Election Advisory Committee. No cheating. So those two of you that need to find people to serve, start looking. The next meeting won't be for another month or two, so you have plenty of time to find somebody to sit, somebody qualified, somebody interested, somebody who doesn't want to see things cheated. Have a nice day, gentlemen. Thank you.
Lavian Danielle and Mary Nicholson is the last noted speaker.
Sorry, it's Lauren.
Lauren,
Yeah, my handwriting's,
wow,
I should have been a doctor or
no
something.
worries. You have the floor.
I'm here today because there's a light inside of the 5 supervisors that we desperately need in this county. You have a strength and courage inside of you, your ultimate gift from God. It's a grace that only a father's love can know. Right now, I'm here as a net zero adverse event proponent and an advocate for free harm medicine and informed consent interventions. I'm calling a point of order to you, Mr. Canepa, today for an emergency work stoppage of your countermeasure. VAER's system has confirmed that there have been 20,000 countermeasure homicides recorded. The federal government has released that they will not be using the recall threshold to stop releasing the CoV-19 injections. They are now being given to children 6 months of age, 9 months of age, and 12 months of age. It is estimated that 600,000 Americans have been murdered by a global democide that was orchestrated by the World Health Organization through our governor's unlawful actions. None of them are safe, none of them keep you from getting sick, and everyone has been harmed. In the past 6 years, regulatory agencies have hidden everything from us. Trust but verify. The verification has come in. Underneath your work plan, you're allowed to do a moratorium or immediate work stoppage for 7 days using your powers. That includes Sandy Regalo as the emergency district chair. I confirm for you today that we are living through a final solution of a genocide that is using what they call an innovative biologic product. They lied to everyone. And if you, as 5 people of light, can find the courage and strength to call the work stoppage, children will be spared. A 15-year-old passed out in a water polo game, died. A 41-year-old soccer player just died on the court. They are not going to do anything. 5 people of strength and courageous victories, such as yourselves, can call a work stoppage locally and reverse it up the emergency chain. We have exited the UN and no longer support Sustainable Development Goals or the 2030 Agenda. I pray daily the rosary, which I admit that everyone can do using YouTube if you don't know what it is, to give these 5 men the strength and courage they need to stop the murder of the entire human race by a genetically altered biologic product. I know it's a big ask. What would you do to protect your children, your families, and your friends?
Thank you. Mary Nicholson.
Well, hello. It's a pleasure being here today. What you have, I passed out something called Heart of the West, which is a publication that had me featured in it a couple of years ago, and it was talking about how Healings in Motion got started and why. This is also Stroke Awareness Month, and we have programs that we're doing throughout the month. We are doing our Lunch and Learn at St. Joseph's Hospital on the 27th, and the topic this particular month is on emotional stress and how it affects stroke. Healings in Motion got started because there was an organization in almost every county except for the ones in the Central Valley. And so Santa Clara, Los Angeles, Sacramento, they were doing programs like Healings in Motion, but we didn't have it here. And so that's how it got started in 2007. But because it is Stroke Awareness Month, I would really like for you to think about the fact that if a stroke happened to you, you're sitting in a seat right now where you can make a difference. If your dad had a stroke or some other loved one, at this point in time, are you doing everything that you can do to put things in place if it happened to a loved one in your life? And I guarantee you that a stroke occurs in 1 in every 5 people in this county. With my work, I was able to find every person who has had a stroke by street. There are areas that need to be penetrated more, but what's important is that we have resources, we have programs that exist. We put together a stroke guide for people to utilize, and so there are a lot of great things that we have done that have been recognized by Ireland, Australia, the World Stroke Organization, and sometimes things that are right under your nose you don't even get. And so I just wanted to make sure, as we acknowledge Stroke Awareness Month, that we really understand the work that needs to be done so we can follow up and keep it going. Stanislaus County follows our beat. They've implemented the programs that Healings in Motion has implemented here in San Joaquin County. You have a good thing, but we can make it better. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the end of the cards. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Please come forward and state your name.
Good morning, Chairman Canepa, Board of Supervisors. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. The Bible says, He, the Lord, has told you, old man, old woman, old person, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you, but to do justice, and to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your God. Well, I say, let us do justice in regards to our elections. Fair, honest, and transparent elections. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I happened to notice it, and the ROV's bringing a presentation, or they're on the agenda to approve or authorize that the Help America Vote Act grant agreement be authorized. And I'm coming today because I believe that that act is broken, and our elections are broken because of that act. That act has things in there in regards to provisional voting, and there are people here who have brought up things in regards to provisional voting in our county, and it's just broken. Updated and upgraded voting equipment. We've come and we've shared with this board that the machines are hackable. So these things are not being done. It's broken. Statewide voter registration databases. We've brought before this board that the voter registration is faulty. And I'm basically saying that if you've ever played the game of dominoes before, there's a saying in it, not all money is good money. I'll leave it there. Lastly, I've mentioned before the Make Elections Secure Act, which would implement 5 keys to secure elections: hand-marked and hand-counted paper ballots, voter ID and citizenship requirements, shortened early voting, limited mail ballots and paper elections, and small precincts. In Psalms 33:12, it says, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, and the people whom he hath chosen for his own inheritance." A young lady said that there are 5 gentlemen up here with light, and I would agree. Our founding fathers knew it would take a free, sovereign, well-educated, and heaven-appealing individual to keep, to protect, to support this great republic. I look forward to working with you all to do just that. Thank you for your time, and have a great day.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to speak? Seeing none, we'll move on. So this time we need to approve the minutes from the regular meeting of April 8th, 2025, and the regular meeting for January 14th, 2025.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0. At this time, we will do consent items. Are there any, starting with Supervisor Gardia, would you like something pulled?
Consent item 5.
Number 5. Vice Chair Dollywall.
None, sir. I had some questions, but thanks to our county administrator, they all got answered.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Dean.
Please, number 3, wait a minute, I missed something now. 3, 7, 8, 21. And I'll talk to her about
So we
that.
have down 3, 7, 8, and 21.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Rickman.
Chair, if you could, 12 and 18.
12 and 18. And CAO Regalo. We'd like to pull number 18. Would you like to do that?
Right, that's fine.
In order, would you like to do that first?
Whatever pleases the chair. I could either read the statement, I just have to read something into the record.
We'll just do
or-
it.
But
We'll do it in order, then that's fine, that way, get at the beginning of that. Okay, so Supervisor Ding, number 3 is,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A comment was made about some vacancies on some of the committees, and just once again, I want to thank citizens that serve on these committees. I'd like to thank the following members of the EAC committee for their service. Santos, Cushman, Rubio, and Gonzaga will be leaving the committee, and replacements will be reappointed, fill in their place.
thank you, that's it. Thanks, sir. Moving on to Supervisors number 5. Gardiet.
Yeah, I just want to thank El Concilio on a great Cinco de Mayo celebration. The parade was great. The opening night at the fairgrounds, they did a fantastic job, and just want to recognize the appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Number 7 is Supervisor District Funds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given it is Behavioral Health Week, as well, one of the things we've been trying to do in determining where our funding and our efforts going in is making sure they're fitting within the strategic priorities of the county, which is to remove individuals from the streets, not feed them, house them, whatever, and so that we have measurable, attainable goals. In other words, how many people have we helped get off the street, moved into mental health, moved into housing, moved into the workforce, so forth. The county has been going through a review process on some of the different NGOs as well. One thing really sticks out to me that sometimes the old tried and true methods are the best methods, and there's 2 groups that, to me, really demonstrate they can show me statistically how many people they've taken in, how many people are in recovery, how many people are going into housing, and that being the Salvation Army and Gospel Center Rescue Mission. I think sometimes we spread our money too thin, too many groups, rather than putting the money directly into those programs we already know work. So I've taken my district funds, what's remaining, and pretty much split it between them. $50,000 to Gospel Center Rescue Mission and $50,000 to the Lodi Salvation Army, and I wish them continued success. And on what else?
Number 8, you want to continue?
Yeah,
on?
I can do them all at one time.
Thank you.
Making sure that we have plenty of programs for our youth so they don't fall in the same suit with the Lodi Boys and Girls Club, the 4-H summer camp program as well. Again, trying to take care of problems before they exist. This board has put a lot of money into the spade and neuter program because I think it's thinking forward. While most people are talking about building more shelters, you can never build enough shelters. It just isn't going to work. But the cool cats, barking dogs. In fact, Brenna is here representing as well right now. I want to thank you for everything you're doing. I don't know if you had a couple of, can I do this if I pull the item? I can. Wow, it's amazing the power I have. Brenna, did you want to say a few things? Notice I didn't call you Bree.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding and Chairman Canepa, and to the rest of the board. Really, on behalf of the Spanos and Wool families, we want to thank the board for your support on a coordinated effort that the company and family that I represent have made to better our community and care for our animals. And this is a source of pride. We feel like when we are keeping our pets safe and healthy, we're keeping them out of the shelters and taking the pressure off our city and county workers that are having to make difficult decisions every day in our shelters. So thank you again. This helps a great deal. This past year, we were able to vaccinate over 1,700 dogs We had 300 free spay and neuter successes, and we continue to grow those numbers as a result of an investment from our community with the Cool Cats Barking Dogs Fund. So thank you.
Thank you. And I just had one other question for you. You know, you have a lot of individuals that come to the board because they're looking for resources. They're looking for a little help, but they're doing an amazing job on their own. Do you know how much money you raised at the Cool Cats Barking Dogs fundraiser this last 2 weeks?
We are still closing out those numbers, but I can tell you that it looks like we're looking at another record-breaking year. And that is directly funded through this community, and we're able to really leverage our partnerships with the San Francisco SPCA, the Animal Protection League, the Stockton Animal Shelter. So this has really been an example of our company, our community drawing in resources here, as well as from other areas of the state.
Thank you, and give my best to the Spanos family for me.
Thank you.
I just want to, real quick before you go, commend you. So one day we're out at the fairgrounds, and this guy is yelling at us because Kelly Elvis, who I went to school with, had on her leg cast because that's how dedicated she is. And the guy's yelling at us to come and help. Why don't you help? Why don't you help? And you were so gracious. You went over there and spoke to the gentleman and treated him with dignity and respect, just like they do to everybody that comes there. And it's amazing, the partnership with the San Francisco SPCA, you know, bringing the help in to help. Because, I mean, during COVID, a lot of that stuff went away, so the pet population jumped. I don't know how much, but it's pretty alarming. So thank you, what you guys do.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Thank
Through
you.
the chair.
Thank you.
I do have a quick correction that I need to make to the board letter for consent item number 7. This was an administrative error by the clerk's office. Recommendation number 4 indicates that the $5,000 will go to UC Co-op Extension. That funding is going to go directly to San Joaquin County 4-H for the summer camp program. So when the board, if the board does approve this item and the rest of the consent, they should approve it as amended, and we'll make that change afterwards.
Okay.
And again, that was an administrative on my part, not Supervisor Dean's office.
Not a problem. Do we need to pull that for separate vote, or are we good? Okay.
Just when they do make the motion, that it be moved as amended.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Rickman, consent number 12 is introduce and waive reading of an ordinance amending chapter.
Chairman, thank you. I don't need, I'm fine.
We're
Yeah,
good
I
on that one?
apologize.
Okay, moving right along to number 18. We'll lead off with County Administrator Regallo.
Yes. Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. Government Code 54953C3 requires an oral report on salary or compensation before the board takes final action. Today's action recommends the Director of Emergency Operations be appointed at Step 3 of the position, which is an approximate annual salary of $162,060.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. To my colleagues and those of you here in the room today, you know, I rise today not out of opposition for opposition's sake, but out of a deep and genuine concern for the future of our emergency preparedness and public safety infrastructure as it relates to OES. The role of Director of the Office of Emergency Services is not ceremonial. It demands expertise, leadership, and a proven track record of calm, coordinated crisis management. Unfortunately, I must respectively express my opposition to the nomination before us today. While I do not question the nominee's intentions or character, I must question their qualifications as compared to others. Our community face increasingly complex threats, from wildfires to floods to extreme weather events. You know, we cannot afford to place this critical responsibility in the hands of anyone whose experience that, in my opinion, does not meet the high standard the role demands. Now, this is not a position for learning on the job. It is a position that demands someone who can hit the ground running, who can coordinate across agencies, who can make decisions in high stakes, time-sensitive situations. Unfortunately, in my opinion, the nominee's background does not demonstrate the level of operational leadership we need in a time of crisis. Moreover, there are unanswered questions about past performance in related roles, issues that have been brought up and not fully addressed during the vetting process. Here are two recent examples of major crises in high-stakes, time-sensitive situations that, again, in my opinion, did not demonstrate the level of operational leadership we need in time of a crisis. My observations of deficiencies and concerns are as follows. During the winter storms of late 2022 through the spring of 2023, brought a ton of water that you all remember and the destruction that came with it. The volumes of rainfall threatened property and in many cases destroyed or damaged said property. I was the chair of the board that year, or starting in 2023, and was personally dismayed of the lack of training, more specifically, the lack of adherence to the Standard Emergency Management System, or SIMS, of our leadership at OES. To those of you who may not know, SIMS facilitate priority setting, interagency cooperation, and the efficient flow of resources and information. As the chair and the board in general, we were not given information in a timely manner in many instances, or in some instances, none at all. And that included the public. I would call several times on a daily basis requesting information from OES, and instead of providing me with the most current situations, I was learning information from allied agencies and residents. It felt like it was pulling teeth. In fact, we didn't even have a full-time public information officer as required by SIMS during this emergency. And I, again, complained on several occasions about the flow of information and the flow of resources. And honestly, I felt like, just being dismissed. Again, mindful, I was chairman of the board at that time. And also, I was still in law enforcement at the time, so I was on the ground working in that weather, so I knew what was going on firsthand. Finally, after some time, I walked into OES and, asked, hey, where the public information officer was. Well, we have one part-time. We don't have one here right now. Right? And so at that time, I think that's the only time I actually ordered somebody to do something. We will have a public information officer here full-time. And, that finally brought the public information officer in. When you're trying to manage an emergency, and in my opinion, it feels like there are those who are working against you. It's frustrating and a huge problem when you're trying to manage an emergency. As a result of this, I brought to the board the restructuring of the Office of Emergency Services. Instead of having oversight of OES by the Department of General Services and the CEO and chairman of the board, I asked the board to bring OES directly under the supervision of the board, and the chairman of the board, whoever may be at that time, would be acting as director of OES in times of emergency. My second incident, and thank you, Chair, for being patient, that I will mention for part of my reasoning, occurred last year, June of last year. Over 14,000 acres were burnt, one house lost in the fire at the Curl Fire, or the Curl Hollow Fire in South County. Several evacuations were issued, and I'm going to give a shout out to the fire departments who did a heck of a job, and the sheriff's office also, who did a heck of a job. During this incident, there were later evacuation orders that were issued that created mass confusion. Instead of putting it out clearly in the direct location, the evacuation encompassed approximately, 7,000 homes within the city limits of Tracy, which were not in danger, immediate danger, and shouldn't have been, or the message shouldn't have been relayed to that. Now, this caused panic among the residents of that subdivision and further residents in the city of Tracy. And we're calling, my phone was blowing up. Imagine how you would feel. Calling, hey, do I need to evacuate my family? Where do I go? What do I need to do? And, it was frustrating to hear that. When I went to the Large Clover Road where the evacuation center was set up, there were many residents in those neighborhoods that were not in the evacuation zone that got the message to evacuate with their families, and they were worried, and I had to explain to them what was going on. Now, this can never happen and should have never happened. Now, this isn't about politics up here. What I'm saying today is about safety, in my opinion. It's about whether we can count on our leadership at the Office of Emergency Services to function when every second counts. Now, due to discussing this matter in closed session, I cannot relinquish what was said in closed session due to state law, or even whether we had or did not have other qualified candidates. And now this is so frustrating that I can't be more transparent and share more. However, that's the law. However, in the future, I will be bringing to the board an agenda item to have all department head hires to be discussed in public, in full transparency, and for the public to witness each candidate. So with that being said, Chair, I will be voting no on this item. And if we could pull that for a separate vote.
Supervisor Ding, would you like to comment?
First off, I want to thank Supervisor Rickman for being the consummate professional. This is near and dear to his heart, and to be honest with you, someone I rely on completely for all my decision-making on emergency services, law enforcement, et cetera. I do have a little, with all due respect, a little bit of a different view to weigh. Did she make mistakes? Yes, she did. I don't believe she was properly trained when the floods came, so forth. However, I quite frankly, when in hiring upper management or directors, I really don't want to hire anybody that's never been challenged or fallen or made mistakes, because that's primarily how you learn. I've got a lot of respect for Chief Bruscia, who we brought into the role because we realized that there were some shortcomings that needed to be taken place, and some more training as well. Director Bruscia has assured me that Tiffany's ready to go. Talking to some of my first responders, they're also comfortable. I have indigestion, though, of not being in alignment with you here, because you are the member I respect the most on this issue. However, if I look at that last, and I don't disagree with you, by the way, on what happened this last time as far as talent or candidates that come in. But if I look at that first round of candidates that came in when we hired Mr. Bruscia, other than Mr. Bruscia, Tiffany well outshines the other individuals that we had interviewed at that time. So I will weigh this, but I do think that although past mistakes were made, hopefully then she's battle tested, and over this last couple of years under the direction of Selda Bruscia, she's learned what she needs to know. Let's face it, in an emergency, the reason it's an emergency because it's something that we don't expect. And so you've got to be ready for everything. So I just wanted to make those comments.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Anybody from the public? Seeing none. Moving on to item number 21, and that would be Supervisor Ding. The Election Security ROV Department.
So I would like this item pulled from the agenda completely. Oh, you guys aren't in, where's the director this morning? She's learning about the history of elections. She didn't like my history of elections last year that I gave for free. So that she flew across country so she can get a history of the elections. We don't know where this election process is taken. There's new guidelines coming down from the feds. The state is running out of money. For my two new colleagues, I just want to, we're reaching a different environment here in that while we were flooded with money from the states and the feds over the last few years, money's starting to dry up. And generally what happens, and Supervisor Rickman has been a champion of this, the unfunded state mandates. Once you start accepting money, when that money dries up, or you go down this course because here it's only $15,000, it's things that we might have to look at cutting. And we really don't know what the mandates are. I really don't feel comfortable spending anybody's, it's all taxpayer money. I don't care if it's a grant from the state or what have you, on whatever is being proposed here, cameras for drop boxes. We're not sure where we're going with this yet. So I'd like to pull that back. I have a real problem with, I respect people's time. Time is absolutely invaluable. And one of the reasons we haven't had an election advisory committee meeting is because I found it really unfair to professional staff such as yourself to show up to a meeting if there wasn't really something valuable to talk about. But to hear the director of the office of the elections office say, well, this time's in short supply and I got to hurry up and get this on to get it done because you guys keep canceling their meetings and I can't bring it to the elections advisory committee. No, it's just the opposite. I wasn't even aware of this until Friday. So pulling this, time's of the essence, I've heard it over and over again and I'm really tired about it. Here's the other thing I want to discuss too, and it's not just the elections advisory committee, but again, monies are going to be tightened up. And I want to know how we're spending our money, okay? I'm really tired of handing out money to groups, to departments, so that I can get a swag bag. And if you look through the budget reports, they're spending thousands and thousands of dollars so that I can have bumpers, stickers, earplugs, mints, pins, lip balm. I mean, come on. So no, this item should be pulled off. I want it put before the election advisory committee. And I also want to review how they're spending their money because I don't think this is a proper use of funds.
Other comments? Did you want to direct staff or you just want to pull that?
Yes, direct staff to send it as it should properly be to the election advisory committee.
County Council, how would you like to handle this?
Is that a motion?
Motion. Please.
Okay.
Sir. A motion to send it to the election advisory committee is properly
So I would interpret that as a motion to continue this to a date uncertain and direct staff to put this before the Election Advisory Committee.
Very well said. Thank you.
I just have one question, so go ahead.
I'm sorry, if I can through the chair, and staff can validate this, I'm not sure. And I believe the information that I received is the same or similar item did go to the EAC, but this was for last year's HAVA grant?
Correct. The similar item did go in January 2024 in front of the EAC and then came before the board in March.
For last year's HAVA grant?
Correct.
And so, but this particular one for this year did not go before the EAC?
Correct. It did not go before the EAC.
Okay. So Supervisor Ding.
And again, we're living in a different time, and we don't know what our elections are going to look like. If the administration has their way, we are going to go to a system where ID is required. If ID is required, you're not going to need those cameras on top of drop boxes because they're not going to be there. We don't know. So there's no reason to push this further along. We also haven't, as a board, decided if we're going to have 50 drop boxes or 12 or what have you. And I don't think until this board has had a serious conversation that we should be moving forward with taxpayer dollars on a process on cameras and so forth. So we're going to put this before the Election Advisory Committee and have a conversation so they can make a presentation to this board. And this board, who's in charge of elections, can decide what we're going to spend our money on.
I have one question. Is it time sensitive? So I mean, the grant, is there?
Everything's time. That's what pisses me off.
Okay.
I am sick and tired of when somebody screws up and drops the ball. Well, this is time sensitive. We got to get this done now.
I understand your frustrations.
Chair Canepa, there is a deadline of June 1st, 2025 for this application to the state. So that is the deadline.
Well, it looks like, it's kind of like when your kid runs to you and says, Mom, you need to sign this note or I'm not going to get any recess. Well, you should have done your homework first.
Supervisor Gardia, you have the floor.
Actually, my question got answered with the timeline. My suggestion is, especially given us an ample amount of time before an ask. There was 3,100 pages on the agenda, I believe, this go around, and we got it on Friday, so it really didn't give us the opportunity to do our homework.
Okay, anybody from the public like to speak to this? Back to the board members. So can this money be used possibly for something else in the grant wise? I mean, I just don't want to.
Well, it's funny you asked that. Actually, yes.
Maybe.
But I think this board should be involved in making that decision. And I think it's not like I've got a lot of free time on my hands and to attend these election advisories committees and with the members of the public. They put a lot of time and effort into this. So to your point, yes, there is. But I think that should come after some direction from the election advisory committee and also from this board. And I don't, 15,000, we don't, right now it's talking about a camera. We don't know if we're gonna have drop boxes. Taxpayer money, I don't care, I really, I really get upset when I hear it's not our money, it's the state's money. It's all taxpayer dollars. So
I appreciate your
this
passion.
is rushed.
I appreciate your passion. I'm just wondering if we can apply for the grant, and then if we do get that grant dollar, then we could decide. I just hate to lose the $15,000.
So if I
but
may.
I mean, and then we could come back. I mean, it's up to you if you want to. Go ahead.
So through the chair, yes, it is, it sounds like it is time sensitive, and it does look like it does not commit the county to pay for any expenditures. But they can, this will allow them to be reimbursed the maximum of $15,789 for eligible expenses incurred as part of the projects that enhance election security. So I think you had said, Supervisor Ding, that you saw cameras or I'm not sure what was on there. So I believe as long as it is an eligible project that enhances election security, they can get reimbursed, but it does not commit, the approval today does not commit the county to use any of it.
I think it's comments like this is the reason the state of California is really in the shape it's in. It's all about getting the money. You know, let's just get the money and spend it. I mean, hell, it doesn't matter what it is. Let's just get the money. If we go to a different form of voting, which I might remind you, and Mr. Chairman, you signed the letter about voter ID being required. If that's nationalized, all of this conversation is moot. We're spending money that we don't need to spend. Rather than following like a bunch of sheep, why don't we take a leadership role here and say, you know what? We're not gonna request money just to spend it. If we don't have a need right now, let's leave it alone. And may I also remind you, because once you start spending that money and you put on a security camera because it's another Dropbox down the road when budgets get cut and it's an unfunded state mandate, they're gonna come back to us and say, well, you can't cut this. It's all about ballot security. It's all about voter integrity. And you're gonna be the ones that are gonna have to cut these programs. So we don't have a reason to move forward on this right now. It's a pissing match is what it is. She doesn't want to use the election advisory committee. If you feel the same way, dissolve it. Save me some time. Otherwise, let's go through the normal process.
Through the chair, if I may, Supervisor
Yes.
Ding, I agree with you 100%. We did want to bring this item in front of the EAC earlier this year. We did have 2 meetings that got canceled, so we wanted to still have access to these funds and then planned on presenting this to the EAC in the near future.
So you weren't part of that conversation, and I apologize to you. Olivia was. And again, it was me protecting the time of the professional staff. I know you enjoy spending Monday nights in there for 3 or 4 hours as much as I do. But I've asked her repeatedly, there was nothing to discuss. She never once mentioned this to me. Otherwise, we would have had a meeting. So to simply state, we can't go to before the meeting because you canceled them. No, I canceled them because there was nothing to discuss. I don't want to get together. I'm sure you guys have other things you would rather do.
This is a tough one.
It's not tough.
Well,
We don't know what the system holds. We're going to have to discuss this. Why are we spending money on, how many drop boxes are we going to have next election, do you know? Because we haven't discussed, so why are we requesting grant money when we actually could be going the other direction?
One of my concerns is though that we changed some of the ways that we're getting reimbursed, and I think it's gonna cost us a little bit more money in the long run. So if we could supplement some of that ongoing expense, that's kind of my idea, because when we did change the way that we're billing, I think we're on the short end of the stick a little bit, but that's just bigger picture. So that was just one of my only concerns. Supervisor, what would you like to, Josh, would you like to speak first? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Canepa. Through the chair to Supervisor Ding, I definitely hear your frustration, and I'm wondering if we can compromise to address some of your concerns. As Eric mentioned, we can bring this item to the EAC to get their input on how they might like to use these funds, if they'd like to use them at all. And then we can return back to the board to get the board's input as well. Again, this doesn't commit us to spend anything, and it really doesn't commit us to spending any money on Dropbox cameras. That is what the letter says in the body of the letter, but that's not the board order that's being approved. It's simply in there for transparency because that's what the board approved previously in the item that Eric mentioned last year. So we can definitely get input from the EAC, from the board. This item here today is just to make sure that we have access to these $15,000 if we decide that we want to move forward with using them for some aspect of election security. Some of the other things listed here would be cybersecurity, physical security, security and privacy awareness training, and then incident response. So there are a lot of other ways we could use this funds. And depending on how the election law evolves over the next year or so, we'd be able to pivot and use them in a more appropriate way.
Or not use them.
Or not use them if that's the board's desire. So
I appreciate your professional guidance there, and I concur. So thank you very much. let's do that, and then we can send it to the AAC for guidance.
Sounds like a very
Mr.
good
Chair,
compromise.
are you withdrawing your motion?
The language that's attached here dictates what it's supposed to be spent on. So we need to amend the motion that we're applying for the funding, but it will be sent to the EAC first and then brought to the board for direction on how to or not spend the money.
Sounds like a great compromise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good suggestion.
No, we don't need a first and second. We're leaving it on consent. Or do we need to, County Council, take the lead, please?
Yeah, so there's and it sounded, if I understand correctly, like Supervisor Ding withdrew his first motion, made a second motion.
Okay.
And I think I heard a second from Supervisor Gardia.
Do we want to vote on this when we're voting on 18 also? Start pulling it for a separate vote?
I would, you can handle it as amended, or you could separately vote on it. Because of such discussion, I think it might make sense to do a separate vote. Yeah,
Okay.
that's my recommendation. Just
Okay.
pull it and separately
All
vote
right.
on it.
At this time, is there any more comment, concerns? Are we good? So at this time, I'll have a motion to approve the consent items minus number 18 and number 21.
As amended.
As amended, so moved.
Call for the vote. Do we have, second, somebody? Supervisor Gardia is a second. Call for the vote. So as amended, meaning minus 18 and 21?
And also the amendments to number 7.
And
that
the
were
amendments
on
to
the
number
record.
7. So now, that did 7. We're good on 7? Okay, so now we're going to pull number 18. Can you read the language for number 18? Or I can read it here. Where is it?
This is for the appointment of the
Appoint
Office of
Tiffany
Emergency.
Cacho as the Director of Emergency Operations of San Joaquin County effective May 19th, 2025. We have a motion and a second.
To make an appointment?
Yes.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please. Motion passes 4-1. Congratulations, Tiffany, you're the new OES Director. Thank you. Now, number 21 is for the EAC. We're going to have an amendment to the action to be taken? Is that what we're amending?
Yeah, you're voting on the recommendation as amended by Supervisor Ding and seconded by Supervisor Gardia.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Call for the vote.
Yeah, question.
Oops, point of order.
So the motion is, Supervisor Ding, that we will apply for the grant. If we get the money, it will go to EAC for recommendation, it will come to the board for final approval, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
And one, whether to accept
Your
the
mic.
money or not. And if we're going to accept it, how we're going to spend it, correct?
Fair enough.
Okay. First and second, call for the vote. That motion passes 5-0. At this time, we'll be going to 11:30 closed session for outside counsel.
And Chairman, when are we planning to return 1:30, or do we want to just specify a time?
How long do we have in closed session? We have the veteran event at 1:30, so
Yeah, actually, I guess it probably won't take that long,
Okay.
so we'll
All
just
right.
come back when we come back.
thank you.
bio?
Okay. Got quiet. All right. We're going to start this. So at this time, I'm glad to have everybody here because we are going to remember our heroes. And the time is 1:30. At this time, can Dave Madura please come up and do the invocation?
Thank you, guys. Father, I want to thank you for this opportunity to lift up these men that have done so much for our country, that have stood on a wall when no one else would, that have paid a price that no one else could. And they've done so much and so often so unheard and not gratified the way they should be. They're amazing, these men and women who have served under the red, white, and blue, Father. And I just thank you for them. I thank you for all that they've done. I pray a special blessing upon their lives and upon their children and their children's children and their children's children for 1,000 generations. Bless them immensely, Father. And I just thank you for our country. I thank you for this time. God bless America. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. At this time, we have senior parks worker Oscar Buddy Estol, who's going to play the bagpipes for us. Very nice. This time we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, Oh, I guess we're supposed to remain standing, sorry. My bad. We have another county employee. At this time, we'd, sterile processing tech, Vanessa Minor. Please come forward. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Madam Clerk, the next proclamation.
Thank you. Next, we have a proclamation recognizing the Gold Star Memorial Monument, and I would like to invite District 1 Chief of Staff, Gold Star parent and Chair of the Gold Star Memorial Monument, Michael Anderson, and Vice Chair and Gold Star Mother, Julia Conover, as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas the mission of the Woody Williams Foundation is to honor, recognize, and serve Gold Star families and the legacy of their loved ones who have paid the ultimate sacrifice in service to the United States of America. And whereas Gold Star families bear the profound burden of sacrifice, and it is the solemn duty of our communities to ensure their loved ones are remembered with enduring honor and gratitude. And whereas after 4 years of dedicated planning, collaboration, and unwavering commitment, the California Gold Star Memorial Monument will officially be dedicated and unveiled to the public on Friday, May 23rd, 2025, at 9:30 a.m. at the Richard A. Pittman VA Clinic located at 6505 South Manthe Road in French Camp, California. And whereas this monument stands as a permanent tribute and place of reflection, honoring the lives of our nation's fallen heroes and recognizing the strength and sacrifice of their families. And whereas this monument was made possible through the steadfast partnership of the California Gold Star Memorial Monument Committee, the Woody Williams Foundation, the United Way of San Joaquin County, veterans organizations, generous donors, and dedicated community members, all united in purpose to preserve the legacy of those who have served and sacrificed. And whereas this historic dedication ceremony will feature remarks from dignitaries, Gold Star family members, and community leaders, culminating in the unveiling of the memorial to the public. And whereas this event is free and open to all, providing an opportunity for the public to join together in solemn remembrance and collective gratitude for the sacrifices made on behalf of our freedom. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does recognize and honor the California Gold Star Memorial Monument dedication in San Joaquin County as a sacred occasion to remember, reflect, and reaffirm our eternal respect and support for all Gold Star families and their fallen loved ones. Presented this 13th day of May, 2025. Chair Canepa?
Thank you. You two made the ultimate sacrifice for our country, and it's much appreciated.
You're gonna get me going, man, stop.
It's been an honor to know Mike Anderson and work with him. And he's an upstanding gentleman, and the work that you've done, and to bring this to the county so that people can come and celebrate folks like you that have given your loved ones to our country. So take over, please.
Thank you, Chairman, Board, CEO Regalo, County Council Kiernan, and Clerk of the Board. Very rare for me to be standing at the podium. I'm usually the guy in the back in the shadows, kind of directing, guiding, controlling. This is a momentous occasion for us. Sorry if I get a little emotional. It's not always easy. This has been a 4-year project that's finally coming to fruition after multiple false starts. We're very proud that a Woody Williams Gold Star Memorial Monument is now here in French Camp, site of the newest multi-story, or what we refer to as the VA hospital. We began this journey in the fourth quarter of 2021, created a small committee of which I'm surrounded by in various roles, including my vice chair, Julia, Gold Star mother. We elected a board inclusive of Gold Star family members and veteran leaders from the local community, nothing else. We're honored to be able to work with Kristen Burtwhistle, CEO of United Way San Joaquin, to partner in fundraising and acting as our fiduciary. Former County Supervisor and Assemblyman Carlos Villapudo was extremely instrumental in this project. The County Board of Supervisors supported our endeavor from day one. With everyone's help, we were able to raise all of the necessary funds to construct this monument. I have a very quick slide deck to share some of the accomplishments of our project. I'll narrate very rapidly as we move through. This is what we call the playa, or the island right in front of the VA medical facility out in French Camp. That's obviously that's the roughed in. The clinic's been open for a while, but that's where we started. Of course, we had some rain delays. When I say 4 years, this was a small part of it. Here we are with the rebar in the ground. This was probably 8 weeks ago, between 8 and 10 weeks ago. You'll see as this kind of all comes together. This was on 23 April. This was less than a month ago. We were unloading the truck. Cranes were out there. They were setting everything in place. Really quite an accomplishment. Bricks, we sold a number of bricks that are surrounding the west side of the memorial. Those are all mortared in now. These were just being placed at the time. There you can see the kind of the finished product. The memorial's under wrap behind it. These are exclusive 2-inch granite, 8 by 8 inch Gold Star bricks in white granite. Those are placed in that trough right in front. They are mortared in. Panels, we're very proud of these panels. There's 4 panels. These were laying flat before they actually put them in place. This one here, obviously with the missing man formation, the Marine plane taps, Purple Heart, folded flag, casket flag. This is a sacrifice panel. We were responsible for what's on this panel. We feel it represents what we're trying to do. This panel here, we're very proud of this panel. It's the smallest, it's the last of the panels, but this is a rendering of it. The actual panel, the poppies across the bottom are gold. The trees have pink blossoms on them like cherry or almond. Of course, the port. Again, we're very proud of this one. This is the Homeland panel. It's the region which is served by this monument where we live. And it's well known worldwide for the Port of Stockton, as you can see. An inland port for cargo ships. We feed the world with our rich agriculture, row crops. Ammons as an example. Mount Diablo overlooks our valley as we watch the sunset. Burns Tower at the University of Pacific, which is a landmark of Stockton. the iconic Modesto Arch, erected in 1912 with the motto Water, Wealth, Contentment, Health, modified here as we represent the Central Valley of California. The golden poppies, the California state flower, an unmatched symbol for the Golden State, which typically appear as a cup of gold. This, we don't have a good picture of this one, but this is beautiful. So those that come out and see the dedication, or at some point you'll see this portion. We were supported by multiple groups. Some of these, there's a couple firsts here in this project. I'm gonna make this short. We have 6-foot benches. There are a number of these throughout the nation, and they're all 4-foot. This is the first one to have 6-foot benches. We respectfully and specifically asked for these and got them. Again, local companies helping us. This flagpole, this is a 80-foot flagpole, not to replace the existing 60-foot flagpole, but this is in our area. They wanted a bigger flagpole, and we all talked about this. We are all in full agreement of it. There'll be 2 flagpoles out there. That's an 80-footer that was just set last Thursday. There's the finished, or close to the finished product as it looks from west looking east. This is about 4 floors up looking down on it as the grass is going, or the turf is going in. You can see, again, the entire plaza. There'll be grass, there is grass on the right-hand side now. This is a night shot of the actual monument. There's an idea of the size. Julia's standing right next to me. She can stand inside that saluting military member, the missing man there. It is an absolute beautiful monument. We're so looking forward to the unveiling and dedication ceremony next Friday, 23 May at 09:30 in the morning. We're doing it early, so it's cool in the morning. We're doing it early in the Memorial Day weekend so that people can still do their Memorial Day events, their camping or different ceremonies or whatnot. We felt that it was very, very important to do this on Memorial Day, to kick the Memorial Day weekend off. That's what I got. You want to say anything? My vice chair? You led this thing.
I think Mike covered everything. I just want to add, not only am I a Gold Star mom, I'm a Blue Star mom. So I have one of the bricks that's going around the outer portion of the memorial to honor my daughter. And this has been 4 years, and we've waited impatiently for this day to come. And I'm grateful for everyone that's been involved with us.
There were many times in meetings there were raised voices and lots of questions, but we persevered. We got it done. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. If this isn't an appropriate tribute for Heroes Day, I don't know what would be. Supervisor Rickman, a few words.
Thank you, Chairman. And I want to say, thank you both. I've known you guys for years, and you're close friends, and everybody here. Thank you for all the work that you did honoring our heroes here in San Joaquin County. God bless you.
Supervisor Dean.
I think the monument is beautiful and a great tribute, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Steve.
Vice Chair Dollywell.
It's a beautiful monument. I'm looking forward to be there on Friday morning. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Gardia.
The monument looks beautiful, and I'm fortunate to have Mike as a chief of staff, and I know he's been working hard, and I see familiar faces over here. You guys are involved in anything that has to do to the benefit of veterans. Your faces are always there, and this community is very fortunate to have you as advocates for veterans' rights and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else? Sure. Take a picture.
Okay.
I will say one last thing. I talked of many firsts, and one being the 6-foot benches. This is the first and only one on a federal VA property. This is where veterans come to heal. So that's why it was very important for us to have veterans as part of our committee to help in the decision making. So, yeah, it's and the foundation based out of Kentucky, they just can't believe what all we've accomplished, and they'll be here speaking their keynote. So thank you.
Yeah, they'll be here for generations. So, Tino, did you have something that you want to say? Got an announcement? Wouldn't be a...
Thank you, Chair. Members, for us
veterans who have served overseas, who have served and lost ones here, even here on the States, doing training programs, sessions, and died doing our, but they made the ultimate sacrifice. The ones that hurt are the families left behind. My mom and dad were telling me that the day that I got hit, it was a rainy day. My dad served in the Marine Corps of World War II. They saw the car come up to the front. My dad said, "Oh, shit." He grabbed my mom and the rest of my family. And the officer came, knocked on the door. And my first thing my dad said, "Is he alive?" Yes, he's alive. Just getting that feeling, what they told me, I can only understand a little bit of the feelings that these parents went through when they see that officer come to the door and hear that knock that they'll never forget. We can kind of try to sleep away from it, but that knock will always be there with their lives, and we're just here to try to help them to bring a little bit of peace back into their life with this monument. And it's been an honor for us to work with them and for them. Thank you.
Yeah, that saying is very befitting. We are free because of the brave. So at this time, we'll take a quick photo if you don't mind.
Thank you, Chair.
We want to get one of the photos on the screen behind. Something that you could do.
One of the most important people that I forgot in this endeavor is Miss Donna Ing, sitting right here on the front row. She took multiple phone calls from me, multiple times a week, again, in working through this project and helping United Way of San Joaquin. Thank you, Donna.
So at this time, we're going to ask if there are any Gold Star family representatives who have lost an immediate family member in the line of military duty. Please stand. So we have two in the back. And we'll also ask the Blue Star family representatives to stand also, so. Any other Blue Star families? Thank you. Thank you for your sacrifice. At this time, we're going to ask post commanders to stand, be recognized. Any post commanders? Ask San Joaquin County employee veterans to stand. We're moving on to the veterans of the United States Army. veterans of the United States Navy, please stand. It's gonna get loud. How about the Marines? United States Coast Guard, please stand. United States Air Force. And the United States Space Force. Where's Jose Hernandez at when we need him? Not many in that group, right? Alrighty, so now we will move on to the introduction of the guest veterans. So Clerk of the Board, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The first district, Supervisor Mario Gardia, will be recognizing Sergeant of the United States Marine Corps, Paul Perales. And I'd like you to invite Supervisor Gardia, Mr. Perales, to the podium as I read Mr. Perales's biography. So Paul enlisted in the Marine Corps September 1990 as a combat engineer, deploying to Somalia for Operation Restore Hope, where they stood security as Marines, built a main supply route he made himself. Upon return from Somalia, Paul was due for reenlistment. Lateral move to a maintenance management specialist was his next tour. While still serving in the States, Paul prepared the 7th ESB for the field supply and maintenance office inspection. Through countless hours of training Marines and ensuring all battalion records were properly annotated and maintained according to Marine Corps orders, Paul was awarded a Navy Achievement Medal for a no findings inspection. In 1995, Paul received orders to Okinawa, Japan, where he served his next 7 years. While in Japan, Paul served as maintenance management chief until promoted to maintenance management officer. During that time, he dedicated himself to volunteering for the Marine Welfare Recreation, known as MWR, as coach for the kids' basketball and baseball teams, holding practices, attending games, and still conducting duties as assigned from his duty station. After 12 years of service, Paul decided to depart from the Marine Corps. In 2002, he decided to hang his hat here in Stockton, California. While here in Stockton, Paul has volunteered as Tyler Elementary School as a yard duty where he became a mentor for many students inquiring about the service. He has also become a Board of Director member for the Stockton Marine Corps Club, 3rd Vice of the American Legion Carl Ross Post 16, and while still maintaining a family, Paul still allows time to give back to the veterans in a weekly dinner at the Carl Ross Post. Also volunteering in Toys for Tots functions, Memorial Day cemetery cleanup, and postings of flags. Some of the awards that Paul has received is the Navy Achievement Medal, the Good Conduct Medal 3rd Award, and the Certificate of Commendation. Supervisor Gardia.
I talked to Paul earlier, and there's a couple things I got from our conversation, and I've had, I wouldn't say one-on-one conversations with Paul at Carl Ross, but often people who are doers don't get recognized, and he was surprised that he was being recognized today. In fact, I don't think he told his family members until like last minute, just because he's that proud, and you could see it in his face. I reached out to Marvin to try to get a couple insights about Paul, about a couple jokes, and all he had to say, was that he's a great grandfather, and unfortunately, he's a Cowboy fan. So I wear my Raider tie today, so it's all good. But anytime you're at Carl Ross, you always see him helping out. He's always either barbecuing or being supportive of Carl Ross and the Marine Corps Club. And so with that said, I appreciate everything you've done. Good people like you should be recognized more often. We should recognize our veterans more often for the sacrifice you and your families have done to protect the way of life for us. So thank you and congratulations. I have a certificate, and it says, your service in the United States Marine Corps and your dedication to defending our nation, preserving our freedoms, and protecting our way of life. Thank you for your service. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, thank you. Appreciate the award. couldn't have done it without the American Legion, Carl Ross Post 16, and the Stockton Marine Corps Club. Those are my home away from home. I spend a lot of time there, and because I spend a lot of time there, my hat is off to my beautiful wife. I don't know if she was able to make it here today or not. She was, so my hat's off to her for putting up with a lot of the times that I'm always gone, giving my time up for the veterans. But that's what I do. I do it because I want to do it. I don't do it to turn around and be recognized. That's what I do. You know, if you need some help, let me know. I'll be more than happy. But once again, my hat's off to the American Legion, Carl Ross Post 16, and of course, Stockton Marine Corps Club, because without them, I probably wouldn't be here today. So thank you very much. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Gardia, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Next up, District 3, please.
Thank you, Chair. Next, we have the recognition of Specialist E4 with the United States Army, Jeffrey Axland, who's being recognized by District 3 Supervisor Sunny Dhaliwal. I'd like to invite Mr. Axland and Dhaliwal to the podium as I read Mr. Axland's biography. Mr. Axland is a native of Manteca. He attended the New Haven Elementary School and graduated in 1984 from the Manteca High School. He played multiple sports while in school and also worked for his parents at Sunrise Transportation, a local trucking company that was owned with his grandparents. When he wasn't doing sports or in school, he was washing trucks and cleaning the shop. After high school graduation, his dream was to become a police officer or highway patrolman, but at 18, he was too young for those careers, so in 1986, he joined the United States Army and completed military police school at Fort McClellan, Alabama. The Army was a good fit for him. He served from 1986 to 1990 at Fort Huachaca, Arizona, Fort Ritchie, concluding a garrison and security duties, and his last assignment at the Alternate National Military Command Center, ANMCC, Site R, as a site security specialist. After his service ended, he came back to Manteca and worked for a local grocery warehouse. In 2003, he joined his family at the Axland Real Estate and is now a broker and owner. He's happily married to Romy Axland and has 3 children and 3 wonderful grandchildren. He's been an active member of the American Legion since 2003, serving as post commander for 5 of the past 7 years. Some of the other boards that Mr. Axland has volunteered and served on is from 2010 to 2012. He was the Manteca Unified School District Measure and Bond Oversight Committee. 2012 to 2015, the City of Manteca Planning Commission. 2017 to 2018, the Central Valley Association of Realtors Board of Directors. And from 2017 to 2025, the American Legion Post 249 Commander. Serving veterans in the community of Manteca is his greatest honor, and he's proud of all the members of the American Legion Post 249 and their selfless support that they give all veterans in their community. Supervisor Dhaliwal.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this freedom that we all enjoy is not free. Our brave men and women has paid a huge price for it. I want to thank them. May God bless them. May God bless our Gold Star families. May God bless our great nation, our home sweet home, the United States of America. Jeff, thank you so much for everything that you have done for our country and you are still doing for our veterans. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor, Chairman, and Board of Supervisors. Thank you. It's one of the greatest things to be able to help and continue to serve, and especially serving our veterans of Manteca and the San Joaquin County. It just makes every day a joy when we get to work with those folks and help them out. But thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have a certificate of recognition for you. It reads, Board of Supervisors Certificate of Recognition presented to Specialist E4, Jeffrey Axland, United States Army, in honor and appreciation of your service in the United States Army and your dedication to defending our nation, preserving our freedoms, and protecting our way of life. Thank you for your service. Sunny Dhaliwal.
Thank you. Jeff. Thank you.
Up next, District 4.
Thank you, Chair. Our next recognition hardly needs introduction. This is a recognition of Corporal Frank S. Wright with the United States Marine Corps, who's being recognized by District 4 Supervisor Stephen J. Ding, and I'd like to read his biography here today. Frank S. Wright was born July 5th, 1925, in Arkadelphia, Arkansas. On January 21st, 1942, Wright entered the U.S. Marine Corps by lying about his age. He was 16 at the time and living in Little Rock, Arkansas, when he heard about the Pearl Harbor attack and decided to do his duty. He joined the Marines because they had the nicest looking dress uniform. He reported to boot camp on January 24th, 1942 at the 12th Recruit Battalion, Marine Corps Recruit Depot, Platoon 150 in San Diego, California. He spent 4 years in the United States Marine Corps as a member of the 4th Marine Raiders Special Forces with Colonel James Roosevelt as commander. He fought in 4 major battles: Guadalcanal, New Georgia, Guam, and Iwo Jima. Traveled between islands on 11 different Navy ships, was wounded by a bayonet in the stomach while recapturing and liberating Guam, and was shot in the chest and arm by machine gun fire on the island of Iwo Jima. He spent the last 6 months of his enlistment as a Marine drill instructor training new recruits. Corporal Wright lives in the city of Lodi, California, and he is a member of the Stockton Marine Corps Club as well as American Legion Carl Ross Post 16. Wright's personal awards include a Purple Heart with 2 stars, the Presidential Unit Citation with 2 stars, Navy Unit Commendation, the American Campaign Medal, the Asiatic Pacific Campaign with 3 service stars, the Fleet Marine Force with 4 stars, the Marine Corps Expedition Medal, Combat Action Ribbon with 4 stars, and the Victory Medal and the Good Conduct Medal. Corporal Wright has the titles of Marine Raider and Liberator. However, his titles as father, grandfather, and great-grandfather are of the utmost importance to him. And when he goes to the pearly gates, he states he will only say to St. Peter, "Just another Marine reporting for duty, sir." Corporal Wright has written a book, Battles of the Pacific, World War II, My Personal War Causing PTSD. He is currently working on his 2nd book, which should be out in July of this year, 2025. Corporal Wright is known as Whippersnapper, a term of endearment other World War II veterans would give him, as he was almost always the youngest one. His 100th birthday celebration will be on July 5th of this year by the Stockton Marine Corps Club of the American Legion Carl Ross Post 16 in Stockton. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. I guess it's on. Standing before a legend and a hero, my greatest fear, I was telling some of the other Marines and Frank Wright, how do I introduce the legend without using the word you? For those of you that know, Frank Wright was a drill sergeant too. And that's not a word you used in front of your drill sergeant back then. I could sit up here and talk, but you don't want to hear from me. We have a legend in front of us. Everybody has seen a picture of Iwo Jima. He was there when that 2nd flag went up. And I would rather have a few words from Corporal Frank Wright.
As he mentioned, I was there on the 2nd flag raising on it, watching it. I broke out in tears. I break out in tears now just thinking about it. I have given a couple of speeches over there right in front of the in Washington, D.C., the museum, in front of the flag when it was raised. I broke out in tears there. And I still break out in tears when I see it, because that is what we were fighting for at that particular time on it. We had to get that flag up. I didn't know it, the kids didn't know it that went up there at first, what they were supposed to do, because they really weren't prepared to raise that flag up. And finally someone said, let's do it. And we have to have another flag that's a little bit bigger, putting it in another spot so that the West could see it on that side of the Sarabachi. But I want to tell you, there's two things that I found out about raising the flag up. One is, that's what you're fighting for. And two, you think about all those guys that didn't make it where I was. They came in on the 19th. I came in on the 21st. But to see the people that are around you when you're talking and such as this, my presenter, to see their thoughts in there, and you can see their thoughts in their eyes. And there's nothing more impressive is to see freedom in the eyes of those who have been just freed. And I feel that those that are following me and have followed me will show that freedom in their eyes from here on out. And I thank you, the board, and the others that are here. I appreciate those honors that you have bestowed upon me. And not that I'm a legend, but I'm just an old larky that made good. Thank you.
Hoorah.
Oops. Yeah. District 5, you're up.
Chair, next we have the recognition of Lieutenant Colonel of the United States Army, Brian Lucid, by the 5th District Representative Robert Rickman, who I believe is prepared to say a few words for Mr. Lucid in his bio. So I will turn over to Supervisor Rickman.
All right, thank you, Rochelle, and thank you, Brian, for being here. Before I get into Brian's impressive biography and background, I just want to say, it's an honor to be here, and I look forward to this every single year, being in a room full of heroes and warriors. So thank you all, and God bless you all. And it is fitting that we recognize and honor our veterans in May of this year as we mark the 80th anniversary of victory in Europe, May 8th, 1945, and later, September 2nd, 1945, victory over Japan to end World War II. On May 26th, we will observe Memorial Day in remembrance and honor all those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedoms. Also this year, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Army, Navy, and Marine Corps. And I have said it, many, many times, and with deep sincerity, is that we owe our veterans a debt of gratitude that we can never repay, but we can always honor, say thank you, and remember. So today, I have the privilege to recognize a special veteran, a good friend of mine from the 5th District, Army Lieutenant Colonel Brian Lucid. Born in San Francisco, Brian was raised in the Bay Area until he graduated San Jose State. My daughter's graduating here next week. Right. And was selected for active duty with the U.S. Army. His first assignment was Fort Benning, Georgia, the home of the infantry. Right. There, Brian excelled in blowing things up and falling out of airplanes. Brian's first assignment was platoon leader in the 25th Infantry Division at Schofield Barracks in Hawaii. As a graduate of the Army Airborne, Air Assault, and Ranger School, Brian was distinguished by the number of patches worn on his uniform. To top off the display, he earned the Expert Infantryman's Badge, or the EIB, with 100% first-time goes, also referred to as True Blue. The EIB is a prestigious military award representing the pinnacle of infantry skills and a commitment to excellence that recognizes an infantryman's mastery of core skills and tactics. The EIB requires extensive training and preparation, including physical fitness, land navigation, and warrior tasks. Many EIB tests have a go or no-go grading system with limited opportunity for retest. A 100% first-time pass rate signifies that the candidate passed all tasks on the first attempt and highlights the individual's dedication and ability to master the required skills. It is important to note that the EIB is a challenging test with an average pass rate of around 15%. In Hawaii, Brian was transferred to logistics due to the needs of the Army. He didn't find logistics to be as much fun as being an infantryman, but it was necessary to have former infantry in those positions. Brian married his wife of 32 years, Indra, at the Presidio in San Francisco. They set course for Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the home of the airborne, Germany, Korea, and all over. During his service, he earned the Army Parachutist Badge, Air Assault Badge, Expert Infantryman's Badge, Ranger Tab, Armed Forces Expeditionary Medal, Iraq Campaign Medal, and Bronze Star Medal. Brian is interested in changing careers and to teaching here in San Joaquin County, and we've been talking about. Brian is an active member of Post 1537 VFW in Tracy, where he is a post-service officer. He is a program director of the Knights of Columbus from St. Bernard's Parish in Tracy. He served as director on the Mountain House Community Service District Board of Directors
and which is now the Mountain House City Council. And he also, I don't know if I was going to say this or not, but he is also the premier dungeon master for San Joaquin County in his downtime. Thanks for that. Now, Brian lives in Mountain House with his wife, Andrea, their son, Ori, and dog, June Carter Cash. So you know what kind of music he likes. Brian's daughter, Hannah, is in San Jose working at the Fremont School for the Blind. So it is my honor to recognize Army Lieutenant Colonel Brian Lucid and thank him for his service to our nation and his exceptional service to our community. So Brian, why don't you say a few words, brother?
Well, thanks so much, Supervisor Rickman. As everybody may not know, I'm here to collect $5 that Supervisor Rickman owes me. I keep showing up, and he. No, I know it's been a long day for you all. Thank you for your service, staff and supervisors. And I just want to say it was an honor to hear Corporal Wright speak, and that's all I have to say about that. God bless America.
Thank you, Brian.
Next, we have the recognition of Air Force Vietnam veteran Dave Avalos, being recognized by the 2nd Supervisorial District Chairman Canepa. I'd like to invite Mr. Avalos to the podium as I read his bio. David Avalos was born in New York City and proudly served 4 years in the United States Air Force. As a crew chief with the 19th and 20th Tactical Air Support Squadron of the 3rd Combat Support Group, Sergeant Avalos completed 2 deployments to Vietnam before being honorably discharged in 1972. In 1982, he moved to California and has called Stockton home for the past 33 years, alongside his wife, Patrice. David holds degrees in healthcare and business management and has served as a certified post-secondary school administrator. Driven by a deep passion for supporting veterans and their families, David has devoted countless hours to advocating for veterans' rights, benefits, and mental health. His leadership and service include Vice President, DAV Charities at San Joaquin County, member Phil Am Lions Club, member VFW Post 52, member American Legion Ed Stewart Post 803 and Post 16, Commissioner of Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation, American Legion District 3, Veteran Service Officer, American Legion District Number 11, member of the Veterans Advisory Commission, member of the Congressional Veterans Advisory Board, California 9th District, and member of the United Veterans Council of San Joaquin County. David is also the founder of the Patriots Ball, an event created to honor the service and sacrifice of military personnel, first responders, and their families. In addition to his ongoing advocacy, David continues to support veterans through volunteer work with the Alzheimer's Association of San Joaquin County and as a fundraising consultant for various nonprofit organizations. Chair Canepa.
Thank you. One of my car wash customers from back in the day, right? So that's how far we go back. But I mean, the thing that is most amazing about all these veterans and the people that serve is the amount that you give back. And it's not a conditional give. You guys give of your time and your energy and your money and your love unconditionally, and that's what warms my heart, and that's why it was important that we honored you today for the time and energy that you put into the community and giving people that need help the help that they want. I mean, I see you all over, and it just warms my heart. So would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, County Board of Supervisors, and most thanks to my brothers and my sisters over here. They are my inspiration. The service I provide and the work I do in the community is because of them. I'm not going to say a lot, but I am very grateful for the County Board of Supervisors recognizing my brothers and sisters and for the services that they do provide. And thank you so much for recognizing me today.
I just want to say being board chair this year has been absolutely amazing. So we're celebrating the 175th year of San Joaquin County, and you are a legend, Frank. So I mean, just so you don't know, you're a legend and my hero that you can come and be still part of. How old are you now, Frank?
Pardon?
How old are you?
99 and 7 months.
99 and 7 months. And where are y'all taking them? You're taking them on plane? Where you guys are going?
Pearl Harbor.
They're going to Pearl Harbor. I mean, if that's not amazing And are you still driving? I know would you give up the keys yet?
They took me away.
Uh-oh, so I went last year, so he's still driving. But this is the testament of why we do what we do and why all these people do what they do, to give silently. And I mean, very humble individuals. And that's what I try to do. You know, just represent people, do your job, and do it well. And these people are testaments to what they've done and how they've served our country, and all the accolades that they do and all the boards and commissions that they serve on is just absolutely amazing to me of how our community stands tall. And I'm proud to be here, because without them, I don't know who would be in our country and who we'd be working for. So I'm glad that we live in this country as we pledge to our flag. It makes me very proud to be here to honor all of you folks that have served. My father served in the Merchant Marines and the Army, and he didn't share a lot of it. So I'm glad that you guys are here to share those stories and make this place a better place to live in. So thank you so very much.
Chair
at this-
Canepa, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't have this on your outline, but I would like to ask if the supervisors and the veterans would like to have a group photo taken together.
Okay.
And then we also have a member of the public that requested to speak, a veteran that would like to share a little bit about what he does, Mark Reese.
Okay, Mark Reese, come on up.
Chairman, Board of Supervisors, humbly come before you. Just a little background. I've been serving 44 years for the country, one way, shape, or form. I started in 1979, 1980 in the Middle East. Many years, many conflicts, and 20 years ACSO, and I work for San Joaquin. The reason why I'm here, I represent an organization. I'm an Eco Team Leader for RWB, stands for Red, White, and Blue. Basically, we're a mind, body, and spirit organization recognized by the VA Health Administration and the White House. We currently have 12 special operators traveling cross-country that started in San Diego and is running to Washington, D.C. We're in day 9. They're averaging 7 minutes and 30-second miles, and they will be in Washington, D.C. by Sunday. Basically, we're an organization that's fast, made of operators, made of military, combat vets, law enforcement, and we promote health. We have our own college in Arkansas. So basically what I'm saying is, if you guys need anything at all, any veterans or anybody that knows any veterans or anything needs, we're here for you. It's RWB, Red, White, and Blue. Basically, you can go as fast or slow speed as you want. We do rucks, we do Spartan races, we do mud races, anything you could think of. We promote the mind and the body and the spirit, and we're always here. I've been blessed to serve the country for almost 44 years, and my father served 68 in the Army. So basically what I'm saying is there's people here to help if you need anything at all. I'm 62. I've been blessed that I still can run. Last thing I did was February. I did 243 miles in 30 days. But we're here to help is all I'm saying. That's the only reason I came up to speak, saying that if you need any help with anything at all, RWB or Red, White, and Blue is here for you. And let us always remember the people that are downrange right now, the people that have been, the people that have served, are serving, and will serve in the future. Because the ultimate sacrifice is in the mind, the body, and the spirit, and the family members of the people behind them that are supporting them, that are worried about them when they're in harm's way, when they come back, either sometimes whole or sometimes not whole. It's our job to support them and to defend them in what they do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll do the photo and then You want to get it?
Let's go first. Look at everybody. I mean, look at all these guys. Good. Be careful. Back him up. Be careful. Really turn, you guys. Just turn a little bit. Turn. The other way. There you go. Slide in. You do the same. Good job. I want to make sure everybody's in this picture. All right, Frank, time to dance.
Drop, Frank. Draw, sir.
Okay, Madura, you're up.
Chairman Canepa and fellow supervisors, thank you for what you've done here today of honoring these veterans. There's a lot of things you could have done. You did a great thing today. And I also want to take us 1 second before I close us in prayer, is to take this one stance to say, would everybody please stand to honor these men, everybody that's served, to honor the people that have served. We honor you. We honor you. We honor you. Be sure and make sure and thank a veteran. As you see anybody that's a veteran, please go out of your way to tell them thank you. They put it all on the line. Please pray with me. Father, I want to thank you for this opportunity to lift up our veterans. And I want to also lift up those that are in harm's way right now, Father. As so many of them, as I just got returned from 29 Palms, Father, to see all those guys just getting ready for going, getting ready to deploy. Father, I just pray that you'd watch over each one. Bless them, Father. Bless their commanders. Bless all the support. Bless everything in their families. Bless their children. Father, help each one. And God bless America. In Jesus' name, amen.
Buddy, take it away. All right, that closes our presentation for today on veterans. So thank you, everybody, for coming. And we're having a veteran event in November. So we look forward to having you all back for that. So thank you so very much for attending. And remember, thank a veteran because they got us our freedom. So thank you very much.
If I could ask, is there a Michael Caligri still in the audience? I have your badge. At this time, the Board of Supervisors will be on a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
All righty, we're going to call the meeting back to order at this time. County Council, do you have any recordable or reportable action from closed session?
I do, yes. With regard to the Taylor versus San Joaquin County case, the board approved settlement of that matter. Supervisor Rickman made the motion, Supervisor Dollywall seconded it, and the terms and conditions of settlement will be available upon request once all parties have executed the settlement agreement. That's all the reportable action.
Thank you. At this time, I will go on to In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. I'm going to recess the County Supervisor Board of Supervisors meeting. Announce that the board will be acting as the governing board of the In-Home Support Services Public Authority. And we're going to convene the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. At this time, the consent item is IHSS set up public hearing date of June 3rd, 2025 at 9 a.m. to adopt the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority 2025-2026 fiscal year budget and approve the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority interagency agreement. Can I call for a motion?
Motion.
And a second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Is that Supervisor?
All right.
or do you-
Nope, too
Right.
late.
Did I
Who
gavel?
was the second?
Did I forget to gavel? Do I need to gavel?
No, you're good.
Okay. All right. All those, please take a vote. Motion passes to have the hearing on June 3rd. Okay. Now, the board will be acting as the governing board of the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. So we'll convene Flood Control and Water Conservation District meeting. The consent items is authorize the district flood control engineer to execute a funding agreement with the California Department of Water Resources for the California Stream Gauge Improvement Program, San Joaquin County Stream Gauge Upgrade Project, and take related actions to obtain funding first, third, and fourth districts. I'll call for a motion. There's a motion and a second.
Second.
All right, first and second, call for the vote. And we're going to adjourn that flood control and water district meeting and reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. Moving on, 9 a.m. scheduled morning hearings at 10 to 3. Number one, conduct a public hearing and approval of the fiscal year 2025-26 fee schedules for the Office of the County Agriculture Commissioner Sealer of weights and measures due to an increase in hourly rate for inspection staff. Okay, see below public hearing number 2 for the CAOs. Read number 2. Conduct public hearing and approval of fiscal year 2025-2026 county fee revisions for the assessor, recorder, county clerk, community development, environmental health, behavioral health services, public guardian / conservator, parks and recreation, public health services, registrar of voters, San Joaquin General Hospital, sheriff's office, and the Stockton Metropolitan Airport. It says announce that the items 1 and 2 as listed on the agenda. Due to the fact that these two agendized items involve the same subject matter, the adoption of new fees or an increase in existing fees for specific county departments, I'm going to consolidate the two hearings into a single public hearing to save time and to promote further efficiencies. After the close of the public hearing, we will vote on the items separately.
Chairman, can you repeat that for me, please?
Sure. Due to the fact that sorry, I'm trying to speed things along, I apologize. Deputy County Administrator Sarah Sickler, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chairman Canepa and members of the board. Sarah Sickler, Deputy County Administrator. This afternoon, your board will be asked to conduct a public hearing to consider various fee revisions. The purpose of this hearing is to receive presentations and to accept public comments regarding the proposed fee revisions. The state has distinguished between general public service and special public services. Examples of general public services would be the jail, welfare, and certain health programs. General public services are funded from general
revenues, such as property and sales taxes, and are distinguished from special public services by those who benefit, either the general public or the parties, such as private individuals, businesses, or other government entities. Examples of special or user beneficial public services would be those related to property development, conducting a business, animal ownership, or individual healthcare costs, such as those provided by public health and behavioral health. Special public services are funded by special revenues, such as users' fees, license fees, and penalty assessments. These fees are designed to cover the cost associated with providing user-initiated activities. The amount of these fees is intended to maintain service levels expected by the service recipient without shifting the cost to the general taxpayer. If fees are not adequate to cover the cost of providing the service, then that service is subsidized by the general fund. In conformance with California Constitution Article 13C, Section 1, the fee amounts are no more than is necessary to cover the reasonable cost of the activity, and how the costs are allocated bears a reasonable relationship to the benefit received from the activity. 10 departments are recommending revisions to certain fees, primarily due to increased operating costs associated with delivering this specific service. Notices of public hearings were published to the local newspaper on April 29th and May 6th of 2025. Copies of the departmental board letters have been made available for the public to view at the office of the clerk of the board. Fee revisions totaling approximately $2.8 million are proposed by the Agricultural Commissioner Sealer, Assessor Recorder County Clerk, Community Development, Environmental Health, Healthcare Service Agencies, General Services, Parks and Recreation, the Registrar of Voters, San Joaquin General Hospital, the Sheriff's Office, and the Stockton Metropolitan Airport. Upon opening the public hearing, I will provide a brief summary of each department's proposed fee revision, and departmental representatives are available to respond to any questions from your board. It is recommended that following each department fee summary, the public be allowed the opportunity to comment on that department's proposed fee revision. Your board may want to revise proposed fees after each department fee summary. Once public comments have been taken and the board comments have been made, it would be appropriate for the board to take action on that department's requested fee revision, or the board may choose to take action on all proposed fee revisions following the last department presentation. Chairman Canova, at this time, it would be appropriate to open the fee hearing for the first department to take public comment on that item. So first we have the Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer. Their proposed fee increase for hourly rate for various agricultural inspections and certification fees, weights and measures inspections and certification fees from $133.65 to $154.41 to recover the actual costs associated with providing these activities. That's all for the agriculture.
Is there anybody that would like to speak on this one? Okay. And now that hearing is now closed. Move on to the next one.
Next, we move on to the Assessor Recorder County Clerk and their proposed fee updates. The Assessor Recorder County Clerk is proposing to add a $2 fee, recorder's fee schedule to provide state mandated services as outlined in Assembly Bill 1466. Assembly Bill 1466 is a California law that primarily addresses the removal of unlawful discriminatory covenants from property documents. It allows for the redaction of such covenants, which were previously required to be stricken or crossed out, and expands the scope of individuals who can initiate this process. And this fee does end, if approved, the fee will end on December 31st of 2027. And that is it for the assessors.
Okay, any questions, concerns on that one? Seeing none, close the hearing, open the next.
Next, we have the Community Development Department. The Community Development Department is proposing to amend the fire construction permit and inspection fee schedule to the operational fire permit fee schedule to ensure fees more accurately reflect the actual costs of provided services. That's it.
Questions, comments, concerns? Close the CDD hearing. Next.
Environmental Health Department, increase the environmental health hourly rate from $172 to $179 per hour for various inspection documents, plan reviews, and consultation service fees. Increase the land use collection by from CDD by approximately 15%, reflecting an increase in the hourly rate from $156 to $179. And increase the EHD tipping fee approximately 4% from 59 cents per ton to 61 cents per ton.
Questions and concerns? Hearing none, close the Environmental Health Department.
And then we'll have 3 departments under healthcare services. The first one being behavioral health services, and it is to authorize the Director of Healthcare Services for a period ending June 30th, 2026, to adjust rates and charges to reflect fluctuations in the average cost of providing the services or supplies to conform with the levels of reimbursement allowed under Medi-Cal and Medicare guidelines. And to authorize the Director of Healthcare Services for a period ending of June 30th, 2026, to set rates and fees previously unestablished for services or supplies that reflect the average cost for those services or supplies pending the next fiscal year's hearing.
We're doing 2 or 3 of the, oh, sorry.
For the Public Health Guardian Conservator, again, this is to authorize the Director of Healthcare Services for a period ending June 30th, 2026 to adjust the representative payee fee when notified of change to the maximum allowable fee set by the Social Security Administration for 25-26.
Any questions about healthcare services? Seeing none, close that hearing.
One
Oops,
more.
too fast?
Yeah, too
Sorry,
fast.
whoops. Oops, too efficient, I apologize.
And for Public Health Services, adjust laboratory fees based on changes in laboratory procedures, frequency and volume of testing, salary, benefits, and supply costs.
Okay, now I can do it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions? Closing healthcare services. Next.
Next up, we have GSD's Parks and Recreation. And due to increases in labor and utility costs, the General Service Parks and Recreation Division is proposing the following increases related to facility rentals to cover the cost of providing these services listed above. Parks is also recommending that the board approve new fees to offset the cost of Mickey Grove Zoo's educational program and eliminate the discounted admission during the winter months.
Any questions for General Services, Parks and Rec? Oh,
A couple quick questions. When was the last time we updated these fees for the parks?
We updated fees for parks last fiscal year as well.
Last fiscal year. Do you remember what percentage they went up, roughly?
I do not. Oh.
Okay. Staff is whispering in my ear. So I think what I'll do, Supervisor Garcia, through the chair, I'm going to ask, do you have the answers? I'm going to ask Alicia to go
And I could be a
to
little
the-
bit more specific. I mean, just like the soccer field rental, I mean, we're basically increasing it by 50%. And I was just curious, last year, you know, if there was an increase, and then what are we looking at in the future? You know, how much is the shortfall?
Specifically to the regional sports complex, Supervisor Garcia through the chair, staff is telling me we've not increased those fees for 20 years.
So that's one of my concerns is that, you know, we're looking at a 50% increase and we're trying to promote kids to getting out in the parks, and affordability of sports is a challenge. I have a problem with 20 years. If we, you know, I see 50-cent increases, you know, annually or something in a small percentage, but to increase it by 50% is kind of troubling to me.
I do understand your concern, and all I can say is that in subsequent years from now, we will make sure that we're doing small incremental increases if they're warranted, rather than waiting 20 years.
Yeah, and so, and another question was our deficit from previous years to the point that, you know, we're. Excuse me. How much are we losing on the regional complex to increase it by our fees by 50%?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but any shortfall would have been taken care of or covered by the general fund. So I would be happy to go back and have staff take a look at that and report to your board what that number was or is.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And anything that, you know, that's, if we see, obviously, if we're talking about, you know, 50 cents a dollar, but if we're looking at 50 to 70% increase in our fees, I definitely would like to get a little bit more information on that before I would support that.
Certainly.
Supervisor Rickman?
I'm trying to catch up here. So you're talking about the regional sports complex. I have it up here. So you're talking about current rental fee from $5 to $10? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
So when you're talking about 50 cents, you're talking $5?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Because this just covers the cost, right? I mean, it's not like, because we
it
can't
does.
make money on, obviously,
Exactly.
just,
Yes.
so we've been not paying attention to over 20 years. Or we, okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Chairman?
Any other further questions?
Yeah, I got one more.
Oh, one more.
And I'd also, honestly, I'd feel more comfortable too if, you know, if there is a surplus, that, you know, is that money going to be reinvested back into that complex? You know, if we actually get in a position where we could do some upgrades to, you know, whatever the gopher problem or irrigation and things like that.
Generally speaking, there should not be a surplus. These fees are developed to simply cover the cost of providing the service. This board has been very generous with parks this year and in the last couple years, and we are making some of those upgrades as we speak to that specific park.
Thank you.
So if there is like a hardship, if somebody, soccer people can't afford it, you'll hear about it?
We'll hear about it and we can
Okay.
deal with that.
Okay. Vice Chair Dallal?
Connie, I'm just going to make a suggestion that if we have to do a fee increase in future, let's not wait for 20 years and then jump 50%. Maybe we should do like small increments.
Agreed. I think the thinking probably was, you know, $5 is kind of a round amount. And when staff took a hard look at it this year, realized that we're more in the neighborhood of $10, but I agree with you. Even if it means we go up incrementally $1 every few years, that's more in keeping with what we should be doing.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to close the General Services, Parks, and Rec hearing. Moving on.
Next, we have the Registrar of Voters. On March 26, 2024, the board requested that the Registrar of Voters review the charges for election. The review suggested updating the fee scheduled as outlined above.
Questions, comments?
Yeah, hold on. I'm reviewing.
So much for speeding things along. How'd the one go to 0? Because we're not increasing it?
Because it doesn't cost them, they're going to electronic. They're trying to encourage people to go to electronic.
Gotcha, thank you. Hearing any other questions, concerns? Closing the registrar.
Incentivize what you like, tax what you don't. Like long speed.
We don't need staff, we have Supervisor Dean. Thank you, sir. Next. Oh, I'm sorry. Fired.
San Joaquin General Hospital. Their proposed is to increase room rates and other charges at the San Joaquin General Hospital and clinics operated by San Joaquin General Hospital. and authorize the Chief Executive Officer for the period ending June 30th, 2026 to adjust rates and charges to reflect fluctuations in the average cost of providing services or supplies to conform with the levels of reimbursement allowed under Medi-Cal and Medicare guidelines, and authorize the SJGH CEO for the period ending June 30th, 2026 to set previously unestablished fees for services or supplies that reflect the average cost for those services or supplies pending next year's fiscal year's hearing.
Any questions, comments on San Joaquin General Hospital? Seeing none, close that hearing.
We have the Sheriff's Office. Their proposed is to decrease the jail access fee from $582.30 to $510.65, and increase booking fees for arresting agencies from $144 to $149. It will be noted that currently we do not charge these fees. We receive revenue to backfill them, and only if there's a shortfall would we charge them.
When's going down? Does that mean more people are getting arrested, so the average lowers the cost?
I hope so.
Any questions or concerns?
Who's paying the access fee? I mean, if Rickman wants to go visit and spend the night, it's going from $582 to $510. I don't understand who you're,
I'll pay that.
is that to the agency?
So,
Police, sheriff, who pays the?
So counties can charge arresting agencies for booking.
Okay.
A misdemeanor or booking exceeding, counties may charge arresting agencies per booking only if their current year misdemeanor bookings exceed the prior 3-year average. So no projected revenue is for 25-26 due to the uncertainty of qualifying agencies. For the booking fee, as of July 1st, 2021, counties can no longer charge convicted defendants a booking fees. States provide $65 million annually to backfill lost revenue. Sheriff Custody Division receives $84,463 annually from this backfill. For the booking fee arresting agency, the state pays $35 million annually directly to counties in lieu of cities paying booking fees. The sheriff's office receives $796,800 or $780 annually from this allocation.
Okay, thank you.
Good answer. I'm impressed. So closing the sheriff's office, opening the next one.
And finally, our last, we have the Stockton Metropolitan Airport, and I'd like to invite Director Sokol up to give a brief presentation on the proposed fee updates for the airport.
Good afternoon. I'm Rick Sokol, I'm the airport director.
Welcome.
Thank you. I was asked to put together a very brief presentation for you regarding the airport rates and charges and fees. We're suggesting some changes in the way we do rates and charges that are a little different than what's been done in the past. So a little bit of background. The rates and charges for airports are reviewed by the Federal Aviation Administration. They recommend that we do a review every 5 years. The last time this was done in San Joaquin County was 2020. Airports are expected to charge fair market rates to minimize the need for public support of the airport. And what we've done here is we've hired consultants to help review the financial history of our airport, conduct a market analysis of competitive rents around our airport and other communities, and do an on-site review and study before we made these recommendations. So there are two basic rate-making approaches for airports. One's called the residual approach. The other one is called the compensatory rate-making approach. Most large airports use the residual approach. And in a nutshell, what that means is airports charge whatever fees and rates that they can for non-aeronautical users, and the airlines that serve those airports become signatory airlines, and they guarantee the difference so that the airline makes up the difference at the end.
Unfortunately, our airport is not in a position to use the residual approach, but we would like to. We're working towards the residual approach. We have to use the compensatory rate-making approach. And that compensatory approach basically involves assigning fare rates and charges against different types of aircraft or aviation users. We have a group of rates and charges charged against the terminal, some against the airfield costs, and that's the approach that we take. And then we compare that against our neighboring airports to make sure we're competitive. So some of the highlights of some of the changes that we're suggesting for our airport over the last 5 years is changing the commercial landing fee from $2.15 per maximum gross landing weight to $2.25, and then we would step that up over the next 5 years. Fuel flowage fee is currently split 10 cents for Jet A fuel, 7 cents a gallon for 100 low lead, that's general aviation users, and the proposal is to consolidate and keep the rate at 10 cents for all types of fuel. Tie-downs are basically parking fees for general aviation, and we're talking about increasing the monthly rent to park your airplane at the airport, and increases by up to between $5 and $20 per month, depending upon the size of the aircraft. And then hangar rents. Hangar rents are a little bit volatile for us right now because we're planning to build new hangars later this year. And those rents are going to be significantly higher than they are right now. And we're going to have to bring the hangar rents back to you once we understand the costs of building those hangars. And that should be relatively soon. So there is a proposal to slightly increase the hangar rents for the existing hangar stock we have, but some of that stock is going to change. Automobile parking in the parking lot at the terminal building is currently $12 a day. We're proposing to go to $14 a day. And then as we develop additional airline service, we're expecting or hoping to create a 3-tier system, create a premier lot, a daily lot, and an economy lot. And we're asking that you approve those rates today, even though we don't have those designations or those classifications, so that we have some certainty as we go forward in the next 5-year cycle of fees.
Question.
Vice Chair.
Mr. Sokol, I read an advertisement. It says, fly from Stockton close to home, free parking, but it's not free parking, right?
I don't know where you got free parking from, no.
I'll text you the ad.
Wasn't from us, I hope.
I don't know who it was from, but I'll send it to you.
There is free parking for the first 12 hours.
Maybe that's what they meant, but I'll double check.
Please. We want to nip that one in the bud.
Thank you.
And then terminal rents for airlines and other tenants would go up 20 cents per square foot per month. We'll be introducing some additional classifications of rents that would apply almost exclusively to airlines. We don't charge airlines to use the hold room or the bag makeup, or the bag claim area, I should say, and we would be updating to start charging for those facilities. We're also introducing or suggesting that we create a rental car fee of an 8% commission. We have no rental car services right now. We expect that to change in the next year or two. We want to be proactive and try to establish the rate now. We're introducing shuttle and taxi access fees of $3.50 per pickup or drop-off. You've already approved one agreement with Lyft at those rates, and we plan to standardize it for all other companies. We're working on finalizing a deal with Uber right now. We also need to set rates for electric vehicle charging. And as I mentioned, airline hold room, bag makeup, and bag claim fees are new for us.
I have a question. How do you know who drops them off?
The Uber and Lyft have very sophisticated technologies, and there's a geo-fence that's created, and they report to us every month the number of people dropped off or picked up within the airport geo-fence, and then they make a payment.
Thank you.
So we're estimating that the package that we're describing today would increase Annual revenues by about $362,000 a year. And as a enterprise fund, of course, our revenue generation capabilities are very important to us. What to expect from us in the next fee review. As I mentioned, we need to talk about the costs of the newly constructed hangars and apply appropriate rental rates to those. There are other common use airline rental rates that we're going to have to review once we get our building reorganized and rebuilt. And then we'll be starting to look also at the development of new opportunities for terminal building advertising. So that's what's likely to come next. And that's the overview that I wanted to share with you. Again, we're trying to prepare for new activity and to plan for a switch from compensatory rate making to residual rate making, which we think is in the best interest of the county.
Thank you. Any questions, concerns? Good. Closing the airport hearing.
This concludes our presentation on the proposed fee updates and the associated revenue impacts.
Alrighty. Questions, concerns? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Do I need to start back the meeting or the next hearing?
Well, we do need the board to take action on this item.
Oops. I'm a little ahead there.
Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Supervisor Rickman.
And
You're gonna do the first one, and then remember, you have a second one for the ag only. All of the rest of them, you just got a motion in a second.
Okay, that's for the CAO item, for the call for motion for the,
For all of the fees except for
okay,
the
wait a minute.
ag.
Okay, all the fees except for the ag. Okay, thank you.
got up too soon.
You're back, sorry. Sorry for my malfeasance there. So we're gonna call for a vote for the CAO items, and then we'll call for, so we had a first and who was second?
I'll make a motion to approve the CAO items.
Vice Chair Dollywall, call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0. And then we're gonna call for a motion and a second on the ag commissioners items.
So moved.
First by Rick, second by Dean. Call for a vote. Motion passes 5-0. Next public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve development title text amendments number PA-2400533, all districts. Community Development Department. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chair Canepa, members of the board. I have with me today Principal Planner Megan Aguirre, who will be doing a brief presentation to touch on some of the cleanup items we're doing in our development title. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This project is the development title text amendment to update tables and text within Series 200, 400, 600, 700, and 900. The current development title was approved at the end of 2022 with the anticipation that staff would process future text amendments as part of the initial adjustment period. In the past 2 years, following approval of the update, the Board of Supervisors approved 2 text amendments for various cleanups, as well as a comprehensive update to the existing sign ordinance chapter and a new chapter for commercial and industrial design guidelines. The current project represents another round of wide-ranging text amendments to address issues with document usability, including clarifying processes and reinstating requirements that were unintentionally left out with the comprehensive update in '22.
Proposed amendments address the following topics: permitting requirements for several use types and private rights-of-ways in antiquated subdivisions, setbacks for special circumstances, reinstatement of special use regulations for truck parking in the limited agricultural zone, height requirements for accessory buildings and fences, tree requirements, minimum parcel sizes for Williamson Act contracts, and general terms. Changes are also proposed to requirements for the mobile food vendors use type, which will be discussed on the next slide. In 2020, then Director of the Community Development Department, David Kwong, issued a memo to address permitting requirements for mobile food vendors, which was not a specific use type in the 1992 version of the development title. Per the memo, mobile food vendors would either be treated as a full restaurant requiring the same level of discretionary review, or if no seating or restrooms were provided, new mobile food vendors could be permitted with just a business license application in zones that permit restaurants. When the 22 development title update was approved, a new use type was also approved for mobile food vendors, along with a chapter dedicated to special regulations for this use. Since that time, various issues and concerns have come up regarding this use type. As such, revisions are proposed to address the level of permitting required and to add locational criteria to limit impacts to residential areas and existing businesses. The proposed updates include requiring a zoning compliance review in addition to a business license for sites with a single mobile food vendor and no seating or restrooms, thus offering additional opportunity for county departments to ensure compliance with standards. All mobile food vendor sites with multiple vendors or the provision of seating and restrooms would be treated similarly to a restaurant and require an administrative use permit to allow for a higher level of review. This is more of a clarification than a change. However, for mobile food vendors in some zones, this would increase the level of review. In order to limit impacts to other properties and businesses and provide a buffer, the proposed changes include that new vendors will also not be allowed within 200 feet of a permitted residential use, residential zone, or area shown on the general plan for residential use. Mobile food vendors will also not be permitted within 400 feet of another vendor except when a single site is approved for multiple vendors and not within 400 feet of another type of eating establishment. These measurements will be based on nearest property lines. Several other minor amendments are proposed regarding use of consistent terminology and parking. On February 6, 2025, the Planning Commission considered the project and voted to forward the project to the Board of Supervisors for approval. In order to approve a development title text amendment, several findings must be made in the affirmative, and we recommend through the Planning Commission that these can be made. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the project with the recommendation shown on this slide and included in the board letter. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. On Series 400, what's changing for the height requirements for accessory building and fencing compared to what it is then to now?
Yes, so through the chair, for the height requirements for accessories structures, that was 14 feet in the new title. We're putting it back to 18, which is what we typically used in the past.
All right, so you're increasing it.
Yeah.
All right, and what about the tree requirements?
So for residential zones, we found that some of the tree requirements were excessive when we've actually had projects come through and ask about how many trees were going to be planted. So we're recommending that we reduce the number. It was based on 1,000 square feet. It's now based on, I believe, 5,000 square feet of residential lot. And so it was also, the development title also had an exception for just rural residential zones, but we're also recommending that it would be for all the residential zones, that the zoning administrator could reduce the requirement if it did not seem to make sense for that particular subdivision.
So planting more trees or less trees?
Less trees.
And why would we care?
Because some of our projects have had to plant an excessive number, and they've come and asked us, is that really the number? And it's difficult to fit it sometimes along like the frontage of the parcel when the parcel is relatively narrow in certain subdivisions.
So let me see. I just want to make sure. So this applies to residential.
Residential zones.
So if I own a home and I want to, how many trees can I plant? I was looking for it, I couldn't find it. I mean, it's just, why, say, I just want to know what the limit is. If I own a home and I want to plant 10 trees and the county tells me you can only plant 8 trees, what business is it of the county's?
No, it's not quite like that. It's more the required trees. So you can plant more if you would like, but we are not requiring you to plant more.
So we can plant more.
Yes.
So the county's not limiting me on my own property what I can plant and how many I can plant.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make
Yes.
sure.
You
we
got it.
didn't- It's, that'd be crazy. Well, it's California, right? So it's,
It can be crazy.
all right, thank you. That was easy, right? I appreciate it.
No, we're in hearings, sorry. You're in hearings.
But I'm not hearing things. We just went from the.
Just let everybody know they have fruit trees at Costco. So they still have it.
Okay.
Supervisor Dean.
I can't find it on here. I'm just gonna assume that I'm not overtired and we were talking about trees and mobile food trucks at the same time. Okay, okay. But if you keep them on the trees and they pick them, are they subject to licensing? Because it's ag unless you put it on the table? Then you gotta, question, when you say mobile, I'm assuming that doesn't necessarily mean a truck. It could be a standalone grill on the side of the road. Anything that's not a licensed, structured building, correct? Okay. And since it does say food, one of the big concerns I've had in the North County has to do, and it's two concerns with those things that are labeled as cultural, flower sales on the side of the road. Three concerns. One is, for instance, in Woodbridge, I've got a flower shop and I've got 3 stands down the road from selling flowers. I've got a concern from residents about how come there are little kids out there and women. Is it part of the, an organized trafficking ring where they're setting up these individuals selling flowers? Do we have any enforcement there? Before I take that up with the district attorney and everything, I was just wondering, are those regulated by this as well too, or is it just food?
So through the chair, Supervisor Ding, a lot of times those types of uses are in the public right-of-way on, right off of a street, still within the right-of-way, or on a sidewalk. So those would not be regulated by community development, and I don't want to speak for Public Works, but I don't know that they have a way to permit that as well. If you'd like, do you want to add anything to that, Megan?
Yeah, I was just going to clarify that selling cut flowers would fall under a different category for us if it was on private property. We have like a produce sales, and that does allow some of those kinds of things, but that would be, we don't see a lot of those. Most of the time people are doing those kinds of sales, they're just doing produce. But that's
Okay,
what's on
if
private
it's,
property.
if it's just produce, forget the flowers for a second. Would that be covering, I know the main emphasis is the food sales, but I'm wondering if we're addressing a couple other problems as well too.
No, this specific text amendment is just for mobile food vendors, so food is the only thing being sold. It would not include flowers or produce or those kinds of things.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question for the setbacks with schools, doesn't come into it.
So, Chair Canepa, what we did is we reviewed the ordinances that the different cities are using, and we did not find that they had any sort of setbacks from schools.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Garcia.
Yeah, it was my question is are we mirroring what our neighboring cities or our cities are currently following?
Yeah, so we did take a look at some of the local jurisdictions. We also looked further out just to see what other agencies are doing, and some of them are ahead of the game. Others don't have anything real specific. So it's not identical to anyone else's ordinance, but we did take that into consideration when we looked at what we would include.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Anybody from the audience have a question or comment? Seeing none. Call for a motion.
So moved.
Second. Second. First and second, call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0. All right, at this time, we'll have community development public hearing regarding an appeal by Sarup S. Sarai and Ranjit K. Sarai, Portaroli and Associates Incorporated, of the Planning Commission's denial of variance number PA-240078 and minor subdivision number PA-240079.
Thank you. Deputy Director of Planning, Corinne King. I have Stephanie Stowers here to provide a presentation.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. This project is an appeal of two applications, a variance and a minor subdivision. The variance requests to reduce the minimum parcel size in the AG 40 zone, that's the general agriculture 40 acre minimum zone, from 40 acres to 5 acres. And then the minor subdivision has been applied for concurrently. That would then subdivide a 10 acre parcel into two 5 acre parcels. The project site is located at the southwest corner of South Lammers Road and Philip Martin Court, north of Tracy. The 10 acre project site has a general plan designation and zoning of general agriculture. Surrounding land uses are primarily agricultural with scattered residences. This is the proposed tentative map submitted by the applicant depicting the proposed resultant 5 acre parcels. Parcel 1 contains an existing residence. The parcels will be served by private water, stormwater, and sewage systems if approved. Both parcels have direct access onto public roadways. The Community Development Department reviewed the application with the required findings that must be made for variance as well as minor subdivision. Staff could not make the required findings in the affirmative, and as a result recommended that the Planning Commission deny the application. These findings are found in the board letter. On February 6th, the Planning Commission heard the item and voted 3-2 to deny the project based on the inability to make the necessary findings. Subsequently, the project applicant appealed the decision to your board and provided appeal statements regarding variance findings. No statements were provided regarding the minor subdivision. In their appeal statements, which are included on this slide, the applicant states that the county's redesignation of the site in 1974 that increased the minimum parcel size from 10 acres to 40 acres constitutes a special circumstance for the property. The parcel was created in 1913 as part of an antiquated subdivision, Tracy Garden Farms, which predates the San Joaquin County subdivision regulations. As a result, the parcel was created consistent to the rules in effect at the time, which only required the recording of a map. Tracy Garden Farms created over 250 parcels varying in size, some exceeding 20 acres, some down to below 1 acre. The county then adopted our first zoning ordinance in 1961. This parcel at that time was zoned EA10, which was an exclusive agriculture zone with a 10 acre minimum parcel size. Under the 1961 rules, a minimum of 20 acres was required in order to subdivide this parcel in the EA zone, even to create a home site parcel. In 1974, the county adopted an amended open space and conservation element of our general plan. This delineated broad areas to be maintained in open space and agricultural uses for conservation purposes. The subject parcel was included in the defined area for conservation. Subsequently, in 1974, the county adopted a zone reclassification that changed the zoning in this area from EA10 to EA40, increasing the minimum parcel size to 40 acres for consistency with that updated general plan, open space, and conservation element.
I have a quick question. So at the beginning, it was a 250 different parcels, and they ranged from how big to down to 1, and then it changes to 10, and then it changes to...
I apologize, Chair, for not being clear. The subdivision in 1913 created about 250 parcels. The parcel map that was recorded had a lot of 10 acre parcels, but as well, because of the geography, some of the parcels ended up being larger along the rivers out there or smaller because they were kind of down in corners. So that subdivision map created 250 parcels, some of which are larger, some of which are smaller. This is about an average size parcel at 10 acres in that subdivision.
Okay, and then it went from 10 to 40, and then it said we're gonna save it and not do anything?
So when we first adopted zoning, we adopted a zoning of EA10 out there, which was a 10 acre minimum.
which was fairly consistent with the parcel size in that area. So I'm assuming at the time the planner said, everything out there is about 10 acres. We're going to put EA 10 over it, which is consistent with that size.
Okay. All
And
right.
then, sorry.
No, go ahead.
In 74, we adopted an element in our general plan to essentially conserve agricultural land better than we had been. So at that point, we increased the minimum parcel size. So when we create new parcels, now we wanted it to be 40-acre minimum. So it stayed a 10-acre parcel, but the requirements for that parcel changed. It became non-conforming, smaller than what we would like to see out there.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry if I was unclear. Ultimately, after the general plan update was done, the zoning classification was done, the subdivision that's proposed today hasn't been permitted in this area since 1961, when our development title in 1961 was first adopted. Further, the variance findings require that there's a special circumstance on the property that would deprive the property of privileges enjoyed by other parcels in the vicinity. Because a broad area was rezoned and taken from a 10-acre minimum to a 40-acre minimum, this impacted the entire area equitably. And all of the parcels are held to the same development title standards. This further supports that the parcel doesn't have a special circumstance that stems from that 1974 rezone of the property. So this is a photo of the project site taken from Lammers Road. The project site is, the house on the existing site is located kind of behind those trees. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's denial of the variance. Alternatively, if the board chooses to grant the appeal, thereby approving the project, staff recommends that the board expressly find a basis for variance findings 1 and 3, and then adopt the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approve the project with the recommended conditions. We included drafts of the mitigated negative declaration, the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and the conditions of approval in the board package. Thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just want to remind everybody too, every time we get these appeals, it seems like we're getting more and more of these appeals, is that, you know, this is considered a quasi-judicial hearing, which means that, you know, we, like what they said with the finding, we have to support the finding with facts and evidence and so on. You know, what I think personally is inconsequential, because it doesn't matter if I can't support the findings one way or another. So it is different than the regular agenda item. Just like if you go before a judge, goes by case law or law, the law in question. So with that being said, so I mean, you know, I was reading through this, and it kind of got it confusing when you're talking about variance and the minor subdivision at the same time. So the property owner wants to split the property and put more homes on per acreage, right? So for the variance side of that, the county found, or planning and you guys found that there is no special circumstance or no special privileges, right? So it was denied based on that, right?
Yes, through the chair. We were unable to make, and the Planning Commission was unable to make the variance findings for special circumstance or for allowing a special privilege.
So-
And then by not being able to make those, we weren't also able to make the subdivision findings.
Okay,
If you can, if you can make the variance findings, generally you can then make the subdivision findings.
Okay, that's what was the confusing portion of it, because the variance wasn't, and then you look at the subdivision, it was.
We weren't able to make the subdivision findings either.
It
But
said
if-
finding one consistency and physical suitable, so that's still what, that was denied.
Yes, because
Okay.
we weren't able to make the 2 variance findings, therefore also 2 of the minor subdivision findings.
But if you
can-
approved the variance, then you would find the
Yes,
subdivision.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I just want to clarify on that. But, you know, on another note, why are we seeing more of this? I mean, we had something similar, but without the minor subdivision a few months ago, and we found, I forget what special circumstances. It was because of the property, it was the way it was cut pretty much, right? I'm trying to think back. It was what, the Bachettis or somebody out there?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. So the difference between these two situations is the board was able to make the findings of special circumstances since the parcel that was asking to be subdivided had two different types of zoning.
That's right. That's what it was. So that was unique.
And the reason that staff could not support that is because that is not one of the arguments that the applicant at the time had ever made.
Right. But, I mean, that was unique on that, so that's
Correct.
why we met. Now, okay, I'll just leave it at that for right now. All right, thank you.
We have a public comment. John Vieira, please. We went too long for John Vieira?
He may not have made it.
We can barely make it.
Huh? Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Please come forward, state your name.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Anjali Sarai, and I am speaking on behalf of Sarup and Ranjit Sarai, the family that is asking for this appeal. Just for a little background, this property has been in the Sarai family for 29 years, and it holds a deep multi-generational significance. The father of Sarup Sarai, Gurmail Sarai, initially sought to purchase this property on his own, and was not able to get the loan, so his sons stepped in, Sarup and Jagtar Sarai, to purchase the home together, and that is where they took care of their parents, and they raised all their children in the beautiful city of Tracy. All their kids went to school in this county and then went on to prestigious universities and graduate schools and returned to San Joaquin County to live, work, and contribute to their community. The intention for this property has always been to remain in the family and passing the interest to their children and future generations. Subdividing this property will honor their wishes, allowing both brothers to pass on their land to their children without the need to sell this to the highest bidder and move out of the county. The subdivision is not being pursued for economic gain. The use of this property will remain the same, preserving its agricultural and residential character. We would love for this existing 10-acre parcel to be split into the two 5-acre parcels to allow the land to be divided equitably between the brothers. And we've taken care to ensure that all infrastructure, including wastewater, water, storm drainage systems, will comply with the relevant developmental title and environmental health department requirements. I wanted to note that since this application has been submitted over 400 days ago, there have been no letters of oppositions from the community. The Nagley-Burke Irrigation District has not raised any objections, and I think the lack of opposition underscores that this project is consistent with the surrounding area and will not adversely affect the community. At the Planning Commission meeting, we actually had community members come out and support the application. We have also addressed the concerns raised by the CDD and provided detailed responses to the findings outlined in the staff report. And I believe one of the findings was that of special privilege, and I believe that variances are granted because variances that are granted are fact-specific and reviewed case by case. And I believe this board can use its autonomous reasoning and critical thinking to approve this variance. Mr. Sarai, the specific issue and the fact pattern of this case are related to this case. I don't think that you can find other applications for variances that have this exact fact pattern. And I believe that will help to approve this variance. Mr. Sarai has invested a lot of his financial capital to effectuate the wishes of his parents and his brothers so they can all live together on the land that has given them so much. And I don't think granting this variance will not set precedent because the hardship is specific to this property and this family's unique circumstances. Variances are granted fact-specific and not made in generalities, so I don't believe we're going to be approving the floodgates here. We're confident that this project meets the necessary criteria for approval and will contribute positively to the community.
And we are respectfully asking for this variance in subdivision so that we may continue to live where we love. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we appreciate the opportunity to present our side.
Chairman, I have a
Thank you.
question.
Supervisor Rickman, please.
If you don't mind if I ask you a question, but looking at, finding one special circumstances, and you're talking about size, shape, topography, location, surroundings, so where do you fit in on any of that? How's your special circumstances?
We're saying that those do not constitute, those do not create a special circumstance. You're not limited to those special circumstances.
Okay, what about special privileges? And let me if I get this right, because your family bought the property 29 years ago, so they want to split it up because of their kids and so on. There's many families out that area has been in there, 50, 100 years or longer. So should we give them the same right to split their property? So if that's the case, you're talking about floodgates. Wouldn't that open up floodgates for everybody?
If they have this specific request, then that would be up to your critical thinking to approve or deny that.
So then it would not be unique, like what you're saying. Because let me get this straight, it's that you're saying that because of, you want to pass it on to the family, and you bought this, property 30 or 29 years ago, and now you want to split it up for the family, right? And so they can build, I assume, homes on there.
Yes, my father-in-law would like to build his own home and then live there with his brother.
But my question is to you is, how is that unique, and how, if we allow it for you, how can we not allow it for everybody else? Because I know people that own property for decades or a century, and and they want to split the property so people can live on it. And we've been dealing with, at least I've probably dealt with a dozen of these in the last 5 years or so. So, and some of them were denied. Should we go back and approve all those?
I don't know if you guys can retroactively go back and approve all of those, but like the Planning Commission was saying that it was mentioned that there are some parcels that go from one acre all the way up. 87% of the parcels located within a half-mile radius of this property are all less than 40 acres. So.
That's fine. I'm just trying to, again, go by, the letter of the law. And, you're talking about special privileges or special circumstances. It's, again, it has to be a fact pattern.
Yes.
That's all I'm trying to get at. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff. So in the one photo, behind it, what size lots are there at the end of that road? Can you bring that back up, please?
Yes. It's their property.
Do we have it? Please.
Yeah. I don't know what.
So the outside of the little pink line, what are the two lots behind it, and how did those get there?
So through the chair, at the northern street there is Lammers, and the court running south is Philip Martin Court. On both sides of Philip Martin Court are 10-acre parcels. Just below that are two 2-acre parcels and a 32-acre parcel that was created by lot line adjustments. So they had a couple of 10-acre parcels that they adjusted the lines, created some smaller ones, but then you ended up with a larger one also.
And when was that done?
So that one right there was done in around 2006, and they did another lot line around 2002. So they were all about 10-acre parcels, then they just started moving lines, is what they did. They just adjusted lines. We didn't increase the number of parcels. We just made some small ones, but then made some large ones by just moving the lines of the lots.
And what was the special circumstance for that?
It was just a lot line adjustment. They were all zoned AG 40, and they were below zone minimum, so you can just adjust the lines. You're not creating any additional parcels.
So the problem I have is that this has changed over the years. I mean, I don't know that anything's set in stone. I mean, when you do that, because if you have past, and I understand what you're saying, But I mean, if you originally back one day, I mean, they submitted a map, so that was the map for the 250 acres, right?
Yeah, that was prior to us having a zoning code, and you could almost just create parcels. You just record a map, create the parcels. Then we put the layer of zoning of a 10-acre minimum on it, so you would not be able to move smaller than 10 acres. You'd have to remain at 10 acres. And then at some point, we made it an AG 40, so it's a 40-acre minimum. So once we made it AG 40, you have a bunch of 10-acre parcels, so they all are non-conforming, and you can adjust lines of non-conforming parcels as long as you're not ending up with more parcels. So this would be taking one parcel into two. If you do a lot line, you start with two parcels and you end up with two parcels. Yeah, you don't increase any parcel numbers.
That makes it even more confusing.
Sorry.
No worries. Okay.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Anjali, if the appeal is approved, the owner wants to build another house?
Yes, a house for, so one lot will be for Jagdar Sarai, the older brother, and he will build his own home there.
One house, right?
Yeah, one house.
Thank you.
Any further questions, concerns?
The only comment I got is that we have zoning or permit provisions in place to build farm workers housing. So outside of just a lot line adjustment or actually, you know, people have the ability to build houses on property without, basically, we have no jurisdiction or nothing in place to stop them. The only change in this is basically is splitting the lot to build a home. So that's really the difference. I don't know if I said that right, but.
So through the chair, on parcels that are zoned agricultural, you can have a primary house, an accessory dwelling unit, and a junior dwelling unit. You can also have up to 12 farm employee houses. Those are permitted, if you have enough room on your parcel for all of that and all the infrastructure you need. But that, you can do that all on one parcel. If they were to subdivide it, you could do each of those things on both the parcels, again, if they were large enough. I'm not sure if that completely answered your question.
It does. Just more of a clarification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
You know, and that brings up, I remember talking about that last one, the last few months ago. Why don't you, instead of splitting the property, why don't you just build a home then on it? Right? So it'd be, you're entitled, you can do that.
Are you saying just to build another structure on the property?
Right, that's allowed, correct?
Through the chair, yes, you can have a primary and an accessory dwelling unit on the one parcel,
So,
yes.
I mean, if you want to do that, why just don't do that?
They looked into that, and then financing that would have been, the financing would have been insufficient because they would have had to take out, I believe it was a financing issue that they had discussed that they couldn't have, the loans wouldn't have been sufficient for them to repay.
All right, thank you.
Do they currently farm now?
No, they are planning to with my father-in-law's retirement money. That is his goal, is to farm on his part of the parcel.
So on the whole acreage, there hasn't been any farming at all?
No, they have been, the land has been rented out for farm animals to come and graze on.
Interesting, okay. Any other further questions?
No.
Comments? Okay. Did you want to have a final statement?
No, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I believe that there are additional
Oh.
public speakers.
Board, Andrew Genesi, Executive Director with the San Joaquin County Farm Bureau. Just a little personal history. I grew up a fourth-generation dairyman. Got out of the dairy business after working with my family and farming for about 10 years, so I know the struggles of intergenerational transfers well. Unfortunately, this is hardly a unique situation where you have multiple generations trying to move land between them, and trying to make it fair and equitable as far as exactly one-to-one is incredibly difficult and is something that many family farms struggle with.
So I'm sympathetic to the owners of this property, but even though I am sympathetic, I have to say that this is already a very small parcel in ag zoned land. Subdividing it further does nothing to benefit agriculture. It makes it more incredibly difficult to farm at that point. And if we are to do this for this family, we would have to do that for any family coming before you saying, hey, I've got 4 grandkids, I've got 40 acres, I want 4 10-acre parcels. Or I've got 2 5-acre parcels, I want 4 2.5-acre parcels. There really is little argument between the two. So I would really encourage the board to support community development in their decision. I'd encourage them to reject this proposal at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. I thought I would just throw this out without trying to confuse anyone anymore about all the options that you have out in the agricultural zone, because you have MAP Act issues, zoning issues. So it does get complicated, so I understand why it's a little bit confusing. We do offer something called a financing home site parcel in the county. That means that for financing purposes only, you can create a 2 to 5 acre parcel, and that's for financing, which means that it's not technically a separate lot to sell. What it is there are 2 caveats where the home site parcel goes away. One is that you pay off your loan, in which case you would just merge the property back to the larger piece. The second one is if the owner of the loan were to pass away. I'm looking at my staff.
So financing parcel is only, it's not a real parcel. It would only remain as a separate parcel for financing purposes only. The only time they'll become separate parcels is if the bank were to foreclose on the financing parcel.
Thank you.
Otherwise, once the loan is paid for, it merges back together. Yeah, the passing is with the home site parcel.
Yeah, I got the wrong exception. It's confusing even to me. But there is an opportunity for financing. I don't know if that's been discussed with the applicant or if that would work for them. We do often discuss that with applicants, and they're not interested in that. And that's why they go forward with the variance. But
So where I'm kind of stuck on is how did that, I mean, I get it, but I mean, there's a smaller, at the end of that cul-de-sac, there's already a smaller parcel. That just kind of blows me away. I mean, and so, I mean, we've changed the rules, and I get the agriculture part of it, if they're using it for grazing. I mean, but then I get the other side of it, you start doing it, and then you have floodgates. But I mean,
so I might be able to elaborate a little bit on that, just to explain the difference between subdividing a piece of property and then doing a lot line adjustment. So subdividing means that you are creating new lots where they did not exist before. So the whole reason if you look on a map for San Joaquin County, AG 40, the majority of the unincorporated areas in this county are AG 40. And the reason for that is because the idea was we don't want to be creating a bunch of new parcels, brand new ones through subdividing, that are less than 40 acres. Like I said, there's a couple of exceptions for home site parcels and things like that. But lot line adjustments, we do those all day, every day around this county. And what that does is that takes an existing parcel, and for instance, I could say, well, I want to sell 10 feet of my property to my neighbor. So I take that existing line and I move it. You're not creating any new lots. You're just moving the configuration of your existing parcel around. So what Corinne was saying was that the people that at the south part of that cul-de-sac created those smaller parcels by having existing bigger ones, and they shrunk them down. So when they shrink one down, the adjacent parcel will get bigger. So you're not creating new lots. You're just kind of moving around existing lots. And that happens all over the county. And there are some reasons why you can't do that also. So if you have a 45-acre parcel, you can't go below 40 in the AG 40 zone, even with a lot line adjustment. I'm still looking at my staff to make sure I'm right. But the idea is like the Farm Bureau representative said, it's to keep the parcels larger in the county and to stop them from going smaller and smaller where they're not going to be viable for farming anymore. I'm sympathetic to their situation with the financing, but we do have an alternative that could help with that if that's truly the issue. So I just wanted to throw that out in case that's something they're interested in. I'm not sure if I clarified it through the lot line adjustment, but it's essentially you're not creating new lots with a lot line adjustment. You're just moving existing lot lines around.
Right.
So have you known about this before today, or
But the home site parcel would eventually have to.
if you could come
merge.
speak to the microphone?
So to our understanding, the home site parcel, if that's an option we had gone through, would have had to eventually be merged back into the original parcel, which just kicks the can down the road for my father-in-law and my uncle.
Thank you.
That is correct. It does merge back, but it does provide the opportunity to get financing to build a second home on the property, which is, I thought that was what she was saying she wanted to do. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments? Yeah, any other public comment? You're up, sir.
Thank you. And yes, and that was educational, the lot line adjustments and stuff like that. And I mean, I've been dealing with these, I mean, even when I was mayor and council member with all the development and so on. But it boils down to, again, not my opinion or what I want to see or what, I would do, property, private property, whatever. But in my position and what my role here is today is, can you find a finding for, finding one and finding three? And, I'm sorry, you can't, at least I can't. I mean, we talked about, the previous appeal that came before us, and we could find something because of the different zoning. So special circumstances played a role in that. Now, and there is a worry that if, you do it for one and you talk about your, what you were referring to a special circumstance or special privilege, it would pretty much open the floodgates. I mean, if you want to, that's fine, but this board needs to change the rules. I mean, we have rules in place for a reason. And if you want to go against the rules, that's fine. Bring it back to the agenda, change the zoning ordinances or whatever we need. We have the authority to do that as a board. But as the way it stands now, can I find for finding one, finding three, can I find special circumstances or no special privileges? And I'm sorry, I can't. So with that being said, there you go.
I just had one question. So what were the changes before it went to the 40? So it went from 250 of 5, 10, and 1 acres and 20 whatever, or 19.
So through the chair, in 2013, there was not a zoning, we did not have a zoning ordinance yet, so we didn't have any zoning that would have permitted from being subdivided smaller into any size. So they created a map in 2013 and they recorded it. In 1913, sorry. In 1961 is when we zoned it EA 10 to give it that 10-acre minimum. That's the first time it had zoning, was in 1961. Was the 10-acre minimum. Then we did some amendment to the general plan with open space, and then we changed that EA 10 to AG 40. But it was a 10-acre parcel when it was EA 10, so 10 acres would have been the smallest it could have been back in 1961.
And what's the total size of the lot now?
10 acres. And just to clarify.
It's not 40 acres.
No, so it's below zone
So it's
minimum now,
below.
which is what allows the two parcels at the end of the court to adjust. That lot line adjustment that created those two 2-acre parcels started with 3 10-acre parcels. There's 3 10-acre parcels sitting there, and they moved some lines to create 2 2-acres and then 1 26-acre. So that's what they did. They just moved the lines. It was still 3 parcels. Sorry, in a planning world, get all the lines.
This is clear as mud. It's pretty clear. Yeah, as far as times have gone on and changes have affected it. So Supervisor Garcia.
So Ag 40 means 40 acres, correct? So future, in order to subdivide, it's got to be 40 acres protects that.
So through the chair, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, so AG 40 is general agriculture with a 40-acre minimum. You would not be able to subdivide smaller than 40 acres unless you had an exception like a home site parcel, a financing parcel, things like that. But you cannot go below 40 acres. So these are below zone minimum, so you can adjust some of the lines, but you can't subdivide it smaller than 10 acres.
All right, but this project is 10 acres, correct?
Correct. So we wouldn't let you subdivide smaller than
40 acres now, so it's already below zone minimum. So you could adjust the property lines, but you couldn't create smaller parcels. And that's what this is asking, to take a 10 acre into 2 5s.
So as a board, I mean, I think this is something that we need to address in the future so that, I mean, I don't know if do we need to, like a steering committee or something in the future that maybe we could sit down and talk about. You know, obviously these are, you know, some of these zonings have been, you know, some of them are super old, and to protect future farming, is that something that we need to do as a board moving forward?
If I can, one of the things we've been discussing with Director Jolly as well too, with general plan is, I mean, the world just absolutely changed on its face in San Joaquin County during COVID and stuff, where they're moving up, whether we're gonna do a new general plan, actually moving that forward. So we have an existing general plan. You know, I guess it comes down to you wanna mucky around piecemealing now, or yes, we do have to change the general plan, and we actually need to do that. And I think she's working on a time frame right now, so we can start doing that.
I mean,
Does that answer your question?
It does, and I mean, the only reason I say that, because I feel like this is kind of a special circumstance, because it is a 10-acre parcel, which is within the AG 40 zone that's trying to break into two parcels. Breaking into two parcels, in my opinion, doesn't change a lot based on the ability to build housing there already, is where I was trying to get some clarification on the AG 40 zone.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Jennifer?
Vice Chair.
The option you offered is still they still get to build a house, right?
Yes,
So
correct,
we'll-
through the chair.
So we'll still have two houses on a 10-acre lot.
Yes, correct. If they were to subdivide into 2 5 acres, then they could potentially put 2 primary homes, one on each, and then potentially do an ADU, so you could end up with 4 homes out there.
But she's saying the intent is just to build one more.
Yes, which they could do today as a 10-acre parcel.
Okay. But so the concern that Andrew has, how should I word it? That doesn't need to be addressed. Because either way, we will they can have 2 houses on 10 acres.
That is correct. They can have 2 houses on 10 acres. If they were subdividing it to 2 5-acre parcels, they could have 4 houses. So I think what Andrew is concerned with, and this is what the department also gets concerned with, is subdividing out in the agricultural zone, continuing to subdivide out in the agricultural zone puts more and more housing out in the ag zone, which makes it harder to farm for people that are farming out there. The purpose of the AG 40 zone and all the general plan policies that go with that is because this county has adopted a plan that says they want to preserve agriculture as much as they can and not have all of these very small parcels scattered throughout these areas that are used for farming.
But this lot is only 10 acres, not a 40.
Correct.
Thank you.
Again, the 40 means to create a new lot, you'd have to have 80 acres to create 2 40-acre parcels. That's the situation that would be allowed to subdivide out in this zone. And as Corinne mentioned, the property never was zoned, even from day one, to allow a smaller subdivision. From day one, when we had zoning for the first time ever in San Joaquin County, which was 1961, it was zoned a 10-acre minimum. Yes, now it is a 40-acre minimum because they don't want them to even be creating 10-acre parcels for farming. They want the larger parcels to stay as is. But this parcel was never allowed to go below the 10 acres, even on day one of the zone designation, if that makes sense.
It does, but what I'm struggling with is the option that you offered for financing purposes, it still puts 2 houses on 10-acre lot.
Correct.
Then why can't, and if we subdivide it, we still get 2 houses.
You could, actually 4 houses. You could put, because each parcel in San Joaquin County that allows a single-family residence is also allowed to put an accessory dwelling unit. So it's 2 homes on every parcel. But when you take a parcel and you subdivide it and you make it into 2 parcels, now you're putting potentially 4 homes between the
But
2.
then don't they have to subdivide the 5-acre lot to put second house on it? No?
If the variance were
Okay.
granted today and the minor subdivision was approved today, and you had 2 5-acre parcels as a result of this approval,
And 2 houses, right?
you could put a single-family residence on this one, a single-family residence on this one. You could also put an accessory dwelling unit on this one and an accessory dwelling on this. So you could end up with 4 total.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I guess, if it was easy, then we wouldn't have jobs. So it is
Oh, I feel better.
complicated, and just a reminder that to approve a variance, as Supervisor Rickman has said a few times, you have to be able to make the findings. That's to comply with planning and zoning law. So you would have to make the findings as to why this is a special circumstance or any of the other ones that were not able to be made. Just want to remind you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, it's not, I didn't come on, sorry.
Thank you. And, you mentioned it again. I mean, it's a law. I mean, regardless of how you feel up here, you have to make a finding. And if you can't make a finding, you think it should be that way. That's nice, but change it. And this is the problem that you're gonna have. And I know it's, we talk about each other's districts. You two are mainly city. So what's gonna happen is we're already getting more and more and more appeals. And if we're not gonna abide by our own rules and our general plan, then we're just gonna see more and more appeals come up here in front of us. And, we're gonna be talking like what we're talking about here today. As Sonny Dolly, or almost a council member, mayor, but Supervisor Dollywall, now you're talking from, you go 2 5-acre parcels. Now you said you have 2 homes, now you have 4 homes. So now you're talking about subdivision. So that one area that was agriculture, if everybody has a right to do it, it's going to be a small subdivision, so all that ag land will be, wiped away. If that's something this board wants to do, bring it back. Change it. Change the general plan. We have the authority, and it's something we're discussing now. I mean, different boards have different rules, but that's the time to do it. And because another thing that you're dumping into those of us that have agriculture in our district is now, and I think there are another appeals coming here, probably after, there's another hearing coming to the planning commission, so I'm sure we'll be hearing it here in June or July. But folks move out to the ag land, be it schools, churches, more homes, and then when the farmers go out there and spray, they get a complaint, now they can't spray, the agriculture side can, tender their crops, and you got the tractors, you got the dust, you have all these different issues. Those of you that, have the cities don't deal with it like we do. And that's why, I've been a bit, advocate of who knows their district better. I mean, Supervisor Ding, I don't know his district as well. I know mine. I don't know yours, your guys either. So, when you're trying to push something on another district, you're not the one that has to get the complaints. You're not the one that has to field the calls. So be mindful of that because it works both ways. So, Chair, if there's nothing further, I'll make a motion with your permission.
You guys good? Okay.
And I just lost my place here.
And I don't know why, but your speaker thing didn't come up, your request.
I don't know why it's, so I'll make a motion upholding the Planning Commission's denial of variance number PA 2400078 and minor subdivision number PA-240079. Is that correct? So that's my motion.
So this is to support the planning commission's denial.
Second?
for the vote. The motion passes 3-2 not to approve it. Okay.
I can't wait till something comes to Dollywall District. You're mine.
Mine is agriculture too.
Oh, yeah. What, 5 acres?
All Manteca.
Okay, moving on. Moving on to discussion items. Approve the third amendment of management services agreement with Community Spirit, extending the term for an additional 3 years from July 1st, 2025 through June 30th at an amount not to exceed $5,744,000. Discussion item. Assistant County Administrator Brandy Hopkins and CEO Rick Castro.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, CAO Regalo, and County Counsel Kernan. I'm Brandy Hopkins, Assistant County Administrator with the County Administrator's Office. Today, we are here with Common Spirit, also known as Dignity Health, to present a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to approve and authorize the Chair to sign the Third Amendment to the Management Services Agreement, extending the term for management services provided by Common Spirit to San Joaquin General Hospital for 3 years through June 30th of 2028 for an amount not to exceed $5.7 million. I'm going to round it up for right now. On May 2nd of 2022, the board made a special finding that the management services at the San Joaquin General Hospital could be more efficiently, effectively, and economically provided through a management services agreement with Common Spirit, and approved the initial 18-month period with a 10-year option. The third amendment that we are recommending today has 2 minor revisions. One, that the County Administrator's Office and Common Spirit will meet quarterly. This is already in effect. And the commitment that the parties will make reasonable efforts to jointly develop a community board of advisors with delegated oversight regarding credentialing and quality, which CEO Castro will speak to in a few minutes. The county's expressed goals for this partnership with Common Spirit include the ability to continue to provide essential high-quality services to residents of the county. I will now turn the presentation over to CEO Castro, and then CAO Regalo. Mr. Castro and I will be able to answer any questions that the board may have.
Good afternoon, Chairman Canepa, members of the board, CAO Regala, County Council. My name is Rick Castro. I'm the CEO of San Joaquin General Hospital. I'm here to talk a little bit about our performance over the last 3 years, something that we're obviously very proud of. If you look at the agenda, this is a great big package, and I can see you're all tired, so I'm going to go through it really quickly. Please don't hesitate to ask any questions. History and timeline, this started in 2020. An RFI was sent out. Dignity Health was picked in 2021. The first MSA actually started in May of 2022, was extended for 18 months in January of 2024, and now we're looking to extend it another 3 years. If you look at the previous slide, you'll see, if you go back one, please. If you look at the previous slide, we're going to talk about our performance overall, but when we identified the MSA, we looked at all of those bullet points as opportunities for improvement, and I'm pretty pleased to say, with the help of a tremendous group of people, including the employees at San Joaquin General Hospital, we have moved positively on most of those issues. So we went through the history and timeline. We'll go to the next slide, which talks about performance. And I just want to, you've heard this before, but I want to talk to you about it again. So you look at the different things that we did. And when we came into the hospital, the first thing that we realized
And we were given a number of patient bills, about $38 million worth of patient bills that had not been touched or billed for over 450 days, which pointed us to the revenue cycle as something that was an emergency. So we quickly reacted to it. We did some strategic pricing, revenue lifts, increased collections, some of those things. And if you look at just the increased collections, that was bringing in an outside group. We collected on those old accounts about $10 million. And if you look at the total over that first year, you see a net impact of about $19.5 million. The next piece of it was to make the computer be more effective for us. That has now gone into effect May of 2024, and we expect to see significant pickups from that going forward. Next slide, please. In addition to that, we saved a lot of money on different things. One of the big ones was we had a Huron contract, which was completely consolatory. In other words, they didn't touch a single account. We were paying them $3 million for that. We quickly got rid of that. Supply savings is just the power of common spirit and the 100-plus hospitals. And so that savings, not only did we achieve a savings of over $10 million, we're going to see that every year. So total impact over the first 2 years was about $50 million, and there's more to that than even in that number. From a quality perspective, the county hospital had a leapfrog, 7-year leapfrog F, which is not something any of us want to have, and a CMS 1-star. We've been working on that quality. We are to a leapfrog C. We're very close to a leapfrog B. We're a CMS 3-star, and we'll continue that movement going forward because that's really what's important to the community around us. Next slide, please. So we talked about revenue cycle. I'm not going to go into the details, but if you look at some of the numbers that typically are looked at in revenue cycle, we went from AR days of 111 to 84, DNFB from 27 to 5, follow-up from 38 to 11, and cash collections. This is the result of having those successful meetings. Cash collections prior to the MSA never exceeded $20 million. This calendar year, every single month, we've exceeded $25 million in cash collections, and that's a 20% increase in cash collections. So that's just showing that all these things that we're doing from a revenue cycle have been very, very successful. So we're going to fly through that. We talk about revenue integrity. You've all heard this story before, and that's really taking what we were coding as basic pneumonia, figuring out what the source of the infection was, and coding it appropriately as sepsis. Pneumonia reimburses about $5,000. Sepsis reimburses about $18,000. And typically when you have a pneumonia, there has to be a site for that infection. And just by identifying and documenting it, reimbursement went again from $6,000 to $18,000. And we've been very successful. You'll see that when we get to the CDI. Supply chain, there's nothing special here. We just use the opportunities for common spirit. And I think the most telling statement here is like to like, meaning we bought the same items the year before. We paid $3.3 million less, so overall about $8 million in savings there. From a quality perspective, I told you we've improved our scores to a leapfrog C and a CMS 1-star, and I'm going to be honest with you guys, I'm not happy about that. We need to continue to get to that A and that 5-star because that's what our people deserve. We're moving in the right direction, and you'll see that on the next two quality slides. Next slide, please. So if you look at this side, it's kind of hard to see. This is previous. You see a lot of pink in that slide, and you look at our total, for example, total hospital-acquired infections. They're sitting there at about 21, 27. They're sitting at about 30. Fast forward to the next slide. Over the past years, our hospital-acquired infections have dropped to 4. So from 30 to 4 is a good number. 4 is still 4 too many, but you can see the progress. Most importantly, from the quality perspective, which is, you know, really what drives this ship and makes us all very excited about what we do. Next slide, please. I could tell I'm losing them all here. Safety program, we do an annual safety survey. We go to our employees every year, get about 85% compliance. From that, we develop a plan. If you have been to San Joaquin General Hospital, you see the craziness. There's ambulances coming in, there's prisoners coming in and out. The space is a little bit challenged. So safety is up to our employees is of utmost importance. And we round on a regular basis, and that's where we actually find most of the little things that are more important that we can make immediately changes. And so you see that through the scores as well. Next slide is the CDI. This is the pneumonia example. Next slide. This is the pneumonia example. And if you look at Medicare, it went from 1.8 to 2.06. Every decimal point, every 0.1 represents about $1 million. So you see the significant increase of going from 1.8 to 2.06. Every point, every decimal point. So that's a $20 million pickup over the time of that improvement, right? And we point out, top line is Medicare, that's where it matters. The middle line is CDCR, which pays off a Medicare fee scale, so that matters as well. And the bottom line is all else, which is basically our deliveries and our, short lengths of stay. So very, very proud of those numbers. When we looked at the hospital, and we did our original analysis, we believed we can get the CMI to 2.0, and we got it to 2.06, and we continue that work going forward. Next slide, please. Physician recruitment, this one I'm really excited about. Current needs, this was established in fiscal year 2023. We knew we needed a GI, ENT, urology, ophthalmology, anesthesia, and OB. I'm happy to say we have recruited all 6 of those. We've recruited all 6. The one we're most impressed with, we have a new urologist. He comes from the private sector, and the question he asks us all the time is, please give me more patients on a daily basis. That's music to our ears, and also he's a very talented guy. Ophthalmology was very hard to find. We were able to do that, but we've filled all those. Now we have a little bit of a challenge with family medicine, but we're working hard to make that happen as well. GME, you've heard before, started in 1932 with the first resident. We currently have 3 residency programs: internal medicine, family medicine, and surgery. Currently have 75 residents going through our system right now. And I would bet, I don't have the fact of this, but if you look at the medical staff in San Joaquin County, I would believe that over 50% and probably over 70% were residents in our program at some point. Common Spirit now has taken that to the next level. They started the residency program about 6 years ago. We're not competing. We have different residency programs. It allows us to change sites and our physicians to get the expertise that they need. ED collaboration, just as an example of them coming to us coming to them, looking at how we do things and finding what we can do better. Physician advisor role is our next opportunity we've talked about before. And you've heard this with the United Healthcare. One of the big issues they talked about with the United Healthcare challenge that we've had was that United Healthcare on a regular basis, and I want you to think about this, was denying 38 out of 100 claims. 38 out of 100 claims. For us to have better reaction to that, we have physician advisors. We're using that help from St. Joe's, and those physician advisors will speak physician to physician at real time so we don't get denied on the backside. We believe the opportunity going forward on denials is about $1 million a month, so that's why our focus is we have a potential physician advisor coming our way because we really do need our own, but you understand what we need to do. Supplemental funding, this one is the one that keeps me up at night. Of the $500 million that we make, about $180 million or $170 million come from supplemental funding. Those numbers are actually going up. We're very concerned about the federal matches going forward. We believe we're fine for this year, probably okay for next year. But if we see significant reductions in true Medicaid, not abuse, but in true Medicaid, that's going to come right to our bottom line. That is going to hurt us tremendously, so we hope not to see that. I won't really talk much about the persistent barriers because everything that we have brought to you guys, you've done a nice job in knocking them down, with the exception of we still don't have a attendance policy, but it is going through the system as we speak. So I want to give conclusions because I'm very, very proud of what we've accomplished. And what I'm most proud of is not the accomplishments, but the teams that we've set up in revenue cycle. I've brought with me my CFO, Sandra Harlan, who's done an amazing job turning the revenue cycle team around. We have developed great people in all places, and I'm very, very proud of that. And so I'll give you the quick rundown and why I recommend you improve this for the next 3 years. We talked about the 50 million plus. That keeps giving, right? The supply savings keep coming. They're not going to be better than this year, but they're better than our baseline because of the contracts. When we got here, when Common Spirit came, we had 320 nurse travelers at somewhere between $200 to $300 an hour. We now have 0. We now have 0. That's a figure that keeps giving. We had 22,000 incomplete charts. We now have less than 200. We did that in month 1, and we stayed with it for the whole 3 years. successful CNA contract, successful UAPD contract, successful Joint Commission survey, 3 fiscal years at or above budget. Leapfrog C, I'm not that proud of it, it's better than a 7-year F. CMS 3-star, all physician shortages filled, and most importantly, what I believe is a lasting team and what's that called? Succession planning, so we can continue this process. Common Spirit, in my opinion, has been a great resource. The success that we've had at the hospital is really from the hard work of all of our nurses and our physicians and everybody else. And I'll give you the example of one of the things that you helped us achieve, and that's a CNA contract that is now competitive with the rest of the community, which has taken our turnover rate from brand new nurses from over 18% to less than 10. So very proud of that. Are there any questions? I knew if I got you at the end of the day, you guys would be done.
I'll just make one comment. I mean, I still think the elimination of the hours with traveling nurses is just absolutely amazing. And holding on to the talent we have. And so my hat's off to you. Great job.
Comment. Go ahead. Mr. Castro, doing an amazing job. There's always room for improvement. Keep going. Proud of you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I do want to make sure the credit goes to the people that I work with. And I mean that. I'm not saying that just because that's what leaders do, but I work with some great people. They do the work on the day-to-day basis. And so the credit really goes to the motivation of the overall management team, from senior leadership down to the directors, down to the managers, who see the vision and see something different and want to make a difference in this community. And so that's where this change has come from. We're driving hard, I promise you that. We're trying to get to that leapfrog A as quickly as possible. But more importantly, or equally importantly, is we have to be here for this community, because from a bed capacity perspective, there's just not enough beds in the community as this community continues to grow.
So one of the questions I have is, how do we make it better so that, you know what I mean, there's better, we've kind of separated the clinics from the hospital, so that's going to be a work in progress, because I think it's really important that, we could try to treat as many people, not at the hospital, and, have a better understanding. I know when we kind of separate it, there's been a little of contention on how it's ran and how we do that, so how can we make that better?
I have, you all know my feelings. I think that you're absolutely right. And I think that we have to stop being siloed healthcare systems, and probably not just with the clinics, but with behavioral as well. There's always opportunities. Because of our lack of space, and because of the fact that we can no longer use that old building at all, the state finally came in and said, okay, guys, enough, this is dangerous. So we have to take all of our patients out. The only way we can affect that in the short term, is do a better job in population health. I said it when I got here 3 years ago, and we really have to do a better job with our clinics and the hospital to make it seamless. It feels like when you go from system to system, you're bumping against different walls, and you shouldn't. So we do have to get that collaboration back. We have to work together better. I think that's the biggest opportunity that sits in front of us. And we really have to be seen as, a single healthcare system as opposed to separate silos. I really believe that, strongly believe that.
Because I think that's the most important part, because how do we work together to get those better people, people the care that they need, and regardless of who gets the money and who's, gets the percentage that I've seen, just because I've learned so much about it. And, somebody taking over Dameron Hospital, and, there's not like a lack of folks that need services. So the longer we get better together,
Yeah.
I think is really important.
And I think that there's challenges outside of the county in regards to the federally qualified clinics. Those clinics are necessary for the population that we serve. So we should probably get involved in that sooner and later to see if there might be an opportunity for us to better deliver care with the appropriate reimbursement.
Perfect. Any other questions, concerns? Okay.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you, Vern. Any public comment? Anybody? So, no comment, call for a motion? Motion. And a second?
Second.
All right. Call for the vote. Passes 5-0. 3 more years of
All right. Well,
serving our
thank you guys
community.
very much, and thank you for all your support over the last 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, discussing health and human services. Receive a status update of the Lodi Access Center project. All right. Healthcare services. Ms. Genevieve Valentine, thank you. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Supervisors, County Council, Madam CAO. I am Genevieve Valentine, your Healthcare Services Director, and with me is...
Good morning, Chairman, Board of Supervisors, County Council, and CAO. My name is Stacy Ferrer. I am the interim Health Director, Project Director with SJ Health, and I've only been here since December, so please excuse any faux pas on my part.
The two of us today are going to give you an information item regarding the Lodi Access Center, our partnership with Lodi, and the collaborative approach that we are hoping to have moving forward. So to give a little bit of history, in July of '21, the Board of Supervisors authorized $2.8 million for the Lodi Access Center project, utilizing capital outlay funds based off of requests from the CAO's office and the City of Lodi in order to actually approve the acquisition of a site and infrastructure improvements for a shelter project in the City of Lodi. In December of '22, the Board of Supervisors authorized an additional $8.2 million of ARPA funds for this project. This additional funding was intended to complete project phases 1 through 6, which includes furnishing, landscaping, and parking for a final Lodi Access Center homeless shelter. To give a little bit of an overview for the community and our supervisors who weren't here during that time frame, the Lodi Access Center, the purpose of it is to meet the needs of the unsheltered in the City of Lodi. For the City of Lodi to build an emergency shelter, in which they call the Access Center, to reduce homelessness, to increase housing initiatives, and encourage a collaborative effort among various local service providers. The location of the Access Center is at 710 North Sacramento Street, in Lodi, California. In September of '24, San Joaquin County Behavioral Health and the SJ Health Clinics began collaborative conversations with the City of Lodi. These discussions included the idea of staff co-locations, efforts to provide on-site services at the Access Center, and opportunities to rapidly rehouse individuals who are suffering from homelessness, but also getting services at the Lodi Access Center. In late 2023, Behavioral Health was awarded $14.3 million of bridge housing grant funds. $3.5 million of these earmarked funds were specifically for infrastructure projects. In October of '24, Behavioral Health submitted and got approved funding through the implementation plan for potential partnerships through city and county partnerships, specifically for the housing projects through Bridge Housing. In November of '24, Behavioral Health requested an additional funding extension to specifically have discussions with the City of Lodi for a co-partnership. In December of '24, the Department of Healthcare Services through the state approved the funding extension for this specific partnership, extending funds that could be used through March of '26. The infrastructure projects specifically for behavioral health in the City of Lodi is in 2 different specific partnerships. One is specifically tied to the Access Center, where there could be 6
mental health respite beds specifically for those that meet Medi-Cal criteria for the behavioral health specific moderate to severe population. We have earmarked $575,000 for those specific 6 beds, which still would need approval from the board with a later on contract. We would need to spend those funds by March of '26. The additional project, which is interwoven with the behavioral health infrastructure funds, is a project for 40 units for Main Street, which is a lease agreement. Our hope is that we would be able to go to the Board of Supervisors soon in order to have move-in dates for those residents with a care court specific highlight in September of '25. The reason I am bringing up the Main Street property is because the idea is to funnel those from the respite beds or those from the Lodi Access Center directly to the Main Street housing project that meet the mental health and behavioral health and even substance abuse criteria in order to continually have movement at the Access Center.
So on the SJ Health side, the infrastructure dollars started coming in May of 2023 when the clinics applied for HRSA Community Project funding, congressionally directed spending, for the Lodi Health Center, and were awarded approximately $1.8 million at that time. The original location of that clinic did not come to fruition, and the HRSA did go ahead and approve that this funding be reallocated in that same district and area to this Lodi Access Center project. The HRSA grant award is for the budget period of September 30th, 23 through 2026, and given the current, one-year construction timeline provided by the City of Lodi, that kind of meets the timeline that this funding is appropriate for. Given the location of the health center, the staffing of this clinic will be specifically prepared to serve the shelter patients. And so, in a lot of projects when you're opening a health center, you are taking into specific account what are the needs of this particular location, the patients that we intend to serve there. And so the services will be, particularly in the staff, particularly prepared to serve these shelter patients as well as the sobering center patients, and the collaboration between behavioral health and the clinics would really consist in that space extensively. This is a depiction of the first plans that I saw when I got here in December, and since that time we have tweaked this a little bit because of some really important requirements for the spaces and what they would take. And so this new design here will really explicitly allow for us to have that alternative destination for drop-offs for that sobering center. And the medical oversight and clinic space has been slightly redesigned to really be able to provide that oversight across the two spectrums there, as well as add in the space needed to do the wraparound support services, ECM, care management, and some housing type support programs that would really fit well with this population that we are trying to serve.
To give a little bit of additional information regarding the drawing that you have, that is the entire space of the Lodi Access Center. The purple would be the oversight of the health clinics, minus one little piece where it says sobering center, which would, like Stacy mentioned, be a collaborative partnership between behavioral health and the health clinics for an alternative destination sobering center. I do want to point out that Jared Bagwell is here through the EMS department, who can answer some additional questions of what a piloted alternative destination program could look like in our county. When we had conversations with the city for this project, you will notice that there is green at the very top. That is 8 beds that would be mental health specific quiet zone beds. So when individuals came into the access center, they would be able to isolate in order to make sure that the milieu met their needs. The more turquoised color is the 4 beds that I mentioned previous. It would be 2 single and a bunk bed that would allow for the mental health respite. You will also notice that there is a joint lobby that is at the front part of the purple space that would allow for services and entrance into the health clinic's location, but also space wide enough that ambulance and law enforcement could bring individuals that may need some additional assistance coming into the sobering center. So there would be a direct shot there. Currently, as of date, between pending projects or earmarks and current allocated funds from the county, there has been $2.8 million with capital outlay, 8.2 of ARPA funds, the $575,000 pending through Behavioral Health Bridge, the 1.8 for the health clinics HRSA, which would total $13.38 million that the county either has invested or has earmarked to invest in the Lodi Access Center. This project could, if all proposals move forward, meet the following board priorities that was set forth. First, support a healthy community by supporting investments of healthcare infrastructure and services to enhance access to physical and behavioral health care while also improving health outcomes. Support systems that prioritize wraparound approaches to service delivery. Foster a county, city, and state collaborative and partnership. Maximize the utilization of private-public shelter operations and design for temporary living arrangements. Maintain fiscal responsibility and promote innovative organizational innovation by fostering internal and external collaboration for better community outcomes. And last but not least, reduce response times for our emergency services departments. There currently is a MOU that was established in July of 23 between the city of Lodi and the county that lay out the ARPA specific components and the capital outlay agreements. That MOU does expire in September of 25, where we would have to come back to the board with changes to the MOU as well as future agreements that may come into play if we move forward projects such as the behavioral health infrastructure funds and the HRSA clinics. What is important to note that there is good synergy to make things moving forward. The only caveat that must be laid out that this is approved through both HRSA and allocated implementation plans for behavioral health through the state, that this is a city and county projects, and that there could be concerns and problematic outcomes if the city of Lodi chooses to sell the access center to an individual or an entity that would be in direct competition of the services delivery by the health clinics and or behavioral health based off of those grant funds and deed restrictions. If those situations do not occur, the city and county partnerships for both grants would stay in alignment. And this is where we are here to answer questions. I do also want to mention that we do have assistance from the CAO's office for some of this, as they did most of the capital outlay, MOU, and ARPA discussions. We also have Chief Johnson here from Lodi, who can also assist with any questions that could be connected to Lodi's involvement in a piloted alternative destination, as well as other partners from the city of Lodi that can answer additional questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's,
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
yeah, sure, go ahead. You have the floor.
You sure?
Yeah, I know I just had a question, but go ahead.
They're half brain
They'll
dead
stand
now.
down.
I don't blame them. You know, the alternative destination, we need to hold that piece off too, because I want everybody engaged in that. And it's been a real long day, and it is such an exciting piece, and it ties everything, you know, together we've been working on. I want to thank the staff of the city of Lodi, and then your staff and county administrator for getting everything back on track. Sorry for, you know, firing a bullet right over somebody's head a couple of weeks ago, but words mean something. And you start throwing around for political purposes, you know, words like sell, lease, it's the same thing, it's not. So I had to protect the county, because, you know, obviously when we're applying for federal grants, I don't want to be complicit in what we're asking for. My understanding is once you got all the elected officials out of the room here, both county and city, amazing staff did amazing things a couple of weeks ago, and it sounds like everything's back on track. So I want to congratulate both of you for that.
No, I just have a question. So, I mean, this is great. So the staff that helps all these folks and the ongoing expense of those, you know, that's the most important part, because we do need these services so that people can get better help in communities outside of coming to the area. And it's not only Stockton. So, I mean, that's the biggest part, is having the partnership. So how are we going to fund the staff to help with that is my concern.
Chairman, so I can speak on the behavioral health piece of this. We actually have a rather large vacancy rate on our substance abuse side of the house. So as we are recruiting, we would actually recruit those that potentially live in Lodi who are substance abuse certified individuals to actually be located at the Lodi Access Center specifically. We also would have mental health staff that would be able to also be co-located. So as we move forward in terms of hiring, once construction happens, we will be very targeted based off of our current structure of our behavioral health department. We are not looking at actually increasing any staffing at this time for this project, because it will be actually a rather small behavioral health team. On the housing part of it, we actually already have a housing team that goes back and forth to Lodi, and we would actually also have a property manager that would live on site. So they would be able to respond to anything potentially that needs to happen in terms of just general landlord mitigation and so forth, while also being able to immediately call for mobile crisis, which is 24/7, or additional services. So from a behavioral health perspective, we are not looking at this time to add any FTEs. We would use our current structure. But I will let Stacy answer anything connected to the health clinics.
Yeah, the clinics would look a little different than that. We would be looking to number one, hire a physician leader for this location, which would be shared between our two programs. And really in my eyes, the idea would be this is a bit of a brick and mortar version of street medicine, honestly, and some of the needs that we address already today out in the field. The staff that do that work today for SJ Health are very well prepared to do this similar type of work in that location. So we would first be starting and look at that team and go, okay, where are the resources? How are we utilizing those today? Is there potential to redeploy some of those people who have the type of experience with our current patient base out there in the field that would be wonderful additions to this team so that we could start off running. The clinic structure of this was initially, it looks like, put in, and again, this is pre my time, but it looks like it was set up to open at 20 hours a week and get it up and going and really build that over time is, what the vision I would have of that location and the services that we do there. How do we provide a real stable place for people to come and get this care, not just for those in the shelter, although obviously the number one priority, but anyone else in the community seeking that resource at the time.
If I may, but you made an important part, and this is, let me cliff note this. This is why this is important to the board. This clinic is not just going to be for that population. This is a community clinic that we're looking at. We need to take pressure off our hospitals, the emergency rooms. Yes. This is a way of doing it. And so it affects, if this works here, everybody else in the county with your county hospitals as well too.
Absolutely.
That grant, everybody switched places right now. This was the McNerney grant when he was a congressman before he became a senator, and then we've got, Eggman's Senate bill, and then, of course, her work with Prop 1, and now she's out at Stanislaus State helping us, with our education to fill these positions too. But it all fits together. But this clinic portion is extremely huge to the hospitals as well as our access center as well.
And of course, the encounters that are seen in this location would be billable services with, our PPS and wrap rates that the clinics do get. And so hopefully sustainable over time as we build the right population in there. But going back to what Director Valentine really kind of alluded to earlier, it is very important that, we retain the ability to bill for our services and have the patients assigned to us as patients in that location. And so our shelter partner is a very important choice that the city will have to, make and work collaboratively to ensure that we're all financially sustainable at the end of the day.
It's the only way we're gonna be able to afford it. We've got to have the right partner there.
Correct.
And to add, Chairman, when Ms. Stacy mentioned about the physician, we would be actually specifically recruiting for an addiction-trained physician because of a sobering center. And based off of our current population, if you look at the point-in-time count, a majority of our homeless population is experiencing substance abuse concerns. So we wouldn't be just recruiting specifically for just a general physician. We would be looking for a physician that is addiction trained that could then work on both sides of the house, the health clinics, the sobering center, and then also be able to consult with behavioral health. Our ultimate goal with this project, if successful, is to be able to model this and mirror this at Be Well, where the health clinics and behavioral health and our alternative destination there and sobering center would be an expansion of this pilot that, if at all possible, between the city of Lodi and our county can then replicate once we have Be Well up and going. And there are a few other things that have to come into play between now and then, obviously, but having a solid addiction medicine physician would really help us move those efforts forward.
Okay, that's what I was just glad that people with lived experience are gonna be helping. You know what I mean? Because that's always the thing that we have, the people that don't know, the people that have been on the streets and have the lived experience. So I was just glad to hear that. So thank you for that answer.
The only other thing, Chairman, that I do want to mention is I do believe this item still has to be discussed at the city of Lodi. So I do not want to make any perceived misunderstandings of where we are. This is an information item. The city of Lodi still gets to have their discretion on what happens, but this is the information that the county itself has, our proposals, and you are correct, through the chairman to Supervisor Ding, we've had some wonderful discussions with department heads and other leaders in the city of Lodi to move all efforts forward.
Perfect. Thank you. Job well done.
Thank you.
Look forward to hearing more as we go forward and them agreeing to it. So, any other questions? Go ahead, Supervisor Gardia.
I like the idea that we're adjusting. We're not keep on doing the same thing that has proven not to be successful. I know the Housing First model is definitely a component of solving our homeless issues, but in my opinion, in my background as a first responder, we got to get to the major issue of why our homeless we're in the position, and the vast majority are dealing with mental issues and alcohol and drug addiction. So I appreciate your effort in tackling this big task, and I truly believe this is going to be something that's going to put our community in a position to be successful.
Through the chair to Supervisor Gardia, I must say, yes, the county had some of these wonderful ideas, but it really did get led by the city of Lodi coming to us, wanting to have a collaborative conversation and to think differently. So this is not just a county high five. Kudos must be also given to the city of Lodi.
Perfect. Any other questions, comments, concerns, public comment? Hearing none, I'll call for a motion because we do need a motion.
I apologize, Chair, this item does not require a motion.
Oh, what
when I
am
put it on
I
that
looking
line.
at?
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on then. Thank you for the presentation. Why does it have it on there?
I apologize, that was my fault, I didn't take
Okay,
it off.
all right, sorry, I apologize. Next item is the Law and Justice authorization to rehire annuitant misdemeanor trial team supervisor Brian Short on a part-time basis. Thank you for being so patient. It's been a long day. I appreciate you.
Our pleasure. Chairman Canepa, Vice Chairman Dollywall, County Administrator Regalo, members of the board. We're here to ask you for a little help with our misdemeanor unit. And we'll be brief because you have been here for a very long time. But we'll be direct to the point. Our misdemeanor unit is one of our entry levels. We see the type of crimes that we see across the community. We'll see violence, we'll see sexual assault, we'll see DV, child abuse, substance abuse, weapons charges. We see quite a bit of driving under the influence charges. We also see theft charges. In fact, before the imposition of Prop 36, it was our major deterrent to organized retail theft. But, and we do that about 6,200 times a year, 6,200 times a year, we're filing misdemeanor charges. So it's by far the largest category of crimes that we have. This is overseen by a group of attorneys, somewhere between 10 to 14 attorneys, depending upon where we are in staffing at that time, and it's overseen by 2 supervisors. One of these supervisors retired in March. That is Mr. Short. He retired with over 35 years experience and a year and a half supervising the misdemeanor trial unit. This is also very important that we had 2 supervisors. We added a second supervisor upon me taking office because these are where our attorneys start. These are our newest attorneys. This is where I started a while ago. And this is where you learn how to charge, you learn how to appear in court, respond to motions. They actually are doing jury trials. One of the exciting things that we've seen by having 2 supervisors that we substantially increased the number of jury trials that our misdemeanor attorneys are doing. Last year we did about 22 trials. We've already done 17 this year, so we're on pace to do about 35 to 40 trials, which is giving our newest attorneys a whole bunch of experience. So also, the important thing about prosecuting misdemeanors, these are also entry-level crimes, and they fall into our credo of using early intervention, education, and enforcement. If we get individuals out of the system quickly and teach them the difference between right and wrong, this pays long-term benefits that we don't see their crimes escalating. So it's very important that we prosecute these crimes, that we do it effectively, and that we get individuals out of the out of the system and do it with a positive. So what we're asking you today is, Mr. Short retired in March. The government code requires, except for a critical need, that he not be hired until about September. We're asking to do that a few months early so that we remain having 2 supervisors in the unit. Also, he'll be coming back. He has experience, 35 years experience in the district attorney's office. He has experience supervising this unit. And also, this gives us a second set of eyes in the courtroom, helping these young attorneys develop. Also, to show how new this division is, we have 4 new attorneys in the misdemeanor division that just started last week. 2 of them are here. One is Mia Beltran. Mia just passed the bar on Monday, so she's one of California's newest attorneys, so a round of applause for her.
Congratulations.
Also sitting next to her is a familiar face. You might recognize Greg Agazarian. So Greg has come full circle from being my intern a few years ago, and now has returned back to the district attorney's office and as a misdemeanor attorney. So by allowing us to hire Mr. Short, it also prevents us from having to take an attorney from one of our vertical units and have them come supervise the misdemeanor unit, because we do have the high vacancy that you're going to be hearing about shortly with our attorneys. So we ask you to do that, and I have Chief Deputy District Attorney Christine Reed here, who oversees the mainline division, and I are available for your questions.
I just have a couple questions. So it's a waiver process to allow them to come back early?
Yes.
And then how many hours can they do as far as coming back? right?
960 is what's been whispered into my ear.
Okay.
Question.
Vice Chair Dollywall.
Mr. Fetus, you already have funds in your budget to cover these costs, right?
Absolutely. Thank you. That's a very good question.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any other questions? This time I'll open it up. Anybody have public comment? Seeing none? I'll call for a motion.
Motion to approve.
First by
Second.
Vice Chair and second by Supervisor Ding. Call for the vote. Thank you. Brian Short, and come back to work. So thank you very much.
Brian thanks you very, very much, and we thank you too.
Thank you. All righty. Now we're going back to HR public hearing regarding the status of vacancies and recruitment, retention efforts in San Joaquin County in accordance with Government Code Section 3502.3. Human Resources Director Jennifer Goodwin.
Good
You have the floor.
evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Canepa, members of the board, County Administrator Regallo, and County Council Kiernan. I am Jennifer Goodman, the Director of Human Resources, and Human Resources is recommending you conduct a public hearing related to county vacancy rates and recruitment efforts as required by new legislation. Following our staff report and union presentations, it's recommended you open a public hearing to receive comments from the public and bring the matter back to the board for discussion. With me this evening is Nicole DeVincenzi, Principal Personnel Analyst with Human Resources, who will provide the staff report.
Good afternoon, Chair Canepa, Vice Chair Dollywall, members of the board, County Administrator Regallo, and County Council. I'm Nicole DeVincenzi, Principal Personnel Analyst with the Human Resources Employment Services Unit, and I will be presenting information related to the county's vacancy rates, recruitment and retention efforts during the period of March 1, 2024 through February 28, 2025, as required by new legislation out of the California State Assembly. Assembly Bill 2561, signed into law by Governor Newsom on September 22, 2024, amends Government Code Section 3502.3 relating to public employment. The legislature declared that job vacancies in local government are a widespread and significant problem for the public sector, and there is a statewide interest in ensuring that public agency operations are appropriately staffed and that high vacancy rates do not undermine public employee labor relations. As such, public agencies are required to hold a public hearing and report on the status of vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts once per fiscal year prior to budget adoption. Additionally, if a unit has a total vacancy rate above 20%, the employee organization can request additional information be presented by the county. Employee organizations are also entitled to make a presentation. San Joaquin County has 16 employee bargaining unit groups represented by 11 recognized organizations, as well as 4 unrepresented groups and 1 unrepresented elected officials group. As of February 28, 2025, the countywide vacancy rate was 13.9%. This represents 7,652 total allocations and 1,064 total vacancies. In reviewing vacancy rates of the represented units, there were 3 which exceeded 20%. Safety, Investigative, and Custodial Unit, represented by SEIU at 23.36%. The Physicians Unit, represented by the Union of American Physicians and Dentists at 37.86%. And Peace Officers Miscellaneous Unit, represented by the San Joaquin District Attorney Investigators Association at 38.33%. During the 12-month period from March 1st, 2024 to February 28, 2025, Human Resources conducted 643 civil service recruitments, which included 219 that were open for continuous application filing periods. For these 643 recruitments, 23,944 applications were processed, and 127 paid outreach campaigns were conducted across 26 unique platforms. The Employment Services Unit participated in 8 community career events throughout San Joaquin County and in Sacramento. 541 employees in hard-to-recruit designated classifications received an incentive payment, and an additional 94 employees in eligible classifications received the Sheriff's Office incentive payment. 293 newly budgeted positions were added to the county workforce,
which represents a 3.98% staffing growth rate. A total of 713 civil service new hires were made, and an additional 248 formal status changes from part-time into full-time civil service employment occurred during the 12-month period. 13 represented groups received cost of living salary increases, and the board adopted 4 successor MOUs, UAPD, Deputy Sheriff, Sheriff Sergeant, and Sheriff Management, and adopted 2 MOU extensions with Correctional Officers Association and Probation Officers Association. To provide a bit of detail regarding the 3 bargaining units with vacancy rates over 20%, as of February 28, there were 39 vacancies in the UAPD unit. This represents 31 physician vacancies at San Joaquin General Hospital and San Joaquin Health Centers, and 8 psychiatrist vacancies at Behavioral Health and Correctional Health. There were 23 vacancies within the Peace Officer Miscellaneous Unit, which is comprised of 4 classifications: DA Investigator Trainee, DA Investigator 1, DA Investigator 2, and District Attorney Investigative Sergeant. The largest unit with a vacancy rate over 20% is the Safety, Investigative, and Custodial Unit, where there were 71 vacancies. Just over half of these vacancies were due to 27 vacancies in the classification series of Juvenile Detention Officer Assistant and Juvenile Detention Officer, and 10 vacancies in the Juvenile Detention Unit Supervisor classification. During the 12-month review period, there were 2 continuous recruitments for DA Investigator 2 open for applications throughout the entire duration. There were a total of 38 qualified candidates referred to the department for hiring consideration. Additionally, there was 1 promotional recruitment for DA Investigative Sergeant, resulting in 8 qualified candidates referred. There are a total of 51 civil service classifications in the Safety, Investigative, and Custodial Bargaining Unit. During the 12-month review period, 37 recruitments were conducted across 24 classifications, with 13 of these recruitments having continuous application filing periods. These recruitments yielded 1,390 qualified candidates. The most positions requested to be filled during this period was Juvenile Detention Officer Assistant, where 20 vacant positions were requisitioned to be filled. The department received 8 certifications, totaling 113 eligible candidates, and had 12 employees begin full-time employment. The typical civil service recruitment cycle for the Juvenile Detention Officer Assistant is approximately 6 weeks. All candidates who pass the standardized state exam are referred to the department for a hiring and selection process. This includes mandatory orientation and pre-screening, with successful candidates then moved to the background investigation, which averages 12 to 15 weeks, and finally an interview with administration. Human Resources works closely with the probation department to maintain this cycle and provide timely referrals of all eligible candidates by utilizing rule of the list designation. Vacancies within the juvenile detention classifications are also driven by the census within the facility. HR and the county administrator's office have been working with probation's administrators to assess position needs and may request allocation deletions during the budget if appropriate. The probation department actively connects with the community through both in-person events and social media engagement. They regularly showcase their diverse collaborative department culture. They share employment opportunities by directly communicating with collegiate criminal justice programs, attending community outreach events, and offering tours of juvenile hall for interested applicants. The probation department has also made a concerted effort to boost morale and retention by expanding opportunities for staff to engage in activities outside of their day-to-day routines. The recruitment process for DA investigators is similar to that of juvenile detention in that there is a continuous application filing period and a regular certification of eligible candidates utilizing the rule of the list designation. The department selection process begins with an interview followed by a background investigation. The district attorney's office has recently implemented a new background process, which has seen the length to complete a background improve by 66%. After a successful pilot period, the new background process began in January 2025. With the improved turnaround times, the department has been able to successfully onboard 2 investigators and expects an additional 7 to begin employment before the end of this fiscal year. The department anticipates being able to fill all of their current vacancies by the end of the calendar year, 2025. These types of innovative approaches to longstanding processes create not only a better candidate experience, but add a competitive edge when recruiting in a highly competitive job market. UAPD represents the physicians and psychiatrists, which are non-civil service classifications. Departments engage in recruitment efforts for these positions through a combination of specialty search firms and human resources outreach efforts. This slide represents the results of these recruitment efforts during the 12-month review period. Just one note regarding SJ Health, they do have 2 providers starting in June and 2 starting in July. In addition to full-time physicians and psychiatrists, departments supplement with part-time, contract, and locum staffing. Human Resources is committed to utilizing modern and innovative strategies to raise awareness and reinvigorate interest in public employment opportunities with San Joaquin County as an employer of choice. We will continue to collaborate with county departments on recruitment strategies, identifying areas for efficiencies in recruitment, hiring, and selection processes, and promoting the board-approved hard-to-recruit incentive program to recruit and retain a highly skilled workforce. HR will expand community engagement by developing helpful tools and resources for those interested in county employment, having a presence at community career events, and developing employer branding and expanding our social media presence. The Human Resources SJC Engage program is making significant strides in workforce development through innovative programs aimed at enhancing both staff and community engagement. We're in the process of launching a pilot program for high school internships in collaboration with the Public Defender's Office, with a goal to gradually expand this initiative across all departments. Additionally, we are in the second year of the 3-year program that allows staff to become certified mental health specialists, building on the success of our first cohort in the incumbent apprenticeship program through ISD. This concludes HR's presentation. HR did reach out to all labor groups to provide notice of the public hearing and invite them to make a presentation. There are 3 employee organizations who have requested to make presentations in accordance with the provisions of Government Code Section 3502.3. The District Attorney Investigators Association will be the first to present, followed by the Attorneys Association, and then the Correctional Officers Association. Thank you.
Who would like to come first? Am I supposed to open the public hearing? No? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your time today. It is no fun to follow a bunch of heroes earlier this afternoon, and in honor of their service, it humbles us. But we do want to walk you through the 38.33% vacancy that we're seeing at the DA's office for our classification. My name is Ross Martin. I'm an investigator at the DA's office. I'm also the treasurer of our association. I'm joined by Don Stumer, our vice president, and Maris Goldsboro, our secretary. I'm going to go through with you real quick how the bolognese is made, for lack of a better expression. Talk real briefly about a DA investigator, so we are all on the same page with what it is we do. And then I'm going to go specifically to the topic of that 38.33% vacancy. There's going to be a number that I'm going to throw at you about four slides in that's significant. It's going to be shocking, but it's a good thing, and I think it'll impress you. So what is a DA investigator? I get this question a lot. It's basically a police officer, no different than a patrol officer, no different than a police detective or a sheriff detective. We do the same job. We're trained the same way. It's just we're on the DA investigation side. We're issued a cool Corvette patrol car to drive around and look cool, but actually we're all issued firearms, pepper spray, impact weapons, handcuffs. Sometimes we wear a uniform with a ballistic vest, and we do drive unmarked police cars that have emergency sirens and lights. The unique thing about our unit as police officers is we require 5 years of police experience, 2 of that in an investigative assignment before you can become a district attorney investigator. And we look for candidates that have lots of experience in homicide, rape, robbery, narcotics gangs. We want investigators with the full breadth of how to investigate things because they're going to be the ones doing the hard lifting sometimes on investigations. We do the same hiring process as that is a normal police department, where we do an oral exam, we do a full background on a candidate, and then the physical exam before we ever put them in a uniform.
Here's that significant number I wanted to tell you about. 26 is the average years of experience of our DA's investigators in law enforcement. To me, that's unmatched. You rarely hear that in any organization. That's a substantial amount of experience. When you take all of our DA investigators and you average that out, that's 26 years each of police experience. These are all the different agencies that we come from. A lot of them are local, but sometimes we move outside of that realm to look for expertise in other areas. I want to quickly delve into some of the examples of what we do. You know, we're kind of behind the scenes a lot of the time. You don't see us, but our role is just as significant and substantial. One of the units in our office is the child abduction unit. You can see from the map that I've got illustrated there, all the different locations that our investigators have gone to recover abducted children. Their job is to locate, recover, and return them to the parent. We have 2 investigators assigned to this unit, and they average 50 to 60 cases per year, and they are traveling all over the map, sometimes internationally into South Africa, Mexico, Canada, and Philippines. It takes a unique set of skills to do that job. With your guys' gracious funding, we implemented the Cold Case Task Force this year, just a few months ago, $500,000 allocated by the board. We have currently an investigator by the name of Misty Springmeyer leading that unit, and she is a rock star. Misty is the 2025 Don Asher Memorial Law Enforcement Award recipient and 21 years of law enforcement experience. Her words to me, to you, in creating this unit, stand by for significant developments. When it comes to cold cases, whether it's homicide, missing person, or rape, that unit has some big developments that they don't want to discuss in detail, but stand by. Another successful unit that Supervisor Ding was alluding to earlier is our Anti-Sex and Labor Trafficking Task Force. They deal in sex trafficking. They also do in labor trafficking in the human component. Another rock star in our agency, Amber Seto, was one of the leads in getting this thing up and running, in addition to our own District Attorney Ron Freitas and San Joaquin County Sheriff Sergeant Nathan Chun. The board established this unit to go solve some of these human trafficking problems in our county. Amber Seto is a 2024 Don Asher Award recipient and an 18-year veteran. Another one that you might not know a lot about, but hear a lot about, is our officer-involved critical incident unit. This unit is staffed by every single investigator in our office. All 35 of us are trained and ready to respond to an officer that's been involved in a shooting and or a critical incident. Our role in that is to be the eyes and ears and make sure that the conduct by the officer involved in that critical incident, whether it was a shooting or use of force, those actions were legal and appropriate in that moment. And it's all about public trust. Another unit that you might refer cases to us in is the Public Integrity Unit. Vice President Stumer and I are assigned to that unit. There's one vacancy, but our role and mission is to investigate the use of public monies, any abuses of a position of an elected official and or hired public official. We get our referrals from local police departments that maybe aren't equipped to handle these investigations, all the way to this board itself. All right, specifically addressing the DA investigator vacancy. Before I delve into that, I want to say this. We have an excellent relationship with the leadership at the DA's office. Attorney Ron Freitas, Assistant District Attorney Rick Price, and Chief Bill Hutto and us are working to resolve this 38.33% vacancy. And the San Joaquin Administrator's Office has been very supportive of us also. In 2024, the Administrator's Office authorized the creation of 10 additional DA investigator positions. It adds to why we have so many vacancies, and that's why I bring it up. Those vacancies are going to our task forces that we've created. Those are going to our cold case unit and into our South County office that we hope to soon open. In 2024, the Administrator's Office also allocated $100,000 to deal with this recruitment issue. And a lieutenant in our office by the name of Heather Mack is on top of that. She is diligently creating online websites and locations for people to get more information to become a DA investigator, and they are reaching out and making it happen. As of May 13th of 2025, this is what our numbers show. We have 56 allotted DA investigator positions. Of this number, currently 21 are vacant or unfilled. This does not include the 10 positions that are currently candidates that are being screened and evaluated and are in the process. So shortly, that 21 might go down to 11. And to the chief's point, by the end of this year, we conceivably could have all the positions filled. We'll see. The point of this is that it's a wait and see game. We're not here to ask you for anything. We're here to thank you for all of the support and let you know that it's diligently being worked on. But we also recognize there are existing pay disparities that will potentially impact recruitment in the future, but we'll come back to you at the appropriate time, and it's an open dialogue for discussion when that time is right. In closing, again, thank you. Thank you to the County Administrator's Office, because the support of creating our sergeant rank has reformed our office in great ways. The 10 additional DA investigator positions has been awesome. We're getting all kinds of support in our task forces and the allocation of our cold case unit and the support in the $100,000 for recruitment. That is $100,000 every year moving forward. We just look forward to an open dialogue and continued working with this board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions, concerns? Thanks for the presentation. Next up is
District Attorneys Association. Sorry, just Attorneys Association.
you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Elton Grau. I'm a Deputy District Attorney, the President of the San Joaquin County Attorneys Association. We are made up of 3 organizations: the Public Defenders, the Deputy DAs, and the Family Support Attorneys. This presentation is really going to discuss the ideas of some of the vacancies that are occurring as to the 3 agencies. But before I start, I want to say thank you to Chairman Canepa, to Vice Chair Dhaliwal, to Supervisor Gardia, and Supervisor Ding and Supervisor Rickman. All of you in your career have been committed to helping this community, either as police officers, firemen, mayors, city councilmen, chief of staffs. You've all spent time in this county, time in this area to improve it. And I know that if you had a chance, you would write a check for every attorney in this county to make sure they can do what they needed to do. And I know in my heart of hearts, because I talk to Mr. Freitas every single day, that he is the greatest advocate that we have. Because every day he's coming to the county board and saying, we need more positions, we need more things, we need to improve the idea of justice in this county. But one of the things that we're dealing with right now is the fact that we have a high vacancy rate. And it's not the fault of the supervisors, it's not the fault of HR. We're all in the same boat. We're rowing in the same directions, trying to do the same thing, which is justice in this county. And justice in this county right now is having a little bit of a hard time because for the last 10 years, across the country, every DA's office, every public defender's office is having a problem of keeping its attorneys. There's been large vacancies, and they've been fighting and fighting within each other, where essentially other agencies are poaching attorneys and taking the most experienced attorneys we have for their offices. And they're using salaries, they're using hybrid work, they're using remote work, they're using alternative ideas. And examples. In Riverside County right now, if you get hired as a DA there, they're giving you a loan to purchase a home. In Butte County, they're giving you signing bonuses up to $30,000. In Riverside, they give you sabbaticals. So we're competing against these new ideas of how to hire and take attorneys away from us. For this county, what does that mean? I think this remote should work, I hope, right? All right. What it means since 2020, we've lost in the DA's office around 31 attorneys. Of those 31 attorneys, 17 had left for higher pay counties. We're talking Alameda County, we're talking Contra Costa, we're talking about Sacramento. They've left there because they pay higher. And as you know,
what makes the world turn a little bit is money. And money does make a difference. And we noticed that because we saw that with the nurses, right? I think they had an issue last year that the increase in salary seemed to help out, which I think the prior presenter had discussed, that increase in salary does help in keeping attorneys sometimes or nurses in this area. Public Defender's Office has lost 22 attorneys since 2020, 17 left for higher pay, 5 left for a hybrid work option. A breakdown in the numbers, because I really think that's the important part here. The analysis here isn't so much, are we losing DA1 positions or are we losing DA4 positions? And what we have lost of those 14 attorneys that we've lost, 2 have been around of an experience range of between 7 and 9. But the most have been from a range of 10 to 23 years. And that's what's really hurt. Those attorneys in the 19 years to 23 years experience, those are attorneys that do the death penalty cases. Those are the attorneys that deal with the higher profile cases, murders, rapes, sexual assault cases, child abuse cases, baby death cases. And we're losing those attorneys in our office because other counties are offering more money. They're offering better benefits in a sense of hybrid work. And I think for the supervisors, one of the things I have to stress here is that the loss of these attorneys have an effect in our office. And what I mean that since 2008, I think it's 2008, between 2008 and 2012, way before any of us were here, we had layoffs in our office in San Joaquin County, in the DA's office, and in the public defender's office. And even to this day now, we still see that ramifications of those layoffs. We still see that there is a body of attorneys that we don't have in the middle that we used to have. Does that mean that we can't do what we're doing? No, of course not. We are one of the best attorneys in this county, in this state. When I say this about the public defenders, the family support, and the DA's office, and I know I'm a deputy DA, I'm going to say we're the best. But the training that we get, the work product that we have, the trials that we do, we compare. There are very few law offices that compare to us. But that's why we have counties like Contra Costa and Alameda come to us and take our attorneys. That's why Sacramento does that to us too. And the question I ask you is this, is what is the cost of justice for this county? And I understand that this is not like a thing where it's very melodramatic to say, right? I'm saying is that we have to make some cost-benefit analysis here. And some of these cost-benefit analysis is how do we keep those attorneys who are about 15 years, 16 years, 17 years in this county. One of the things that I know Mr. Freitas talks about a lot is that the idea of justice in this county is to be smart. And what I mean by that is that he wants us to be able to read a case, understand the case, analyze the case, be able to figure out, is this a case that's going to go to trial? Are you going to find a different way to punish this person so they learn their lesson, right? That we're just throwing the books. We want to analyze the case and figure it out. On my part, I'm a homicide attorney. I've been, on August 22nd of this year, it's going to be 20 years in this county. This is the greatest job I have ever had. And I don't say this lightly. My life has changed because of this job. It is, if you read the book, The Old Man and the Sea, and when he holds on to that line, when he's holding the fish line and he's struggling with that, this is my line. This is what makes my life go. The idea to present in front of a jury, to represent the victims of this county and fight every single day for an idea called justice. It is the most fulfilling life in the world. But our job, this job that we have, it takes so much from us. And the reason we're losing attorneys, it is one of the most difficult jobs we have right now. And what I mean by that, and I'm going to go off for 2 seconds, is we deal with literally a terabyte of evidence. The idea of the trial of the past was 2 witnesses, a photographer, a medical examiner. The trials of the future, the trials of today, we need to know DNA. We need to know forensic analysis of ballistics. We need to know about geographical locations. We need to know about cell phone data. We need to be able to read, evaluate, and understand it. And these cases are becoming more complex and harder. And we need those attorneys, the ones that have 10, 15, 20 years of experience to be able to do those cases. Ooh, I think I'm going the wrong way. Of the public defender's office, they've lost 12. They also have the same situation where one attorney was about 8 experience, but between 10 and 28 years, they've lost about 11 attorneys. Again, the lack of experience is something that we need. I'm just giving you some factors. Again, it's really hard. These are one of those meetings where I don't want to talk about salaries, but I just want to show you an example. One of the issues is retention. One of the issues also, how do we get young attorneys to come to San Joaquin County? We pay $88,000. When you compare us to Sacramento, when you compare us to Contra Costa, when you compare us to Alameda, when you compare us to other counties, they pay much more than $88,000. And that's something that we have to do. We have to figure out a way to pay our attorneys a little bit more in order to start being competitive. On the flip side, it's DA4 positions at 189. There are other counties that essentially what they do is they wait for us to get to an attorney 4 position, and then they come in and they swoop and they poach our attorneys. And it's that experience because they promise more money, or they promise some sort of signing bonus, or they promise something else. We're losing some of those attorneys there. Lastly, so I think I'm kind of a problem solver idea. So what do we do? What do we do to keep attorneys here? About 2 or 3 weeks ago, I did a DA survey and a public defender survey and a family support survey. And I asked, what can we do? What can we do to keep attorneys here? What can we do to improve the situation? What can we do to become better and keep the attorneys here? And everybody said, more money. And I understand that, right? Again, we all understand that. We pay more, it may help. But I say this to us. What can this county afford in its justice system? And how do we improve that justice system? How do we make ourselves more efficient? And one of the things is that one is it's higher pay, yes. The second thing is some sort of incentive. And what I mean by incentive is I'm talking longevity pay. How do we create a longevity pay so those 10, 15-year attorneys do not leave our office? Create a longevity pay that may help. I think asking some sort of agreement within the county that we hire attorneys now instead of DA 1 positions or public defender 1 positions, we hire them at a DA 2 or a public defender 2 position. That way we can start getting these younger attorneys here. Lastly, I think we need to create a retention program. And what I mean by a retention program is it's twofold. One is we have to travel around the country now to find DAs and public defenders who are willing to come to this community and become attorneys here. We need to go to the various schools to start soliciting them. We also need a pipeline from the law schools to the DA's office and to the public defender's office where we can motivate the men and women of this county to become lawyers. And I'll say this right now, since the George Floyd situation has a tremendous effect of law students who don't want to be DAs. They don't want to be public defenders because they don't believe in the justice system. We need to get back into these law schools to persuade them about the idea that the idea of justice isn't lost, that we can still do it. With that, these are my ideas. If you guys have any questions or concerns or thoughts, I'm here. Just a really quick recap. Right now, the DA's office, we have about it changes. We were up at about 23% vacancy rate. I think we're down below 20% right now, but it's something we've dealt with. The public defender had it as high as 27%, I think, last year. They're down much lower. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you. Good report. Any questions?
All right, thank you.
Oh, Supervisor Gardia.
I just have some comments. Coming from fire service, we've been dealing with the same issue for quite some time. Retention and recruitment is an always issue, and I'm always concerned when we're the training ground for other workplaces.
Right.
And I believe, and I don't know through HR where we're at in like negotiations or contracts or whatever, but we just need to be competitive. And I think that's the goal, even looking back at our negotiations with the nurses, is that I think our commitment to be competitive is what's going to solve our issues when it comes to retention and recruitment.
I appreciate that, Supervisor Garcia. I think that's the idea, right? How do we become competitive? In this environment, I think the way we become competitive is to increase salaries. I mean, we saw the fire. We lost, police officers the same way. The Stockton Police Department, they have vacancies, I think, of around 100. And the reason why is they spend 5 years there. They learn to be the best police officers, right? Our county, our DA's office, our supervisors, they teach how to be a prosecutor. And what happens is after 5 years or 6 years, they poach us, and they poach the best of our group. And that's what's happened. We see that with police. We see that with fire. And I think for the longest time, we've always said, well, what's Stan County doing? And I think we shouldn't look at what Stan County's doing. Is we have to compete with what Sacramento's doing, right? We have to be as competitive as Sacramento. We have to be almost there to show that we can do everything they can, which we can. And I submit to you this. I am the only prosecutor in this county, and I think in Northern California, that's ever done a three-jury trial. I could go to any county I want, but I don't, because I'm committed to this idea that we are trying to bring justice to this community. But what happens is when you start getting that experience, 3 trials, 2, they come in here and they say, hey, we'll give you this money, we'll let you work from home, and they take us. And I think by being competitive, we have an opportunity to keep our own work product. Supervisor, I appreciate that question.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Very meaningful.
The final group is the Correctional Officers Association.
Good afternoon, Chair Canepa, Board of Supervisors, Madam Administrator, Madam Clerk, Counselor. So I started off with a large binder for this presentation, but I decided just to bring one paper, so for the sake of time.
Thank you.
So I'm Ruben Rodriguez, the President of the Correctional Association, Correctional Sergeant for the Sheriff's Office. Been with the Sheriff's Office for 18 years. And I appreciate the sentiment behind this meeting, that we're able to talk about the vacancies and how it affects us in each and every one of our units. So for almost 15 years, correctional officers in our county have experienced a severe staffing crisis. Despite the county and sheriff's office significant effort into recruitment and expedited background checks, we continue to lose employees, most often to better paying jobs. The reality is that depends the demands of this profession are incredibly high, while the compensation simply hasn't kept pace. Working in a correctional facility means being constantly exposed to a harsh and often dangerous environment. Officers face a persistent risk of assault, exposure to bodily fluids, disease, fentanyl, incidents of gassing where inmates throw bodily fluids or excrement at staff. These conditions take an immense physical and emotional toll, as anyone could imagine. Perhaps an even more significant factor is the chronic understaffing itself. When positions go unfilled, the weight of this falls on the shoulders of the remaining officers. They are forced to absorb the strain of vacancies, sick leave, workers' compensation, FMLA, and more. As a result, many are working 14, 16, 18-hour shifts on a regular and reoccurring basis just to keep our facilities operating safely. This is not sustainable. Such conditions destroy any semblance of work-life balance. Fatigue and burnout become common, leading to health issues, frustration, and compromised decision-making. Officers lose the time and energy to focus on their well-being, participate in wellness programs, exercise, or maintain healthy family and personal relationships. Moreover, correctional officers are being told to do more than ever
Increased responsibilities, mostly driven by demands from the prison law office, have made daily inmate schedules impossible while also trying to meet legal, medical, and safety requirements. Yet wages have not kept up with these rising demands or with the cost of living. By the end of the current deputy sheriff contract, correctional officers will earn 47% less in base wages than deputies. The statewide average for similar disparities is just 15%. That gap is one of the root causes of our recruitment and retention crisis. If we want to solve this issue, we must address pay equity to affect staffing levels. My hope is for a future where correctional officers can work their scheduled shifts and go home. A future where overtime is scarce and the health and wellness of our staff is not a luxury, but a standard. I have full trust that together we can make this hope a reality. Greatness does grow here. Let us do all that we can to ensure that it stays here. And that's about the same sentiment that we have amongst our units. I mean those words. I really do believe that we can do this together. We have solutions. Over the years, there was a former president, so I've been out of the loop for a couple of years, and it is always good to see some familiar faces and also, exciting to see some new faces to work with. But I can say that especially for, the last, 7 years, there's definitely been a lot of changes made in the workability between labor and management and county officials, and we are extremely appreciative of that. And I do want to make the effort to say that there have been a lot of efforts increase in the recruitment aspect. We have to just do a little bit more with the retention aspect, but I do believe we can work together with HR, with the CAO's office to make those goals a reality, because it is for the betterment of this community, and we do have a lot of new challenges and a lot of old challenges. I appreciate the Sheriff Withrow, and the board acknowledging the National Correctional Officers Week. I missed that portion of the meeting, but it is interesting that President Reagan made that proclamation in 1984, before I was alive, and but his words ring very true, as if he was here and now speaking those words. And the very things that he mentioned in that proclamation are the exact issues and challenges that we face today. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's just a matter of pulling resources where necessary and assessing and evaluating, where maybe we can no longer use the time or energy for something that doesn't bring the positive results that we need going forward. So again, I appreciate this opportunity. I think it's a great thing, and I look forward to our future talks. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the 3 presentations. So thank you very much. I think, we up here support our staff and try to do as much as we can. So it's important to hear from them on our shortcomings and what we need to do and how do we need to fix it for retaining folks. Any other questions or concerns?
I believe it would be, appropriate to open a public hearing and see if there's any public
Oh, that's right.
who
that's
would
right.
like to
Okay.
comment on this topic as well.
All right, after public comments, ask board members if they have any final comments. And so I will now open the public hearing. Does anyone want to step up and give us public comment? Questions up here? Close the public hearing? All right.
Chair, I just want to say thank you to everybody that, waited for, what is it now, almost 9 hours? And to speak to us and, give us an update, and it's very useful, so we appreciate it.
Supervisor Garcia.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge the time that was taken to give the presentations. I know some of you that already left maybe listening on your phone, but there's a lot of time and effort in your presentations, and I know that some of them were sped up due to our time constraint, but I appreciate all the time and what you put in to demonstrate how important it is to the decisions that we make and how we make our community better.
And Chairman, I just want to, I'm sorry if I interrupted. I know our DA Freitas is here, and you guys have been here so long, he should take you out to dinner. Just like, you know, so.
I second that motion. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, that's always the question we have as an elected is, what do we do with those vacancy savings? You know, do we say, hey, it's too big, and I understand that union-wise, we need to be mindful of filling those positions, but at what point? And since we did give the district attorney the 42 positions, I don't know where they stand. I mean, and it's hard to do that, but I think we're all mindful of making sure that we're doing good and trying to do the retention, so that's one of the things that we need to look at is the vacancy rate and what that needs to be done and how we can possibly give that with the wage and benefits to the employees. So we're very mindful of that. Thank you. So, now I got squirreled there, so I'll call for the motion. Supervisor, are you doing a motion, and do we have a second? Yeah, as far as the,
It is, but there is a request for action and a board order included acknowledging that you conducted the public hearing because it is a
isn't that right?
legal requirement.
So I didn't need to, I'm doing this, or
I'll
have heard
I'll
you as a-
second it.
we have a first and a second on the floor? Call for the vote. Oops. Supervisor Garcia, did you want to say something else? No? Okay. Call for the vote. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. Motion passes 5-0. All right, moving on. Presentation on San Joaquin County Public Works functions, programs, and highlights. Thank you for.
I have fans.
I think they just want you to hurry up.
You're right. We'll be brief. We need roughly 10 minutes of your time, so. Thank you, Chair Canepa and board members. I'm Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. Thank you for this opportunity to share the story of San Joaquin County Public Works. To tell the story, we've put together a video that highlights our department's origin, milestone events in our history, and current initiatives and priorities. With that, I'll ask Clerk the Board's team to please start our presentation.
Just about anywhere you look in San Joaquin County, Public Works is working for you. From the streets you drive, to the flood protection that keeps your home safe, and even the water you drink, the team is there, rain or shine, ensuring the county keeps moving forward. It's easy to take these things for granted, but imagine a single day without quality roads, clean water, or waste services. That's the kind of behind-the-scenes impact Public Works brings to all of us. Their mission? Simple. Enhance the quality of life in the community by maintaining and protecting some of the most vital systems we depend on. Roadways, flood control, utilities, drainage, water and wastewater, even solid waste disposal. And they do it all while being cost-effective, innovative, and most of all, people-focused. Let's rewind for a second. While San Joaquin County celebrates its 175th year, the Department of Public Works came onto the scene in the 1950s, a time when California's population was booming and the state handed off major infrastructure responsibilities to local counties. From that point on, Public Works became a foundation of community development and safety. Fast forward 75 years, and it's hard to imagine San Joaquin County without them. What started as a small operation has grown into a department of nearly 480 professionals that manages an impressive infrastructure portfolio. 1,600 miles of roadway, more than 260 bridges, 323 miles of channels, 1,210 fleet vehicles, approximately 340 minor structures, 3 solid waste and recycling facilities, over 100 special utility and service districts, and a 120-mile network of underground pipelines and related facilities.
Each of these statistics represents decades of engineering, planning, and effort, but it's the stories behind the numbers that tell the real tale. Over the decades, Public Works has overseen some of the most iconic, critical, and award-winning infrastructure projects in the county. It's not just infrastructure. It's a legacy of service, built mile by mile, project by project. Let's take a look at some major milestones, moments that helped shape San Joaquin County. Devastating floods in 1955 led to the establishment of the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District in 1956. This wasn't just a reactive move. It was the beginning of a long-term vision to safeguard communities and laid the foundation for modern flood management in the region. Since then, the county has steadily improved its public works infrastructure, from roads and bridges to water systems to flood and drought response efforts and sustainable waste management facilities. Public Works has been building for a better tomorrow. A prime example is the North County Recycling Center and Sanitary Landfill, which opened for business in 1991. It was the first landfill in the state of California to have a recycling center located on-site and the first landfill permitted in the state for over 10 years. The recycling center averages over 1,400 tons of materials diverted from the landfill monthly. And in 1995, Public Works led the county effort to form the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, or SJAFCA, a joint powers agency established by the County Flood Control District, and the City of Stockton. Its primary purpose? To build vital flood control improvements that would keep the Stockton metro area safe and out of a flood hazard zone that would have required mandatory flood insurance for thousands of families. By the late 1990s, those improvements were complete. Fast forward 25 years, and SJAFCA is still going strong. Now, with Lathrop and Manteca on board, the agency continues its work, planning and delivering critical flood risk reduction projects in San Joaquin County. Jump to the 2000s. The county played a key role in forming groundwater sustainability plans, ensuring we protect and manage our precious water resources for generations. Then came engineering marvels like the McHenry Avenue Bridge, a structure that blends safety and modern design that improved a vital roadway connection between San Joaquin and Stanislaus counties. The Woodward Island Bridge project, which greatly enhanced a critical transportation link between Delta Islands by replacing a ferry operation with a new bridge. And creative road improvements to improve traffic flow and safety. Sustainability took center stage with the launch of the Foothill Landfill Solar Array project, using clean energy to power core operations and reduce carbon emissions. It marks a major leap towards sustainable energy use, reducing emissions, and cutting operational costs for numerous county departments. Each one of these moments isn't just a checkmark on a timeline. They're turning points, each reinforcing Public Works' commitment to resilience, safety, and environmental responsibility. So what's happening right now? Let's talk about the present and the future of Public Works. First up, environmental advocacy. Protecting the Delta and its ecosystem has been a long-standing Board of Supervisors priority, and Public Works is part of a multi-department team that supports the board's efforts to advocate for the county's interests in the Delta. For over 4 decades, San Joaquin County has taken a strong stand against several state proposals to divert water around or under the Delta for export to Southern California, the most recent of which is the Delta Tunnel Conveyance Project, a multi-billion-dollar effort to move water out of the region. Why oppose it? It creates no new water. It deprives the Delta of high-quality freshwater flows. It harms Delta communities and ecosystems, and it diverts funds from truly effective water supply solutions. Instead, the county is working with the Delta Counties Coalition and regional partners to push for real water supply reliability solutions, levee improvements, water storage upgrades, Delta conveyance improvements that preserve through Delta flows, and projects to conserve and reuse water. And when it comes to safety, the Local Road Safety Plan, or the LRSP, is a game changer. It's a data-driven approach to reduce serious accidents and make travel safer across the county's unincorporated roads. By identifying high-risk areas and analyzing collision patterns, we're developing targeted solutions and securing grant funding for life-saving improvements. From analyzing collision hotspots to deploying safety improvements, the LRSP is saving lives while keeping the county's roadway users moving. But that's not all. Public Works is also leading efforts on pioneering hydrogen-powered traffic signal backup systems to improve traffic signal reliability during power outages and help reduce emissions. A computerized maintenance management system that will revolutionize how we manage infrastructure. Think of it as a high-tech command center for smarter public asset management. With over 100 users, this system will help track assets, schedule preventive maintenance, respond more quickly and efficiently to service requests, extend the life of county-owned systems, and provide a smarter, more efficient way to maintain our public infrastructure. To reduce methane emissions from landfills and comply with State Senate Bill 1383, Public Works is taking a number of important steps to divert organic materials from the waste stream, including implementing multiple container collection systems, helping develop edible food waste recovery programs, and developing education and outreach programs for solid waste customers. These programs will help preserve landfill capacity, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and help ensure sustainability of the county's solid waste systems. We are engaged in ongoing efforts to support State Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA, requirements as Public Works continues to coordinate groundwater plans in 2 groundwater basins to help ensure that our water remains accessible and sustainable into the future. And water isn't just a resource, it's the foundation of our future. That's why San Joaquin County is pursuing a strategic McCollumney River water right application. This initiative is a visionary step toward local water security designed to reduce dependence on groundwater, strengthen our economy, and build climate resilience. The goals are ambitious yet essential. Improve groundwater levels in the eastern San Joaquin groundwater subbasin to reduce overdraft and enhance water quality. Capture and store wet year water for use during dry seasons, creating a buffer against drought and climate impacts. And integrate water supply planning with flood control and environmental restoration throughout the McCollumney River watershed. Public Works is more than a department. Our infrastructure and services are the backbone of daily life in San Joaquin County. For 75 years, we've built and managed the systems that enhance our community's quality of life. And for the next 75 years, we'll continue to adapt, innovate, and lead with purpose. At its core, Public Works is about people, about planning for the long haul, building resilient systems, and showing up every day to keep San Joaquin County safe, clean, sustainable, and thriving. So next time you drive across a bridge, turn on your tap, or toss your recycling into the bin, remember, there's a team behind that moment, quietly working, constantly improving, and always planning for tomorrow. Here's to celebrating 175 years of San Joaquin County and the ongoing work of Public Works.
Thank you, Chair Canepa and board members. This concludes our presentation. I'd like to thank our Business Services Manager, Natisha Plimmer, please wave, for leading the effort to put the video together, and Hillary Crowley from the County Administrator's Office, who, as you heard, did a wonderful job on the voiceover work. Note that the primary reason that we decided on a video format for this presentation is that we plan to use a video or portions thereof for several different purposes, including recruitment, new employee orientation, and social media posts that educate the public about our department. So thank you again for the opportunity to tell our department's story in this manner. At this point, I'm happy to respond to any questions or comments that the board may have.
That was very well done.
I just wish there was more roundabouts in there. Yeah.
I want to know how come Hillary doesn't talk that nice to me when she's talking is the question that I want to know. What's up with that? I feel, nice job, though. Good teamwork. I think it's amazing to see that and to see the work that you do, and I know that just because obviously we had Public Works Week, so we are there to support you guys, and it's important that the camaraderie in your guys' department, you could feel it, so thanks for the job well done. Anybody else?
No, I think it was great, man. I mean, yeah, and I thought it was AI myself. Now that, and then you said your name, then it clicked. But, and like we said earlier, you know, you guys do a great job. And, I mean, I love, you know, pictures like that. It shows the whole entire county and, you know, the ag side and the industrial side or whatever it may be, you know, our water. And was that the what year was that the flood? Was that, did I say 1955?
1955 was probably the worst, other than 1860, is probably the biggest flood event that the Stockton community has ever experienced. And it led to the formation of the flood control district the next year. And many other flood control districts were also established by state law that same year, because the whole Central Valley was pretty much an ocean.
So, yeah, I mean, I think me and Sandy were the only ones that weren't born yet up here. So, but
Good thing we had senior week.
no, hey, great job. I mean, I think it's a great video, and you guys should pat yourselves on the back. So, good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, very well done. Any other comments? I think that was great, and it's good to see that, so thank you. Sorry you had to stay so late and more people weren't here, so that wasn't the attempt, but I think the people that were here appreciate it greatly, so thank you.
We'll do some reruns.
All right.
If I can add, I mean, that would be good just to even show a snippet at a department head meeting. I thought that was very well done, very creative, and just to show, you know, the past of where you came from and what you're doing and what the future holds. And I agree, you showed the entire county, and a lot of people, I think a lot of our departments, it's like, oh gosh, Public Works does that? You know, I mean, we do know what you do as far as solid waste and all the different divisions that you do, but yeah, there's so much. Very well done. I was very impressed. And I also thought it was an AI Hillary, so.
Thank you. We'd be happy to do that.
But it'd be cool if you put yourself in each picture somehow, where like with a shovel or a hat or something.
All right, well, thank you very much, and the video was very clear, very well done, so thank you guys for your time and energy and staying so long till, I think we're done, and I think, public comment? Anybody in public like to speak? And then I don't think anyone else wants to talk about what we did, so I will, unless does somebody.
Well, we have one thing left to do. It's Gavin's birthday. We almost got out of the room.
Oh, wow.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Like 19? Barely.
Thank you to the staff for sticking it out this long today and putting up with this. It's much appreciated. So at this time, are we gonna just forego comments? All right, we're gonna put it into the day here, so thank you. Can I get a motion to adjourn? So moved. Oh, we don't need a motion? Okay. Have a good night.